Hey guys, this is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video we will see what if Harry Potter was trapped with Draco, and everything changed. Here is short summary. What starts as captivity turns into something far more complicated. As Harry remains trapped beside his enemy, lines blur, truths surface, and everything between them begins to shift. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. The past months had been filled with short letters from Ron and Hermione, barely containing anything of interest or significance. No matter how many letters he sent, they refused to answer or update him on any of the events occurring in the wizarding world. Their letters contained the bare necessities of a letter one would expect to receive from a friend, appearing to be more of an acquaintance's letter sent only on special occasions. Currently he was stalking towards the small patch of woods at the end of the street, the only place he had managed to find any solace over the summer months. He couldn't help but smile as he felt the welcoming embrace of the dark forest. The cool air whispered against his skin, teasing his hair and causing goosebumps to rise along the skin of his arms. Unfolding Ron's letter, he allowed his eyes to brush over the words he had come to know by heart before shredding the letter and tossing the pieces into the night breeze. Emerald eyes flashed as he moved deeper into the heart of the forest before beginning to shed his clothes. Removing his glasses, he set them atop the oversized clothes stowed carefully in a rotten log. Closing his eyes and focusing on the image held firmly in his mind, he heard the familiar crunch of bones as pain rushed through his nerves. Biting his lip to keep from crying out, he focused on the final details before exhaling sharply. Slowly he opened his eyes, sharpened by the change they quickly picked up every minuet detail before moving elsewhere. Rising onto 4 paws, he carefully flexed, feeling muscles slide powerfully beneath the thin black coat. Claws slid neatly from their sheaths as dainty ears tipped back and forth while nose and whiskers worked together testing the air currents for any vital information. He had put a lot of thought into his animagus form but had never considered the Black Panther as a possibility. He had hoped for a stag in memory of his father, but after experiencing the body of a predator he didn't believe he could ever consider inhabiting the body of a prey animal. The panther's body had proven to be very powerful, quiet and nimble. It allowed him to look at the world in a whole new way. Harry had worked on his transformation all summer. He had been tempted to inform his friends about his newest project but after several days had ditched the idea. Ron would be all for it like a pig in mud, but Hermione would try and talk them out of it and threaten to inform an adult. Of course the vague answers he had received had assisted him in making the decision. He had gotten the idea after his godfather had died. In honor of them he had worked all summer to master the abilities they had gained in hopes of rekindling fond memories of them. Shaking off the plaguing thoughts, he stalked deeper into the forest, allowing soft paws to carry him through the brush silently. All his senses worked madly to prevent possible discovery or capture. Reaching a small creek he dropped into a crouch, allowing his sandpaper tongue to dip delicately into the cool water. Flicking his tail, he rose only to freeze as the faint sound of voices crept to his ears. Testing the air quickly he was rewarded with the scent of man, steel, and lead. Cursing softly he moved into darker shadows, beginning a crouching run back to his clothes. The sharp warning crack of dry wood froze him in mid-movement. The thundering crack of a gun and the bite of metal in his flank startled him into loosing a yowl before lunging into a flying run. His mind began to swim and the panther's body became sluggish and unresponsive. Suddenly he found himself tipping, slamming into the ground. He snarled as pain from the wound traced burning fingers up his spine. As Harry's world spun into blackness, the words of the hunters reached his sensitive ears. Wanted something unusual, biggest panther, eyes like emeralds, ought to fetch us a good price. The bright lights beating against his eyelids had him wincing and raising a hand to block the offending rays only to feel the brush of soft fur against his nose. Loosing an unhappy snarl he opened his eyes only to find himself peering at a stone wall. Giving another pantherish groan as a streak of pain raced through his body he began the slow task of pulling himself into a more comfortable position. Twisting his head, he felt the cold bite of steel. A thick collar encircled his neck, slowing his movements and irritating the fur of his neck. Someone had dared to put a collar on him, the boy who lived A low snarl had him dropping into a crouch and pressing his ears tight against his skull. A large gray wolf rumbled at him from a cage to the left before slinking back into a corner and fading into the shadows. The only sign it remained was the flashing of gold eyes that held only fear and pain. Not another animagus then, damn. Standing carefully, he began to pace the confines of the cage. Made of sturdy steel, the bars were firmly set within the concrete floor of the cage. Centering himself, he pushed his magic outward, seeking any other magic entities within the area. With an unhappy sigh, he settled back. Nothing magic was within the building, even the bars were made of simple metal. Breathing deeply, he attempted to use his much simpler panther senses to detect anything of interest in the air, but only received the smell of stale urine and old blood for his troubles. His last fleeting memories were of his flight through the forest and the sudden pain in his flank, hunters. He had been hunted down as the animal he was marauding as. Snarling in anger, he pushed against the bars in a vain attempt at freeing himself. The sudden pressure of his weight caused the bars to creak softly, but also made him flinch at the pain tracing its way through his flank. If the pain wasn't enough, the continuous whisper of his conscience reminding him that no one knew where he was became a crippling factor. The only people he had ever considered friends had slowly turned from him. Not on purpose, of course. Hermione and Ron had finally figured out that they liked each other and had been trying to hide their relationship from him for the past few months. He was isolated from them all summer, forced to live in a hellhole and communicate by owl. Right now they were probably together, having a good time and being informed of what the Order was doing. He, the savior of the wizarding world, was left in the dark to stumble over any information he could find. Forced to face new enemies without the aid of knowledge they could provide him with. Yet every time he owled them, he received only vague response and no new facts, only the renewed feeling of helplessness. It would serve them right, he thought. Their cherished savior had vanished without a trace. Perhaps it would be best if Harry the wizard disappeared for a little and Harry the panther got chance to see what the world was like without people constantly fawning over him and trying to protect him. He could bide his time then and see exactly what these hunters had in store for him. Hermione Granger looked up from the book she was reading. She couldn't help but smile as her boyfriend Ron Weasley entered the room and collapsed gracelessly on the floor next to her feet. Carding her fingers through the mess of red locks, she chuckled as he rolled his eyes at the title of the book she clutched, Top 20 Healing Potions and Spells. My own. Yes, Ron. Hermione sighed, realizing that he wouldn't leave her alone until they had discussed whatever was plaguing his thoughts. I think we should tell Harry about us. Darling, we all know how Harry has to spend his summers, and I feel that it would be best to tell him when we get back to school. No need to bother him with unnecessary problems during his vacation. He'll have enough to think about when we get back to Hogwarts. Looking at the top of Ron's head, she smiled sadly. He obviously missed his best friend. I know, but I feel sorry for him all alone, forced to spend his summer with those horrid muggle relatives of his. It's for the best. Hermione murmured, returning her attention to the book that lay open in her lap. Continuing the soothing motion of running her fingers through Ron's hair, she smiled as he sighed and leaned back into the caress. The ringing of boot heels echoed in the cavernous warehouse, turning Harry's head and drawing a snarl from the wolf hiding in the shadows. Acting on instinct, Harry slipped back into the shadows of the cage he was trapped within. He had no doubts that they were heading towards him, or that he was most likely the topic of the discussion they were holding. Tipping his ears, he worked to decipher their conversation in hopes of having a better understanding of what they wanted with him. You informed us that you were looking for something rare, unusual and original, I believe your words were. So when one of my men heard a rumor about a large cat outside of Little Whinging, they were quick to investigate. I'm sure glad they got there before someone else. Capturing an animal like this is a once-in-a-lifetime thing. The man who spoke had a scruffy look to him, like he'd just climbed out of bed and hadn't bothered to shave or dress in clean clothes. It had better be the best. The voice rang cold, sending shivers down Harry's spine and raising his hackles in reflex. The second figure became visible to him and he could only gape in astonishment at the man glaring at him from several meters away. Emerald eyes followed the sweep of black cloth upwards and locked with the pale eyes, because Malfoys only own the best. Sinking deeper into the shadows, Harry continued to stare at Lucius Malfoy. The scruffy man continued to ramble on about silver collars and transfers as a silent battle for dominance occurred between wizard and panther. Harry did what the panther demanded he do in such circumstances, he hissed angrily and snarled. When the senior Malfoy stayed where he was, Harry lunged at the bars in an effort to strike the man who challenged him but received a sharp crack as the cane impacted with the side of his head. Shaking the blow off, Harry paced unhappily into the shadows as he watched the two men shake hands. He had just been sold to a Death Eater and known supporter of Voldemort. Draco Malfoy stood in front of a full-length mirror. Dressed elegantly in black and silver, he was the picture of perfection, or so the talking mirror had informed him. That was expected of all Malfoys, perfection. One was expected to look and act their best at all times, paying close attention to the image they projected to society. Turning from his image, he paced slowly to the large window, which allowed moonlight to spill into the massive room. The king-size bed was swathed in green and black silks and acted as the focal point of the room. It was a Malfoy family heirloom, one of many that adorned his room. His room was empty of almost all traces of life, lacking the junk and knick-knacks one would usually find in the room of a normal teenager. This was just another part of being a Malfoy. The spotlessness and perfection of the room would represent a well-disciplined and trained child. Many people looked at Draco and saw this image, the one they were expected to see. His greatest joy in life was the connecting bathroom. Turned out in black marble, traced with emerald lines, it was the one room in the house he was able to find any peace in when he was home. A sharp crack had him whirling about, sending his robes hissing out behind him in a graceful maneuver that had taken years to perfect. His wand slid into his hand with a light twist of the wrist, resting lightly in his palm and giving him the knowledge that he had the means to protect himself if the need should arise. A small house elf dressed in a dirty pillowcase cowered at the sight and began to stutter out its message until Draco snapped at her about her presence within his rooms. Bifty is sorry, master. Bifty is to inform the young master that he is to meet his father in the Red Room in 15 minutes. Grimacing in disgust, he slid his wand away and headed towards the door of his chamber. Well, he snarled at the house elf still standing in the center of the room, curling his lip in true Malfoy fashion. Bifty gave a yelp and bowed before vanishing into thin air. He quickly departed his chambers. The sprawling manor was impossible to cross in 15 minutes and he would most likely be late if he didn't hurry. Hermione sighed and turned from the window, looking at Ron, who was staring into thin air with a glazed look in his eyes. "Ron," she called softly, however upon receiving no response she changed tactics. "Ronald." "What?" Ron shrieked, leaping up and grabbing for his wand, tripping himself in the process. "I'm worried. Harry hasn't responded to the last letter you sent. Perhaps something has happened to him." Turning back to the window, she peered out into darkness but relaxed into the embrace of Ron, resting her head on his shoulder as the two of them held a silent watch in the darkness of the night. "Don't worry, my own, Harry can protect himself." The moon sat solemnly in the sky, holding its own quiet vigil of the night. Draco entered the Red Room a few minutes before his father and gracefully perched himself on the edge of a wingback chair. Knowing his father as he did, he assumed he would be late so as to make a more dramatic entrance. Lucius Malfoy entered the room in a sweep of black cloth. Gliding back and forth in front of his son, he continued to ignore Draco while he gathered his thoughts. "As you know, at times like these, we need to be as strong as possible. To maintain strength and a constant source of raw magic, it is best to take a familiar. I have discussed this with several others who have all agreed that it is impertinent that we gain familiars. Not just any familiars though. They must be the strongest that money can buy." Draco bit his tongue at his father's statement. Slowly he turned to the massive black cloth that was dramatically over a large object. He hated his father's surprises, they usually turned out very bloody, and he did hate getting dirty. From there, his gaze moved to the massive gray fur that was chained to a wall nearby. Simply named Steel, the timber wolf was his father's familiar. Draco didn't want a familiar, he had seen some of the most proud animals brought low from being constantly drained of their magical life force. Many familiars were driven mad slowly due to the amount of magic that they were forced to hold within their bodies. The familiar's wizard or witch could pull upon this magic at any time. During battle it had become most common to take your animal to war with you, having not only an extra source of magic but also an animal that will die for you without a thought. However, many familiars were lost when a wizard pulled upon the magic too hard, ripping it from the animal's body rather than siphoning through the bond. I have decided it would be best if you took a familiar. When the time comes, you will need all the power you can manage. The binding ceremony shall take place tomorrow evening. From there it would be in your best interest to gain as much control over your familiar as I have over my own." This said, Lucius snapped his fingers, quickly summoning several house elves. A small wand movement conjured a comfortable chair while another released Steel, who immediately moved to his master's side and sat down obediently. A final gesture had the house elves tugging the cloth off the object it hid. The soft swish of fabric stopped, leaving the room in silence. Everyone peered at the contents of the cage. Waving his hand, Lucius dismissed the house elves before turning to glance at his son. Observing the stunned look on Draco's face, he smirked and returned his gaze to the contents of the cage. "Well?" he questioned, continuing to stare into the gleaming emeralds that blazed in fury. "Thank you, father. He's magnificent, but I don't believe Dumbledore is going to allow me to bring a full-grown panther with me to school," murmured Draco, peering into the cage at the very pissed-off panther. Rising gracefully from the chair, Lucius chuckled as he exited the room, Steel following loyally behind. "Dumbledore has already agreed to it, the old fool. He believes it will help several of the students achieve a greater understanding of responsibility." With that said, he vanished, leaving Draco alone in the room with his soon-to-be familiar. The hall in Malfoy Manor was lit brightly. Rows of chairs were filled with important friends of his parents, all invited to witness the binding of a familiar to the Malfoy heir. Draco stood next to an altar in emerald silk, the lights tracing a halo upon his hair. At that moment he appeared every bit the prince he was whispered to be. His dress robe sat perfectly upon his frame as he listened to the drone of the ancient wizard standing before him. The panther lay on the altar, the only sign it lived was the steady rise and fall of its silken chest. He had been drugged before the ceremony, put into a deep sleep so the ceremony could proceed without mass bloodshed. Shifting in an effort to get more comfortable in his stiff dragon hide boots, Draco began to wish he had worn his second favorite pair. Then again, these ones did make the ensemble look absolutely smashing. Jerking back to attention, he watched as an ancient wizard drew a blade made of steel across the shoulder of the massive cat. Extending his own hand to the wizard, he watched as the same blade traced a thin line across his palm. Blood welled to the surface, a startling contrast against the pale skin of his hand. Taking a deep breath, he placed his hand onto the matching wound adorning the panther's shoulder. Muscles slid beneath his palm as the panther flinched at his touch. "Draconis Lucius Malfoy, do you take this beast as your familiar?" the ancient wizard intoned. "I do," Draco stated simply, his voicing echoing through the hall. "Blood of your blood, blood of my blood," responded Draco, ignoring the itch growing within his palm. "Magic to magic, my magic to his magic." The practiced lines flowing smoothly from his lips, drilled there by his father several hours ago. "Soul to soul, my soul to his soul." The feeling in his palm intensified, sending tingles up his arm. "Do you name your familiar?" "I name him, Damien." His palm burned as the wizard nodded, as if his approval of the name was important to Draco. "Bonds made of blood, bound by steel. Bound by steel, bond is healed." The finishing line hung in the air, as if daring any to refute it. A silk cloth was whisked off a small table, revealing a ring and a collar. In a neat movement, the ring was slipped onto a finger running with blood. The collar took a little more effort though, with two men aiding him, the priest finally managed to slip the collar around the animal's neck. With a resounding snap, the collar closed, simultaneously the itch vanished and he felt as if a new door had been opened in his mind. Turning around slowly, he faced the crowd of people watching him and smirked slightly before he swept them a neat bow. Immediately the air was filled with clapping as people rose to congratulate him on the success of the ceremony. Standing between his parents, Draco gazed at the ring around his finger. Made of silver, it was designed to look like as resting its head on its tail, clutched within its fangs was a large emerald. The collar resting around his panther's neck was very similar, having several smaller emeralds resting within the coils of SS encircling it. Glancing at the altar, he watched as several house elves gathered the slumbering animal and vanished with an inaudible pop. Sighing softly, Draco shook hands with yet another friend of his father. The celebration of the binding would likely take all night, which meant he was forced to shake the hands of people he either hated or didn't know. It was going to be a very long night. Hermione sobbed uncontrollably in Ron's arm. He wasn't that much of a comfort, being in just as much shock as she was. Members of the Order stood around the small kitchen of the burrow. All of them had shadows beneath their eyes and most bore signs that they hadn't slept in several days. No one spoke, afraid to break the silence that filled the house and seemed to echo into the area beyond. "He's just vanished," Mad-Eye Moody stated. "All of his stuff is still at the house, even his wand." Sliding his hand into the pocket of the overcoat he wore, the wizard carefully placed a thin wand on top of the table. The highly polished wood reflected the light as it sat there among the empty teacups and plates, as if the whole incident could be blamed on those gathered around it. "Harry would never go anywhere without his wand," whispered Ron, extending a hand and allowing his index finger to float above the wand in an empty caress. Stiff nods of agreement by all the Order members brought a lull upon activity within the kitchen. "Something's happened to Harry, that poor boy," Mrs. Weasley wailed, bursting into noisy sobs and clutching her husband. Hermione and Ginny quickly followed, their own sobs ringing loudly in the silent kitchen. As the night fell away, the burrow was silent except for the whispers of comfort and the soft murmurs of plans and possibilities. Harry woke to find himself lying atop a thick pillow in one of the largest bedrooms he had ever seen. The first rays of morning light were just brushing the room. Climbing steadily to his paws, he felt the collar around his neck shift, but instead of biting it moved like liquid, flowing smoothly rather holding than restraining. His eyes immediately fell upon the figure DD across the bed. Gliding forward silently, he peered at his master, who slept on his side with one arm thrown across the bed while the other was tucked under his head. "Hold on, master. When the hell did I start calling Draco master? I mean, he's a right git most of the time. Then there were the other times when he looked like an angel, until he opened his mouth and ruined the whole picture." Draco was the very image of perfection in Harry's mind, but sometimes he could be a little demon. As if the devil had personally sent him with the mission of driving Harry insane. Shaking his head at his thoughts, he turned his gaze back to Draco, who had just begun to stir under the watchful eyes of Harry. Slowly eyelids flickered before opening and revealing a set of ice-blue eyes, quickly followed by a scream that would have woke the dead. Draco had screamed and ranted for several minutes about proper bed manner etiquette before stomping past Damien and into the bathroom, slamming the heavy door behind him. The panther's emerald eyes seemed to twinkle in amusement as he stared at the bathroom door before hopping onto Draco's bed, making himself comfortable among the silken sheets. Draco's reaction had been priceless. Harry never seen him act anything less than grace incarnate, yet Draco had managed to roll out of the bed and land on the floor in a move akin to something Harry had watched Neville pull off. Come to think of it, he'd never seen the other wizard curse before either. It must have been a day of firsts, he figured, before settling his head onto Draco's pillow. Draco led Damien silently down the halls of Malfoy Manor, pausing briefly before opening the door to the Blue Room. The room was bare except for the whips and weapons placed almost decoratively around the room. His father stood at the other side of the room, faithful familiar sitting obediently behind him. "I'm very disappointed in you, Draco." Thus stated, Lucius began a silent glide up and down one of the walls until he stopped and carefully claimed a small crop from one of the wall brackets. Running the leather through his fingers, he turned once again to face his son. "You have danced around that beast for the past 3 days and have made no move or effort to begin training it. It takes discipline to make a good familiar." Flipping the crop neatly in his fingers, he stalked towards his son. "If you're afraid to beat the animal, allow me to do it for you." Raising the weapon, he began a downward sweep with it, freezing when Draco stepped in front of the crop. "You will never strike Damien, father. He is mine to protect and I will not allow you or anyone else to harm him," Draco stated simply, standing calmly in front of his father and staring into the depths of his pale eyes. "So be it." The crack of leather upon skin sent Draco reeling as the crop struck him across the face. His father raised the weapon again but stopped at the sound of a low growl, turning carefully to face the panther that was beginning a creeping stalk towards him. Ears pressed flat to his skull, Damien stalked Lucius, tail flicking gently in the steady beat of a hunting cat. Draco sat up slowly, feeling blood run from the wound on his face. For once in his life his father looked unsure, not knowing how to proceed with the situation. He flinched as his father raised the weapon again as if to bring it back down upon him, but cried out at the blur of black fur that struck his father, driving him back and away from Draco. The crop still clutched in his father's hand began its descent but hit the ground as needle-sharp claws bit into his arm. Crying out, his father clutched the wound stumbling away from the snarling panther. A low growl had Draco jerking his head to look at the charging timber wolf, who slammed into the side of the cat in an attempt to protect its master. A small brawl broke out between the pair until the wolf was sent yelping out the door with its tail between its legs. The cat once again began its stalking but froze when Lucius pulled his wand from beneath the robe he wore. Thoughtlessly he flung a spell in the direction of the pair. Harry snarled in anger at the sight of the wand. To use it would be cheating and he knew Malfoys weren't above cheating. The quick flick and shouted spell had him freezing for a moment before his mind screamed, Protega. Closing his eyes, he clutched the thought of the spell and concentrated all his magic into making it happen. Merlin's balls. The whisper issued softly from behind him as a hand came to rest lightly on his velvet flank. Both stared in stunned awe at the glowing shield before them. It glowed a deep blue that made seeing through it almost impossible. Turning his head slowly he rumbled in the direction of the shocked Malfoy Sr. Harry snarled once more and swiped a paw in warning at Lucius who quickly whirled about and stormed out of the room in a fit of rage. Cocking his slender head, he looked at Draco who was staring at the shield in bemusement, blood slowly dripping off his chin onto the robes he wore. Pale eyes met Emerald as a tentative hand rose and settled itself more firmly on the cat's back. Good boy. Good Damien, whispered Draco, running a soothing hand over the panther's hackles in an effort to soothe the mad cat. Harry stood silently for a minute beneath the gentle hands of Draco, before issuing a soft rumbling sound and bursting into loud rolling purrs, turning to push his head into the hand. Draco limped from the blue room, left hand resting on Damien's back for support. His right hand clutching the side of his face in an effort to try and slow the blood that ran from the painful cut. As soon as he reached his room he headed straight to the bathroom. Turning on the taps, he filled the tub with a very expensive bubble bath that smelled strongly of vanilla. Without thought he shed his clothes and sank into the scalding water, ignoring the burning sensation rushing through his body. Sinking into the water up to his nose, he allowed the tears to slide down his cheeks, the salt burning as it encountered the slice on his cheek. Harry peered into the bathroom, seeing that Draco was safely tucked in among the suds. He crept slowly into the bathroom. Thumping his head down on the edge of the tub he stared thoughtfully at the. Perhaps Draco wasn't the perfect little Death Eater everyone thought he was, he had never seen him act out in any way. Through all the situations and incidents at school, Draco had fell in line neatly, casting insults and trading blows like the worst of Harry's enemies. Maybe everything wasn't perfect in Draco's life. Harry dropped down to rest on the thick emerald mat next to the tub. Draco had promised to protect him from anyone. No person in his whole life had promised to protect him without thought or careful planning. Harry purred softly, resting his head on his forepaws. From now on he would protect Draco. He figured that Draco's situation was similar to his with the Dursleys, but worse, much worse. From now on, Harry thought angrily, anyone who tried to hurt Draco would deal with his fangs and claws. Draco sat in the small sitting room that adjoined his bedroom. He rarely used the brightly lit room, preferring to have breakfast with his parents in the main dining room, but after yesterday's incident he had decided to eat alone. The room was decorated in bright colors, with pale wood furniture that reflected the light. Perched on the empty plate before him was a note from his father, simply stating, "You are expected in the blue room at 11:15. It had been delivered by his mother rather than a house elf, which meant that it was more serious than usual. Turning, he looked at Damien who was eating raw strips of steak from a silver bowl edged in bronze. As if feeling Draco's gaze, the panther looked over at him, carefully running his tongue over dark whiskers to erase all traces of blood from his face. "You have to stay here this morning, Damien. I have to go and see father," Draco said, crumpling the note and leaving the room before Damien could make a move to follow. Angry snarls chased him down the hall but he ignored them. He would rather be injured than have Damien harmed. Slamming a massive paw against the door, Harry roared. How was he supposed to protect Draco if he was locked in a room? Gathering his weight, Harry tossed his body against the door that held him back from his self-appointed duty. When the door held, he snarled unhappily but decided it would be best if he changed his course of action. Looking at the row of windows, he slunk forwards and gathered himself again before making a running leap at the pane of glass. Closing his eyes as he felt it shatter beneath his weight and the sudden sensation of falling, he only hoped that he'd land on his paws. Draco sat in a chair he had transfigured in the blue room, his fingers fiddling nervously with the clasps of his cloak while he waited for the sound of his father's footsteps. He was rewarded several minutes later by the steady thud of boots, except the gait was far faster than the usually reserved one his father used. Seconds later the door flew open and a pale animal shot into the room, quickly followed by his godfather. Draco's cry of "Severus" was cut short by the slamming of the door and an echoing thump as something impacted heavily with the door. He chuckled in amusement as a German shepherd frisked over to him to receive a pet before dashing back to her master. "Hey Severus, having some problems?" Draco purred softly, before bursting into laughter over the look on his godfather's face. "Ha ha. Let's get down to business. Where's your familiar?" Severus growled before grinning and pulling Draco into a hug. "How are you doing?" "I'm fine," Draco murmured, placing a hand over the slowly healing cut on his face. Drawing his wand he flicked it at the door, which slid open slowly, revealing the pile of panther stretched out in front of the door. "All right, I'm here on your father's orders to teach you about the familiar bond. Did you read the book I sent?" "Book? What book would that have been?" Draco asked innocently. "Never mind." With a sweep of his wand a second chair appeared. Seating himself, Severus looked expectantly at Draco before calling the shepherd to him. The familiar bond is considered dark magic because it takes blood to work properly. That's one of the reasons you require a license and a formal ceremony to perform the actual binding. Each step of the ritual has an important factor to play in the creation of the bond. Blood, so you can feel your familiar's emotions and better understand them. Magic, so that you may both draw and store magic within the other as the need may arise. Soul is considered to be the most important step and completes the bond. It allows a familiar and its wizard, or witch, to communicate. It also binds their life forces together so they can never be separated. As the soul magic binds the life forces together, it increases the duration of the animal's lifespan to match that of the wizard's. The license is required because many animals bound are wild, not house cats and toads. Wolves, lions and horses are a few examples of the larger familiars that have been recorded. The chances of a bond breaking are too dangerous for many to consider taking a large predator for a familiar. If a bond broke, the animal would most likely start attacking anyone around it. Also, there's a danger to anyone attacking or bothering the master of the bond. If the familiar feels the wizard's anger, they may attack. There is also a greater chance that they will kill the person attacking their wizard rather than just injuring. Telepathically speaking to your familiar is believed to be impossible. There is only one known case and it was never proven. I've had Nerva for 7 years and never communicated with her. Many studies believe that a telepathic bond can only be created if there is love between the pair. Familiars may adore their wizard but can never really love us. Now a familiar may only contain as much magic as its body mass will allow. The heavier the animal, the greater the force it can hold. In theory, familiars could also use the magic stored within themselves, if they understood the spells and how to use them. A bond of that type has never existed. Sitting back, Severus sighed. The familiar bond was very difficult to explain and the chance to experience it in its full capacity was almost impossible. Looking at Draco, he watched as the younger wizard gently caressed the thick fur of the panther's neck. Both looked like they were ready to pass out from sheer boredom. Rubbing his eyes, he rose slowly. Now on to the practical part. Before magical sharing comes simple obedience. Walk away from your familiar, then call him. He watched as Draco moved away from the panther who flopped over onto his side. Damien, come. Emerald eyes glistened before falling to half-mast. A paw was raised before the large cat as it began to carefully straighten the fur using his tongue. Obedience is very important. Your familiar is expected to think for itself in all situations that may arise. That mangy animal could one day save your life by acting without your orders. Allow me to demonstrate. I want you to attack me. Your goal is to remove the wand from my hand. Severus said, holding out his wand and going into a defensive posture. Draco immediately responded and drew his own wand, throwing several spells. Severus's wand clattered to the ground, but seconds after it stopped rolling, Nerva had scooped it up and returned it to his hand. Now throw your wand and tell your animal to go and get it. Draco tossed his wand lightly, wincing as it clattered loudly in the silent room. Damien, fetch. The panther yawned widely, displaying his fangs before rolling over onto his back and stretching. I suggest you work on that. Now, your father mentioned that an incident occurred yesterday that may have been of interest to me. Ah yes, I was training with father when a spell went awry. Before I could react, a shield appeared. Draco stated. There was no emotion in his voice or face as he spoke to his godfather. What type of shielding spell was it? Do you remember what color it was? I think the shield was blue, dark blue. He tried to recall the events but found them slightly foggy. Just when he was going to say he couldn't really remember, a soft voice whispered through his head. Protega was the spell I used. Protega, the spell was Protega. Draco stuttered. That's a very strong defensive shield. I don't remember it being taught at school. I suppose I must have seen it in one of my books. Muttered Draco, sinking a hand into the comforting fur of Damien, who peered up at him from where he was sprawled. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow to continue the practical part of your training. Until then, I suggest you find that book and try reading it. Sure, Sev, I'll get right on it. Draco murmured sleepily, giving a wave as his godfather exited the room, Neva prancing happily behind. Harry followed the retreating form of Snape with his eyes. The information he had got was highly interesting. The bond was forever, and apparently a wizard had never been bound to another wizard while in his animagus form. He yawned widely, before slowly following Draco from the room. Eyes following the graceful movements of he pondered what would happen when Draco noticed the broken window. Giving a pantherish grin, he let loose a rumbling purr. He couldn't wait for tomorrow, and a second chance at possibly catching Snape and testing his fangs. Draco stood in front of the door that guarded his father's study. Looking at the door, then the letter resting lightly in his hand, he chewed his lip before glancing down at the massive black panther standing beside him. The panther's eyes sparkled and there seemed to be a look of pure glee plastered all over the cat's face. It was almost as if he was eager for the meeting that lay ahead. Stupid animal, father is going to be right pissed when he gets a look at my school marks. Thought Draco before raising his hand to knock gently on the cherry wood door. Entering cautiously after his father's barked enter. The room was thick with darkness. His father's study was rarely lit by anything more than several candles, making it a very intimidating room and one of his most feared. Draco approached the massive desk carefully, comforted by the presence of Damien, who prowled along confidently beside him. He extended the envelope to the hand that had appeared seemingly out of the shadows. Seating himself gracefully in the chair that was offered with a small sweep of his father's hand, he looked at Damien, who had left his side. The panther was glaring at a moving portrait of his godfather that hung next to the mantel of the fireplace. He seemed to hate Severus, managing to chase him down to the blue room no matter how early or late Severus arrived. He bit back a smile as he remembered Severus declaring that he had seen the cat watching for him from one of the windows, as if he knew Severus was coming. Draco had begun to expect the unexpected from the panther, especially after the first time he had appeared after being locked in the sitting room. Whenever he was about to be confronted by his father in one of the halls, Damien would glide casually around the corner, as if he had been following Draco at a distance. Snapping out of his thoughts, he clicked his fingers lightly, drawing Damien's attention and signaling him to come. He held his breath as the panther gazed at him thoughtfully before stalking to him gracefully and crouching down near his feet. Draco. The soft purr from Lucius was less than friendly. It's not my fault. That horrid giant teaches that class and his dumb animals are always attacking me. He's also a friend of Harry Potter, which makes him biased against the Slytherins. Draco said softly. He'd known that his grades were going to anger his father. He'd passed every class with an O, except for the 2 E's he'd received in that damning A. I expect better from you, Draco. The slow hiss had Draco drawing back and closing his eyes, awaiting the blow that usually followed that sentence. He heard the soft creak of wood and then a soft thud. Opening his eyes, he quickly stood and attempted to pull the panther away from the desk. Damien had stood up on his black legs and placed his forepaws on the desk. Dagger-like claws protruded from their sheaths, marring the perfect surface of the wood as they bit into it. Down, Damien! Draco hissed, clinging to the panther, surprised when the animal dropped back to the ground obediently, though still softly emitting a low rumble from deep within his chest. At least you took my advice and finally beat some sense into that animal. Lucius Malfoy assumed, glaring at the pair. You're expected to meet your mother in her sitting room in 5 minutes. I expect you to be on time, so I suggest you leave now. Thank you, father. Draco muttered, exiting the room quickly before stopping suddenly at the loud shouts of his father. Whirling around, he noted Damien was nowhere to be seen. Swearing softly, he dashed back to his father's study, stopping in the doorway and staring in shock at the sight that met his eyes. Damien was sauntering towards him innocently from where he had been by the fireplace. One of the chairs that sat before the fire bore the marks of his threat. Deep claw marks ran through the rich fabric of a padded seat, ruining a perfectly matched pair of chairs that had probably been in the Malfoy family for generations. Seizing Damien's collar, he dragged him from the room before his father could recover from the shock and draw his wand. Sitting in a comfortable chair in his mother's brightly lit sitting room, Draco pondered Damien's actions. The panther seemed to delight in destroying furniture throughout the manor, especially if the word Malfoy was placed on it anywhere. Draco's room had gone relatively unscathed this far. Damien also spent a considerable amount of his time running his claws through every picture of Lucius Malfoy he could find, and then making Draco follow him so he could be sure his work was admired. Shaking his head, he looked at his mother, who sat across from him. She was delicately sipping a cup of tea while reading a letter from an acquaintance. Setting the letter down, she looked at her son thoughtfully before picking up a jeweler's box that was resting on the table next to her chair. When I was first married to your father, he gave me a familiar. I was so pleased. I'd never owned anything like her in my whole life. It was a bonding by blood only. It took me a while to figure out that he was storing magic in her and drawing upon her life force. She was the sweetest little lioness. I remember naming her Doria, for the golden color of her coat. She paused, glancing at Damien, who was peering angrily at a picture of her husband. The large cat tipped his ears back before bringing a heavy paw down on top of the picture, completely obliterating the frame. Duty done, the cat prowled on. Draco was surprised when he saw his mother smile at his familiar's antics before continuing the tale of Doria. She made life here bearable. I could always count on her to be there when I needed someone. A true familiar is extremely loyal. They will follow you no matter where you go or how dangerous the situation. Damien will guard you with his life if you let him. It seems to me like you've got yourself a clever little champion there. I'd imagine he would do anything you asked him. Several days before Doria died, I'd gone to a special shop and had several tags made for her collar. I hope you will use them on Damien. He seems to care for you as much as Doria did me. Now I'm going to get my cloak so we can go to Diagon Alley. I imagine you have school supplies you need to purchase. Handing him the velvet box, she began an elegant glide towards her bedroom, pausing and turning slightly before murmuring, "Love your familiar Draco, and he will love you in return." His mother vanished into her room, leaving him staring at the box in his hands. Harry continued his prowl around the room, listening to the conversation between Draco and his mother. Some things she'd said had come too close to the truth for Harry's liking, and her last statement had made him shiver. Gliding towards Draco, he placed himself firmly in front of the wizard and sat down, peering into the jeweler's box. 4 charms glowed softly against the black silk. The first charm Draco picked up was a gold sword with a sapphire in the hilt. A small tag identified it as a protective charm that had been spelled with the strongest defense magics known to wizards. Next to it was a twining, crafted of fine bronze. A tag marked it simply as Doria. The final charms were a pair, 2 silver bells. They tinkled softly as Draco picked them up gently, holding one by the chain that was attached to it and allowing the other to rest in his palm. Harry peered at the tag cautiously, emerald eyes widening in surprise. The tag marked it clearly as a form of portkey. When the master of the bond held the bell in his hand and said his familiar's name, he would be brought immediately to the animal's side. He watched as Draco put the one bell around his neck before carefully attaching the other 3 charms to Harry's collar. Draco grinned at Damien, who sat placidly in front of him, the charms shining gently as the panther shifted. Draco rose as his mother entered the room, quickly moving to hug her. "Thank you, mother, they're beautiful. Can you tell me what happened to Doria?" Draco asked the question softly, looking into his mother's eyes. "She died. I found her one morning lying in the garden. She bore no physical injuries. It was as if the life had been ed right out of her. As I assumed it had been. For a moment it appeared as if she was going to cry, but the look vanished and she led them towards the door. Sliding a hand through the velvet fur on Damien's head, he looked down into the emerald eyes. "I hate that man." The statement was hardly even audible, but the panther loosed a low snarl. "Me too." The voice whispered softly through Draco's head. Jerking his head and drawing his wand he spun around, but the room was empty. He looked down into the panther's emerald eyes before murmuring something about hearing things and running after his mother, intent upon catching her before she flowed without them. Boredom had set in 2 hours ago for Harry. Though watching Draco try on numerous outfits, all in various shades of silver, blue, and black, had been entertaining. The most humorous moment so far had arisen when Draco had commanded Madame Malkin to find an emerald silk that perfectly matched his panther's eyes. The harried woman had brought out every emerald silk she had in store, but not one was up to Draco's standards. While Draco was throwing a tantrum, Harry returned to his people watching, glazed eyes staring out the front window. His eyes were beginning to drift closed when a familiar flash of reddish-orange hair had him leaping to his paws. Flashing emeralds glanced at Draco before Harry began slinking towards the door, carefully hooking a paw in the handle and easing it open so he could pass through. Diagon Alley looked much different through panther eyes. Everything he saw was a possible danger to him, causing his hackles to raise slightly before he calmed himself. Darting out of the doorway to Madame Malkin's, Harry plunged through the people-clogged streets before reaching an alley, which he quickly turned down. Stalking silently through the shadows he sped along between the stores that lined Diagon Alley. His goal was to cut Ron off before he reached his destination. He froze at the top of an alley, sinking into the shadows watching for his prey. His eyes locked on Ron standing outside a store, waiting impatiently for someone. Crouching low, Harry began to cautiously approach his friend. His stalk was halted when Hermione came skipping out of the store Ron stood before, wrapping her arms around his neck and giving him a quick kiss. Harry swore softly as the duo began to head back from the direction Ron had originally traveled from. He knew there was no way to cut them off due to the confusing tangle of alleys. Glancing up, he looked at the wall of the building he was crouched next to. Rumbling unhappily, he gathered his back legs under him and prayed he wouldn't kill himself. His claws bit into the shingles of the roof, hind paws clawing desperately in an attempt to find purchase. With a quick maneuver he managed to pull himself onto the roof, ignoring the nagging voice in his head that informed him he hadn't quite thought this one through. Running along the roofs of the stores gave him a whole new view of Diagon Alley. Every store was decorated differently and had its own smells, making it easier for him to identify the store that the roof he was currently running along belonged to. Freezing on a roof with red shingles, he lowered himself to his belly before sliding forward gently, digging his claws into the shingles so he could lean over the edge of the roof. Ron and Hermione stood beneath him talking softly, their voices almost impossible to hear in the bustle of people milling about Diagon Alley. In an effort to hear more, he crept forward and hung the front end of his body over the edge, ears cocked forward, listening intently. Ron and Hermione stood out of the way of the numerous people shopping. School was just 2 days off and many students had come to pick up books and other supplies required for the new year. "Ron, they still haven't heard anything about Harry," Hermione hissed, poking Ron in the chest. "I don't see why everyone is worried about him. He seems to survive no matter what happens to him. Chances are he's off on some mission the Order doesn't want us to know about." Ron muttered, looking away from his girlfriend, his eyes searching for his parents among the traffic. "Smarten up, Ron. They wouldn't put Harry in danger, he's much too important. Do you honestly believe they would just send him off without telling one of us? He has to be alive, Ron. Remember the whole saving the world thing. Harry is the only one who can defeat you-know-who." Hermione turned and was about to head back into the flow of people when a massive black ball plummeted to the ground in front of her. Leaping back, she grabbed her wand as Ron stepped up next to her, both pointing their wands at the snarling panther in front of them. Hermione studied the black panther crouched before her. The animal wore a silver collar with several charms dangling from it and had to have been the largest cat she had ever seen. The panther stalked forward hissing angrily. Hermione quickly cast the Immobilis spell but was horrified when the cat leapt out of the spell's path. Rumbling even louder, the animal lunged forward. Ron grabbed Hermione's arm and scrambled backwards, falling into the middle of the street and screaming for help. Witches and wizards spun around, glancing at the enraged panther, dozens of wands were drawn as the immediate chorus of Immobilis echoed through the alley. The massive panther wasn't fast enough and froze in mid-leap. As soon as the threat had passed, Ron moved forward and slung a fist at the head of the beast. Hollering that the animal was sent by you-know-who to kill them, he aimed a kick at the panther's middle. Immediately blows fell upon the cat, various people taking the chance to get back at Voldemort for crimes against their families. Minutes later, 2 Aurors arrived on the scene, forcing the crowd back away from the animal lying still on the ground. One of the Aurors knelt down in a pool of blood, examining the badly injured animal sprawled out in the middle of Diagon Alley. The second immediately began questioning the crowd, trying to discover exactly what had happened. The whispers led him to believe that the panther had attacked ruthlessly and without provocation. He turned to his partner who was staring in shock at the tags hanging from the Black Panther's collar. Concerned for his partner, he bent over and spoke softly in his ear, jerking back at the muttered response. Draco pushed his way through the crowd. Damien had vanished from Madame Malkin's and he'd been looking for his familiar for the past 20 minutes. The sight that met his eyes had him dragging in a deep breath. Damien was unmoving and covered in blood. Rushing forwards, he pushed the Auror aside before pulling Damien's head into his lap. Who did this? His roar echoed through Diagon Alley. Heads turned and looked at the angry young wizard who was running a bloody hand over a limp foreleg. Ignoring the Auror's efforts to apologize over the incident and soothe the young Malfoy before he could draw his wand on the crowd, Draco sat glaring at the mass of people staring at him in fright, his gaze focused on the only two he recognized, the weasel and the mudblood. "I'll get you for this, weasel," Draco snarled, before swearing softly and looking at the ring on his right pinky. Spinning it on his finger, he activated the port key that would take him to his godfather. Draco sat on a guest bed at Snape Manor, watching as Severus examined Damien's wounds. None of the wounds had been lethal, though several had been deep and in spots that would impede the cat's movements. He watched impatiently as his godfather ran his fingers carefully over the panther's head. He bit his lip in concern as Severus frowned and re-ran his fingers over the cat's forehead. Severus sighed before drawing back, and looking at his godson. "The wounds are mostly superficial. I've put a potion on them that will heal the cuts quickly. I've also given him a potion to increase blood production. He's lost a dangerous amount of blood and I'd rather be safe than sorry. He also has an old scar on his forehead, most likely from the attack of another predator. It's already healed, so there's nothing to worry about." Staring at his godson, he accepted the nod that Draco gave him before moving to leave the room. "Severus, thank you so much," Draco murmured. "You're quite welcome, Draco. Just use the flow whenever he comes around, he should be fine to travel. I'll see you at the Hogwarts tomorrow." Waving as the older wizard left the room, Draco placed a loving pat on the panther's shoulder before leaning forward and whispering softly in a dainty black ear. Harry's eyes slid open slowly, all of his panther senses working to find any possible threat in the dark corners of the room he was lying in. Shifting slightly, he removed his head from where it was resting in Draco's lap. Glancing up, he noted that the other wizard was sleeping, head tipped to the side with his back resting against the pillows piled behind him. The moonlight seeping in between the blinds cast shadows upon his face, making him appear ghostly and angelic at the same time. His skin was so pale he glowed ethereally. Harry leapt off the bed, pausing by the window as Draco stirred in his sleep, hand patting the bed where Harry had been lying. Emerald eyes softened when Draco settled back into sleep, hands lying still on a pillow coated with small black hairs. Stretching his lithe body, the aches and pains of yesterday's assault had him curling his lip and hissing silently. Pushing past the blinds, he found himself peering out a set of French doors, which had conveniently been left unlocked. A light paw on the handle allowed him to push through and limp into the awaiting darkness. Perching haphazardly on the thick stone railing of the balcony, Harry stared at the full moon hanging in the sky. A beacon of hope in the night, it represented everything that Harry strived for. Pausing in his star-gazing, his ears flattened to his head as memories of yesterday swept back, pounding him with images of swinging fists and feet. Ron, how could Ron do such a thing? And Hermione, he had expected so much more from her. She had always been kind and helpful, going through some of the roughest spots with him and not even raising an eyebrow at some of the stunts they had performed. Curling his lips in a sign of disgust, the conversation he had overheard was enough to have him ripping throats, well, at least robes. He was not a murderer, and he most definitely would not about to become one because his so-called friends had stabbed him in the back. Jumping from the second-story balcony, he stalked into the darkness that surrounded the castle. Circling the first tree he came to, he stood up on his back legs and allowed his claws to rip through the bark, peeling chunks of wood from tree. Again and again he set his claws into the hard wood, sharpening them until they appeared needle-thin. Harry stared up into the branches hanging above before he leapt into the tree, settling himself on a low branch. The lonely wail of a wolf had him rising from his crouch, emerald eyes picking out the silhouette of a caped figure moving along the forest edge towards Malfoy Manor. Glowing eyes followed the figure and paused as small wisps of platinum slipped free of the hood. Lucius Malfoy. Harry rumbled softly, jumping down carefully and gliding back to the balcony and through the French doors to where Draco slept peacefully. He began his first official night of guard duty, protecting the young wizard who had sworn to protect him. Harry was lying stiffly upon his oversized overstuffed cushion, glaring at the massive steel cage that had appeared early this morning with a resounding thump. A letter addressed to Draco informed the pair that due to the possible danger that blood-bonded familiars presented, they had to be caged and ride in a different car than their wizards. Both were angered over this, feeling that they wouldn't be able to protect the other should the need arise. Harry turned his gaze to Draco, who was busy with last-minute packing. His wizard was pitching clothing left and right, complaining about the inconvenience of having to leave so much at home. How was one to be expected for the unexpected if they had to leave certain things at home? Swirling around holding two sets of dress robes, his gaze fell upon Harry, who was currently attempting to slink behind a large trunk in hopes of surviving the move. "Well, which one?" Draco demanded. The color-blind panther curled his lip before thumping his left paw down. I suppose you're right, the blue does make my eyes look gorgeous." Harry attempted to roll his eyes, watching as Draco packed the robes before slamming the lid of the trunk down. Fingers tapping his chin, Draco cast his gaze around the room, trying to decide whether or not he was forgetting anything. As far as Harry was concerned, 4 trunks was a tiny bit overboard. Closing his eyes, he figured it was best to take a nap before they set off for the train station. Draco flicked his wand at his trunks, which immediately leapt into the air, hovering above the wooden floor. Now for Damien, the panther was currently sleeping in the most undignified position Draco had ever witnessed. Sighing, he cast a spell upon the cat, lifting him into the cage and making sure he was settled upon the large pillow within. Well, he was off, he thought. Casting one last look around his room, he flicked the trunks and hovering cage through the door before softly closing it behind him. Draco stood stiffly between Crabbe and Goyle. He was already missing the calming presence of Damien, who had been taken from him several minutes ago to be placed in the animal car with the other animals. Sniffing at the thought Draco headed towards the train, Damien was more refined and dignified than half the people. Climbing aboard the stupid train. Striding down the aisle, he stopped to peer into the compartment that the Slytherins had claimed for themselves 5 years ago. A bob of his chin had his self-appointed bodyguards, smashing into the compartment to relieve it of its occupants. Looking at his perfectly manicured nails, he ignored the whimpers and thumps as several first years were tossed bodily from the compartment. Stepping over them, he entered the compartment and seated himself next to the window, glaring at all the parents who were manically waving at their children. He glanced up in time to witness the weasel and Mudblood pause outside the compartment before moving on quickly. Shaking his head, he pulled the book Severus had given him from his robes, titled, Your Familiar and You. The book was surprisingly interesting and not as dry as he had originally believed it to be. A loud thud from the seat across from his had him raising his head and glaring at the individual who perched there staring at him. Blaze. Draco murmured, rising to hug his childhood friend. Draco. Releasing Draco from the hug, he reclaimed his seat before withdrawing a curled newspaper from his pocket and handing it to Draco. What do I want with a beat-up old newspaper? Draco said, before glancing at the headline, eyes widening as the title leapt out at him, Boy Who Lived Missing. How old is this? Draco demanded, quickly looking up from the newspaper. Came out just yesterday, thought it would be of interest to you. Blaze muttered, leaning forward so he wouldn't be heard. Do you know what's going to happen? We're going to get blamed for this. Slytherin House will never rest. We're going to be hunted like wolves among lambs. Slamming the newspaper onto the floor of the train, Draco turned his icy gaze to the window, watching the scenery fly by. I know. We'll have to have a house meeting as soon as we can all gather. It's bad enough our fathers abuse us, we don't need the rest of the school gunning for us. Blaze murmured, before glancing at the book Draco was clutching. Hey, you too, exclaimed Blaze, poking the cover of Draco's book with a fine-boned finger. Yes, why? Did your father suddenly get the urge to give you a familiar as well? Yep, said it was for my birthday. Mom was none too impressed either, said I didn't need one when I would never be going into the service of the Dark Lord. Dad was horribly pissed, but you know how Mum is. Blaze stated candidly, tracing a random pattern on the window. Yes, the same as mine. Neither of them want to see us cowering in the shadows like a pair of wild animals. Draco said, slipping a hand inside his shirt and pulling his silver bell free, the light tinkle calming him slightly. Well, what should we do about Potter? Speaking with him is impossible and he controls the rest of the houses. Without him on our side, everyone will go on assuming we're in service to Voldemort. We're damned unless he reappears. Blaze whispered into the stillness of the compartment, looking at the other three wizards seated before him. We wait and lay low, we act as Slytherins should. Draco hissed under his breath as the door to the compartment slid open. Pansy stood in the doorway, a seductive smile plastered on her face as she squealed in ecstasy. Draco, arms wrapping tightly around her prey's neck, she immediately began to exclaim about how much she had missed him over the summer. Prying himself free, Draco pushed her into the seat across from him, almost flattening Blaze, who scrambled out of the way. Good Lord, woman, how many times must I tell you not to touch me? Draco snarled, imagining Damien's reaction to Pansy's treatment of him. He couldn't help the malicious grin that escaped at the image of a frothing Damien perched atop a squealing Pansy. With the presence of Pansy inside the compartment, neither wizard felt the need to continue their discussion. Harry sat unhappily within his cage, glaring at the many cats and owls perched around him. The compartment was horribly loud, filled with the shrieks and squeals of numerous animals all attempting to call their owners at the same time. Pinning his ears back, Harry loosed a snarling roar that echoed within the tight confines of the compartment. Silence hung over the animal car for a brief moment before a lone mew started the whole mass into vocal action again. Turning his back on the lot of them, he lay down and placed his paw on top of the box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans he'd swiped from Draco earlier. Carefully prying the box open, he set into his feast, ignoring the cool air creeping up his sides and the bunch of wild animals screeching behind him. Draco frowned unhappily as he glided down the steps of the train, still trying to remember where he'd put his box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. He looked down the train in hopes of catching a glimpse of the animal car being unloaded. Pushing through the pack of first years milling about in front of Hagrid, he ignored the various fingers pointing in the direction of the Slytherin group. Gracefully climbing into one of the awaiting carriages, Draco shivered at the cold that seemed to be seeping up his body before hugging his cloak tighter to him. He hoped that Damien was all right. The panther's coat was so thin he must have been freezing. Glaring out the window, he looked at the castle perched upon the top of a cliff, brightly lit. It looked welcoming to everyone. The hall was filling with students slowly, hundreds of candles dancing merrily above their heads, making the immense hall seem small and cozy. Draco sat between Crabbe and Goyle with Blaze seated across from him. Pansy had grudgingly accepted the seat next to Blaze. Glancing about the hall, Draco noted the many students tossing looks towards the Slytherin table. Draco peered up at the head table, nodding to his godfather before staring at the headmaster who had just risen to give his speech. Greetings everyone, I would like to welcome you all to another year at Hogwarts. Before we can eat, there are several things I must inform you of. All of you should know that the third floor corridor that is taped off is out of bounds for all students. Consider the Forbidden Forest forbidden to all students, unless serving a detention with a professor, then your presence within the forest is unacceptable. I also present you with some sad news. Harry Potter will not be joining us this year. It was decided that he could receive better training if he attended Durmstrang. Many of you will also note the newest animals among us, and I'm not speaking of the first years. Several members of the school have acquired blood-bonded familiars. Though these animals may look friendly, I ask that you not attempt to touch them or threaten their owners at any time. I believe that is all. Enjoy your meal. With a light crack, food appeared on all of the tables and the excited hum of voices filled the hall. Durmstrang, Blaze murmured, acknowledging the lie as several others around him nodded in agreement. Harry Potter loved Hogwarts, the thought of him attending a different school was pure lunacy. Shaking his head, Draco shared a look with Blaise before setting into his meal. The walls were made of thick light gray stone while the floor was carpeted in a series of plush emerald rugs. Draco's trunks had appeared with a crack and landed with a thump, while Harry's cage had dumped him onto the ground in a heap before vanishing, leaving him laying half upside down with his pillow resting on top of him. Snarling at being treated so harshly, he bit his claws into his pillow and proceeded to tear it apart. Glaring at the mess he had made, he set to pacing the length of the room, ignoring the immense king-size bed DD in black and green velvets. The Slytherin common room was full of students. From first year to seventh they had all assembled to listen to their head of house. Severus Snape was perched in a wing-back chair next to the fireplace, eyeing the writhing mass of students before him. Sighing, he settled deeper into the cushions, glad for the warmth of the fire before beginning to address his house. I would once again like to welcome you all to Slytherin House, be you new or returning students. Slytherin House is much more than a group that seeks to achieve the same goals. We're family. In this house you will find all the students that no else wants. We're the outcasts, so be prepared to be treated as if you are evil by the other houses. I expect you to ignore them. There is to be no fighting, which may result in the loss of points. If you have any problems, speak with an older student or me immediately. This year there are several new members of the house that were not introduced at the sorting. These are the familiars the headmaster spoke about. I remind you all that they are not to be touched or threatened unless you have permission by the wizard or witch that owns them to do so. Now I will leave you all to get better acquainted and find your beds. Thus said, Professor Severus Snape opened a hidden door in the wall before stepping through and being swallowed by the darkness. Draco glared at several of the first years that were staring at him in amazement. Of course it would have helped if Blaise hadn't stated that the Prince of Slytherin was looking tired this evening. Shaking his head at his friend's antics, he moved to claim the chair that had been his since first year. Seating himself next to the warmth of the fire, he peered thoughtfully into the dancing orange flames. His head snapped up at the light tap on his shoulder. Whirling about to see who was touching him, he sighed in relief to see Blaise standing slightly behind his chair. Just wanted to introduce you to Nox Noctis Spes. I know it's a bit of a mouthful, so just call him Nox. Figured we should introduce our familiars, seeing as we'd be spending a lot of time together. With classes and meal together they'll have to get used to each other, Blaise stated, running his fingers through the coat of a massive white wolf. The wolf stood slightly taller than Blaise's waist and had golden eyes that glinted in the firelight. A gold collar encircled its neck, marked with sapphires and runes of protection. Beyond Blaise, Crabbe and Goyle stood silent sentinels as always. Thelma. Crabbe grunted, finger pointing at the little red squirrel riding his shoulder. Louise. Goyle grumbled, pulling a small chipmunk from the inside pocket of his robes, dangling the little creature in the air before him. All eyes were on Draco, who sat there frowning back at the three of them. Well, are you going to get your familiar, or would you like me to do it for you? Blaise said, pretending, turning towards the door to Draco's chambers. Snarling, Draco stormed towards the door of his private room to retrieve Damien, but was intercepted by Pansy, who swung a fluffy ball of black fur beneath his nose. Oh Draco, you just have to meet my familiar. Isn't she gorgeous? I hope she gets along with your familiar. I bet they'll be absolutely adorable together. I've named her Midnight Jade. Why don't you run and get your familiar so everyone can see what your daddy got you? She purred, the pointed nose of the little black fox she was clutching rose, growling unhappily at the shaking Pansy was giving her. She snapped her little fangs in displeasure. Get that mange-infested animal out of my face, Pansy, Draco demanded, holding one hand in front of him to ward the thrashing animal off. Seeing the proffered hand, the devilish little animal took the opportunity to grab one of Draco's fingers and plant a firm bite on it. Hissing in pain, he clutched the bloody finger to his chest, the rest of the common room falling silent at the drama unfolding before their eyes. All faces turned pale at the resounding crash as something large and heavy impacted with the back of Draco's door. The entire room released deeply inhaled breaths as the door held, but they had loosed them too soon. The heavy door slowly creaked and buckled as the weight being applied to it increased until it fell into the room, landing with a dull thud. All eyes stared in shock at the frothing panther perched atop the wreckage. Emeralds blazed as the enraged panther lashed its tail and roared into the silence of the Slytherin common room. Gliding off the ruined door, the panther slid into a hunting crouch, stalking the source of Draco's pain. Crouching so close to the ground that his belly dragged, the panther moved forward, fangs flashed as the large panther hissed and spat. Pansy shrieked in fear at the approaching animal. Doing the only thing she could think to do, she hurled the fox at the panther's head. In a move like lightning, the fox was dragged from the air and pinned beneath a large paw, held there as the panther rumbled unhappily. The room was deathly silent as everyone awaited the panther's next movement. A soft growl from behind them had all eyes turning to look at Knox, who had planted his feet, and lowered his head, hackles raised as he responded to the panther's challenge. Blaze locked his hand around the wolf's collar and gave him a command to stay but appeared to be having some trouble restraining the animal. Perhaps someone should go and get Professor Snape, Draco suggested sarcastically, glaring at the other students who stood flabbergasted and horrified around the room. Rolling his eyes he watched as a second-year scampered through the door that led out of the common room. A hissing snarl and a low yelp had him jerking back around to watch as Damien shook the fox by the back of the neck. Drawing a breath he moved forward and began to address the pissed panther. "Now Damien, we both know that that little fox didn't really mean to bite me. She would have gladly chomped on Pansy, but in the same situation I would have also grabbed the cleaner hand rather than the one that's been who knows where." Chuckles rose through the dungeon common room at Draco's words. Pansy hissed in anger and started to stomp towards Draco with a hand raised but froze at the menacing hiss of the panther. "Why don't you let the poor animal go? After all, I think it's suffered enough being bonded to Pansy for the rest of its life." Draco moved slowly to where the panther crouched, placing a hand on the top of the animal's head, but jerking back as the animal made a quick move of its head. The black vixen went sliding across the floor to rest at Pansy's feet. Draco returned his hand to the cat's velvety fur, sighing in relief as the panther began to purr softly beneath his ministrations. "A panther!" Blaze hollered. Now that the commotion was over he felt free to once again express himself. "Your father got you a panther. Are you kidding me? Dad got me a wolf 'cause they're stronger than dogs but less loyal. Cats have no masters. How the hell are you going to train a full-grown male panther?" "Simple, with love," Draco stated, scratching the cat's chin as it was pressed harder into his palm. "I'll always protect him and he'll always protect me, no questions asked. You're going to train a panther with love. Did you get hit too hard this summer? Bang your head off something perhaps?" Blaze wondered, staring in shock at the pair sprawled on the dungeon floor, Panther humming happily beneath the hands of his wizard. "No, nothing has hit me since I got him. The only person to raise their hands against me was injured by Damien's claws. I have a feeling he'd do the same to anyone else that tried to injure me," murmured Draco, rising from where he had been kneeling to better pet his familiar, leaving one of his hands resting atop the cat's square head. "Can you claim the same? Did Knox snarl at anything that could possibly injure you?" At his friend's look of shame, Draco sighed. Extending his hand to Blaze, the pair shook hands, mending the friendship that had come close to breaking over nothing. As for training, a wolf or dog relies heavily on commands. Cats have their own unique way of doing things. I locked him in a room while I went to attend a meeting with father and he found me. Smashed through a third-floor window to get to me and protect me. He listens to, all the time, seems to know what needs to be done and how to accomplish it," Draco said softly, gazing into twinkling emerald eyes. Looking at all the students standing about the common room, he quickly glared and demanded to know what they were all doing. Immediately a rush was made for various doors and staircases as students scrambled to get to their beds before the Prince of Slytherin sent his panther after them. Draco sighed as he watched the fleeing students rush from the room. Turning to glare at Pansy who stood white-faced a few meters away, he curled his lip in disgust. "I told you before never to touch me, Pansy, and I meant it." Turning away from her, he rubbed his forehead and frowned at Blaze, Crab, and Goykle who stood behind him, familiars close by awaiting the word of their masters. "Well, this is my familiar Damien," Draco introduced, as if the whole incident had never occurred, "and I'm sure that they'll all like each other, eventually." Damien had begun pacing back and forth before Draco, snarling softly even though the threat had passed. Pausing, the cat headed straight for Draco with a single-mindedness only observed when someone was on a mission. The panther stalked a tight circle around Draco, leaving a thin line of black hairs in his wake. He stopped right before him and dropped to a crouch. His head impacted with Draco's knee, momentarily knocking the young wizard off balance before a hand placed on the offending head assisted him in recovering his balance. "Stop, Damien. Damn, it's going to take forever to get all that hair off my robes, you better be glad that you're Black Cat," Draco stated, frantically rubbing at his cloak and trousers in hopes of knocking the clinging hair loose. "Tomorrow evening, after dinner, you will all report to the potions classroom. After the disturbance I just witnessed, I believe that you all need to be trained on controlling your familiars as well as using the bond to the best of your abilities." Professor Snape's harsh voice had everyone in the room jumping and releasing gasps at the sudden appearance of their head of house. Neither Knox nor Damien flinched, a sure sign that they had heard the professor enter the common room. "I'm also to inform you that though your familiars are tame and won't attack unless aggravated, they must wear leashes at all times when out of the Slytherin common room." Smirking at the groans emitting from the 5 students, he left the room without another word, portal slamming closed behind him. The muffled, "Now go to bed," had all students whispering good night and heading towards their dorms or private rooms. Damien sat sprawled across the foot of Draco's bed, watching him storm about the room and curse over the ruined door that still lay forgotten on the floor, as well as the shredded bits of pillow floating around. "You ruined your pillow, so where the hell do you think you're going to sleep?" Draco demanded, pausing long enough to look at the contented panther currently occupying his bed. "There is no way I'm letting you sleep on the bed either." Turning towards the door, he drew his wand, casting the spell that would repair the door. Watching as the wood healed itself, closing cracks and filling claw marks, he cast another spell on Damien's pillow. When the door was fully repaired, Draco gave a flick of his wand that had it floating in the air and resettling itself on the hinges. The panther's pillow refused to go back to its original form, looking rather lumpy and uncomfortable in Draco's opinion. Sighing, he gathered the stuff he would need for bed and left for the Slytherin bathrooms. Reappearing 45 minutes later, he found Damien fast asleep on the bed and no amount of pulling or pushing was moving the panther. Grumbling under his breath, Draco climbed into bed, pulling the covers tight to his chin. He made sure to plant a foot into the cat's middle before closing his eyes and giving into the call of sleep. "Down, Damien," Draco commanded, glaring up at the massive panther perched atop the squeaking wardrobe. The panther growled and flicked his tail, eyes narrowing as Draco waved a length of silver chain around before him. Calculating emerald eyes glanced at the open door before drifting back to the wizard glaring up at him. Shifting his weight, the massive wardrobe groaned as the panther readied himself for the leap he was about to take. "Severus said you only have to be on a leash when you're outside of the Slytherin house, besides it will only be for a little. Once Dumbledore sees how well behaved you are, I'm sure he'll allow me to keep you unleashed," pleaded Draco, glancing over his shoulder at the open door. The voices rising from outside told him that Blaise wouldn't wait patiently outside much longer. A loud creak had him whirling in time to see the panther leap, sailing over his head towards the open door. Smirking gleefully, Draco whirled and flicked his wand at the door, which promptly slammed closed seconds before the panther impacted with it. Draco lunged before the panther could recover, snapping the leash onto the silver collar before whispering, "Now that wasn't so bad, was it?" Harry stalked along gracefully next to Knox, slightly behind Draco and to the right. He had spent part of this stroll watching the reactions of the students they had encountered along the way and the other part studiously observing Knox. The massive wolf seemed to be more intelligent than a normal wolf, calculating the odds before moving and carefully acting according to the way that Blaise was standing or talking. Glancing back at Thelma and Louise perched on the shoulders of their masters, he observed the same watchfulness surrounding their movements. Interesting, perhaps he wasn't the only one feeling overly protective at this first stroll through the school together. They were attracting too much attention as far as Harry was concerned. The screeches from several first-year Hufflepuffs was enough to deafen him and had his ears still ringing. Of course he could imagine how they looked to anyone approaching, danger and death all rolled into one. Draco paused before the entrance into the Great Hall. Glancing at Blaise, Crabbe, and Goyle, he tightened his grip on Damien's leash before throwing the doors wide and gliding in like he owned the place. All eyes turned to watch the small group as they paraded towards the Slytherin table. The hall remained silent as the Slytherins seated themselves about the table, arranging themselves so they could all see Draco. Knox slid neatly under the table to lie against Blaise's shins while Damien placed his back to Draco's so he could observe the students moving about the hall. Draco snapped his fingers, before carefully placing food on his plate. With a light crack, a small house elf appeared behind Draco. "Fetch Damien's breakfast and make sure the meat's the freshest the kitchen has to offer," Draco ordered, not even looking up from the sausage he was covering in syrup. "Yes, master," the house elf squeaked, giving a frightened squeal as Damien's gaze ghosted over him before he was able to vanish. Damien rumbled unhappily at being kept from his breakfast but turned at the slight touch against his back. The small piece of sausage dripping with syrup hovered in front of his muzzle before he extended his head and carefully accepted the meat from Draco's palm. "Good boy," Draco murmured, glad that the panther had accepted the food gently rather than lunging at it. Leaning forward on the bench, he glanced at the head table before turning to Blaze. "Well," he whispered, "have you heard anything else?" "No, apparently Gryffindor House is in an uproar though. Even the weasel and the mudblood had no idea he was being transferred." Blaze hissed back, turning at the crack as the house elf reappeared clutching two bowls. "Listy has brought Mr. Damien's and Mr. Nock's breakfast," the little house elf shrilled, trying to balance the pair of bowls. Draco reached out and took Nox's bowl, handing it to Blaze, who placed it before his familiar. Carefully placing Damien's bowl on the bench beside him, he picked up a small piece of red meat, holding it tenderly between his fingers as he offered it to his familiar. The emerald shone brightly under the false sky as the panther took the treat from Draco's hand before setting in on the rest of his meal. Draco returned to his eggs, gesturing for Blaze to continue. "Well, the Ravenclaws are speculating that it's a pure power move. They think that you know who will be less likely to chase after him if he's alone and without the protection of Dumbledore. They believe he's more likely to send his Death Eaters after Potter." Now a shriek cut Blaze off before he could continue with the latest gossip. The hall fell silent again as all eyes turned to look in the direction of the Slytherin table where Pansy was clutching her hand to her chest. Small drops of blood had spattered across the floor from her fingers that now bore several marks akin to the ones Draco was currently bearing. "You stupid animal. I'm going to kill you and turn you into a muff." Her words had gasps of horror running through the hall. Pansy had already drawn her wand and pointed it at the black fox that was pulling frantically against the leash. "Miss Parkinson, if you would please put your wand away, I'm sure we can settle this." The soothing rumble of Dumbledore's voice echoed through the strangely quiet hall. Draco tensed and glanced down at Damien, who had stood up and lowered his head, tail flicking gently as the panther eyed the witch carefully. Sliding a hand up the cat's back towards his collar, he unhooked the leash quietly, making sure no one besides the Slytherins had seen the maneuver. For one moment it seemed Pansy was going to listen, but the fox gave a particularly loud yelp that had Pansy raising her wand and opening her mouth. "Go, Damien," Draco whispered, so softly that the only ears that caught the words were those of the familiars. The panther was in flight before Draco had finished the sentence, lunging towards Pansy, whose eyes only caught a glimpse of black before she was sent flying. Her wand skittered across the floor as she was ruthlessly pinned under the cat's weight, and bone-crushing fangs locked around the back of her neck, preventing her from saying anything. Screams ran through the hall at the sight of the panther sitting calmly on top of Pansy, holding his position, seemingly awaiting a command from his master. "Mr. Malfoy, please have your familiar remove himself from Miss Parkinson," Dumbledore said, moving calmly toward the sobbing Pansy still pinned beneath Damien. "Damien, come," Draco commanded, holding out a hand towards the big cat. The cat snarled and tightened its grip on Pansy, who squealed and started screaming. Professor Snape arrived at that moment, hands folded behind his back as he calmly took the situation in while standing at what he assumed was a safe distance. "Perhaps, Draco, you should try a different method of calling your cat," Snape instructed, circling the frothing cat that perched atop a member of his house. "Try your mental bond instead." Professor McGonagall seemed to appear out of nowhere, mouth dropping open as she reached for her wand. "Mr. Malfoy, you will remove your animal at once," she hollered, glaring at Draco before glaring at Professor Snape. "I suggest you assist Mr. Malfoy Severus before something goes wrong." "No, Minerva. I believe that I will allow Draco and Dumbledore to work this one out," Severus Snape murmured softly, eyes focused on his godson. Draco concentrated fully on Damien, studying the cat's body carefully before closing his eyes and focusing inwards. Quickly locating his magic as his father had taught him, he peered at the glowing sphere of blue that sparkled inside his chest. Frowning, he looked closer, detecting something wrong with his magic flow. He moved closer to find a strand of dark green magic curled around his. Wrapping his magic carefully around it, he gasped slightly and almost lost the hold he had as another presence became known to him. Feelings that weren't his own flooded his mind. A purpose, anger, hope, love, and fear. Tightening his grip on the twisting strand of green, he hoped for all he was worth that it would work. "Why are you angry?" Draco whispered at the strand. "There is a reason I shouldn't be. She would hurt a poor animal without reason." The voice swirled through his mind, circling his magic and echoing through his very being. "The fox bit her, isn't that reason enough?" Draco questioned the voice, feeling the other presence shift inside his mind. "Yes, but why did the fox bite her? We all assume the vixen attacked because she could. Familiars would never hurt their masters without just cause. To hurt you would be to harm myself, and I'm no sadist. Ask her, ask Pansy why the vixen attacked." The voice hissed, anger returning. Draco quickly set out a calming feeling in an effort to soothe the presence. Draco opened his eyes and looked at Severus, who stood patiently watching the panther who had loosened his grip but not let go of Pansy. "He wants to know what Pansy did to Midnight Jade," Draco stated, gaze returning to his familiar. "Miss Parkinson," Professor Snape drawled, "please tell us what happened to your familiar to set her off." "Nothing, I did nothing," Pansy screamed, causing Damien to snarl and tighten his jaws. "Tell the truth, Pansy, before I let him kill you," Draco warned, his anger building as the presence inside his head roared at her lies. "Fine, she won't listen and she bites. So I haven't been feeding her in punishment. Now make him let go." Her voice rose in fright as the animal lying on top of her roared right against her back. "See, she deserves it. She deserves to feel the fear the little vixen was forced to feel. To suffer for not understanding the situation and acting without thought or feeling." The presence whispered, calm now that the situation was to be rectified. "Miss Parkinson, to have a familiar is a privilege. You have betrayed the trust of your familiar, for that I am removing her from your care. She will be kept on Hogwarts grounds until I can contact your father to come and get her," the headmaster announced, carefully picking up the small black fox that was cowering under the Slytherin table. "Would you please have your panther remove itself from Miss Parkinson so I may speak to her face? Damien, could you please get off Pansy?" Draco questioned the voice that lay content within his mind. "Of course, Draco, you have only to ask." With that the voice faded, still present, but faint as if it had moved on. Draco watched as Damien glided from atop his perch towards him, stopping before rubbing his head against Draco's extended hand. "Good boy," Draco murmured, sitting down, allowing the cat to rest his head in his lap while gently running his fingers through the velvet coat. Emerald eyes closed as a soft rumbling purr was emitted from the panther. The hall stared in awe at the gentleness between the pair. Draco Malfoy, who was always hexing and casting biting comments at everyone, sat quietly petting his panther, oblivious to the rest of the school. "Miss Parkinson, for your behavior you will lose 100 points from your house and perform detention with Mr. Filch for 1 month. The mistreatment of any animal is unacceptable, but this type of treatment to a familiar is unforgivable. The relationship between a familiar and its master is one of uttermost trust, as demonstrated by Mr. Malfoy and his familiar. You have injured your familiar's sense of trust and she will most likely never forgive you. Hagrid, if you would be kind enough to take care of Midnight Jade until Mr. Parkinson can come and retrieve her, it would be most appreciated." Handing the fox to Hagrid, Dumbledore glided from the hall. Pansy burst into tears and fled the hall, scattering students in her wake. Draco accepted his timetable from his head of house, groaning unhappily as he looked over it. He really didn't want to go to potions at the moment, especially potions with the Gryffindors. Peering over, he raised an eyebrow at Blaise, who grimaced and nodded, obviously in the same boat as Draco. Patting Damien's head softly, he rose, and headed back down to Slytherin House to get his books before class started, and unleashed Damien following close on his heels. Draco was sitting calmly next to Blaise in the potions classroom when Professor Snape came slamming in. Black robes swirling behind him, he had the appearance of an avenging demon and probably would have kept the appearance had a set of dagger-like nails not found their way into the rippling cloth. The sudden pull and tear had the professor teetering backwards before he caught his balance on the corner of a desk. "Mr. Malfoy, will you please remove your familiar's claws from my robes?" Snape hissed, glaring at the bright emerald eyes laughing into his black ones. "Loose Damien," Draco murmured, trying not to grin at the situation. The panther rumbled softly before removing the offending paw. "He was asking for it. I'd bet he's entered every door in the castle that way, like a horrid black bat just looking for some poor student to attack." The voice whispered through his head before laughing gleefully, causing Draco to smile at the pleasure his familiar was taking in Snape's embarrassment. "I have to agree with that, he does always like to enter with a bang." Draco mused, watching his godfather pace back and forth in front of the class, before slamming his wand against the board. The crack having every member of the attending Gryffindor house snapping to attention and opening their books, snatching quills and readying themselves for the hour of hell they were about to go through. Sitting back and admiring his perfectly done nails while Blaise muttered and carefully wrote down his observations about the swirling green potion in the cauldron before them, Draco took the chance to listen to the gossip sweeping through the room. The Gryffindors seemed to be arguing quietly among themselves about the disappearance of their savior. Listening with interest, Draco's mouth nearly fell open in shock at the whispers he heard from the weasel. "Hey, Draco, pass me the—" Blaise was cut off mid-sentence as Draco's elbow connected with his side. Glaring at his friend, he tilted his head in the direction of the Gryffindors before going back to carefully staring at his nails, one hand playing with Damien's soft ears. His eyes moved to rest on his godfather, who was carefully mixing a potion for Madame Pomfrey, completely oblivious to the Gryffindor uprising occurring in the back corner. "Do you think he really transferred Hermione?" one of the Gryffindor males asked, leaning closer to hiss the question at the smartest person in the school. "Harry would never do such a thing, Seamus. He knows that we need him here to protect us from Voldemort." Hermione muttered, concentrating on the potion cooling before her. "Where is he then, Hermione?" Ron snarled, jabbing a finger at her chest, before looking around and making sure he had the attention of his fellow Gryffindors. "That bastard up and left us here for dead. All of us who helped him, risked our lives for him and his stupid dreams. He doesn't care about us. Don't you see, he's not coming back to save us this time. That cowardly little moron ran away like a scared little kitten. That damn hat should have put him in the dungeons with the rest of the SS." Ron snarled, finger jabbing the table before him with emphasis. "But Ron, remember he saved your father that time." Neville stuttered, glancing at Hermione for confirmation. Before Ron could answer the challenge and continue dragging his friend's name through the mud, he was cut off by the cool, calculated voice of Draco Malfoy. "I must agree with you, Weasel. Gryffindor bravery is certainly taking a turn for the worse. Of course, if I had friends like you and the mudblood there, I would have run screaming for my life, and everyone knows that Malfoys don't scream." The gleam in the icy eyes was almost frightening. The Slytherins snickered as their prince glided towards the Gryffindors, Panther trailing slowly after. "Malfoy, who are you kidding? You have no friends, only little prats who up to you so their fathers can stay in the good graces of yours." Ron hissed, hands opening and closing as if trying to get the courage together to actually strike the Slytherin. The low snarl of the panther sitting calmly next to Malfoy had Ron backing away from the pair, stumbling slightly before collapsing into his chair and clutching the edges of the cold wood. "That's the thing about Slytherins, we've been dealt the worst cards and understand the game, Weasel," Draco drawled, resting a hand on the strangely silent Damien's head. "If Potter had have ended up with the rest of his SS, at least he wouldn't have had to worry about being stabbed in the back. Slytherins have more class than that." Smirking at the look on the Gryffindor's face, Draco turned to resume his seat, frowning down at the panther who had curled himself into a big black ball of fur under the table. Peering at the panther in concern, he dropped to his knees next to his familiar, holding up a finger to quiet Blaise, who was staring at Draco in shock. "Damien." Draco reached through the telepathic bond wrapping his mind around the panther's while resting his hand on one of the cat's flanks. The panther's mind curled around his tightly, sadness, fear, and pride creeping along the link. "What's wrong?" Draco questioned, trying to sort through the past few moments to find the reason for the feelings slapping against his mind. Draco felt darkness slam into him as a stream of visions pounded through the link. People he had never met stared at him in fear while a fat man yelled and slapped him across the face. A horse-faced woman shrilled in anger, ignoring the blood running down his fingers to glare at the broken vase scattered across the floor. Two older boys stood over him, pain racing along his ribs as a heavily shod foot connected with his midsection. An older man falling through a curtained doorway after being struck by a spell, hands restraining him as he wailed at his loss. The pain and fear writhing along the bond caused Draco to cry out mentally, urging the voice to help him. The visions stopped suddenly, leaving both floating silently, as if afraid to break the renewed silence and start the barrage of visions all over again. I apologize, I didn't mean to let that happen. The voice whispered, withdrawing slightly back into the panther's mind. What just happened? Draco asked, sending out a soothing feeling towards the voice, trying to draw it back to him. I forgot myself, I forgot who I'm supposed to be, who I'm expected to be. The feeling of a deep sadness crept back up the bond. Draco could have cried at the feeling. Stirring, he opened his eyes to peer deeply into the shimmering emeralds before him. Who are you expected to be? He whispered, dreading the answer but guessing what was coming. The savior of the wizarding world. The voice murmured, vanishing from his mind. Draco looked up into the eyes of Severus Snape, who had moved to stand over the pair in worry. Malfoys would never lower themselves to their knees in public, it was graceless and dirty. Draco's silver eyes shimmered with unshed tears, as he gazed at the panther he had come to adore over the last few weeks. The animal that had protected him, stood before and with him for the past few days was Harry Potter. Harry Potter, who had refused his friendship in Madame Malkin's, had attacked his father in his defense. Harry Potter had become his friend over the last few days. He had become the light of Draco's life, providing him with entertainment and laughter. Seeing him hide from the lies of his friends, to stand there and take it was so un-Potter-like. Harry had always had a fierce spirit, like a panther. Draco grinned at the thought. He would spit and hiss and take it all the way if he had to. To see his spirit broken was saddening, but in a way he knew where Harry was coming from. Blaise, Crabbe, and Goyle were some of the only true friends he had ever had, but even they hadn't been able to protect him from his father. They were forced to face the same at their homes, parents who struck and berated them without thought, without feeling. There may have been a Gryffindor in Harry somewhere, but his heart was pure Slytherin. Harry curled into a tighter ball, glad that panthers couldn't show emotion. Draco Malfoy knew who he was. Not only that the panther he had been bound to was Harry Potter, but also about the treatment he had received as a child. Weeping internally, he cried over his loss. Perhaps the only person he had ever begun to trust with his life was going to abandon him. After all, who would want to be tied to a young wizard who faced certain death? If the Slytherins were anything, it was self-protective. Draco would get rid of him the first chance he could get. The treatment he had recently been getting had been some of the best he had ever received. He had never been treated with gentleness. Nor had anyone treat him as if he was made of glass. Every incident in his life had been turned into a lesson, no matter how it affected him. Harry froze as a hand rested softly upon his head before stroking gently along his shoulder. Opening his emerald slowly, he gazed up into the fiercely blazing eyes of Draco Malfoy. Why the tears, Harry? Draco whispered softly, forcing the bond open but flooding it with a happiness he had only known recently. The emeralds blinked questioningly at him, hints of fear still visible. What do you mean, Malfoy? Harry asked, confused at the feeling flowing over the bond. You're as much a Slytherin as I am, Harry. We are nothing but pawns for people stronger than us. Adults who train us for their purposes without thinking of our safety or needs. Slytherins are never given a chance to live our own lives. We follow the paths set before us by our fathers, our teachers, and our friends. I accept you, Harry, as my bonded familiar and friend for as long as you feel the need to remain as you are. Draco stated, holding the eyes of the panther, hoping that Harry could see the truth glistening in his eyes. Then, if you don't mind, I shall remain as I am. I'm not quite ready to return to being the boy who lived. For now I just want to be Damien, familiar of Draco Malfoy. Harry stated, the emerald eyes glowing with hope at the grin slowly crossing Draco Malfoy's face. Agreed, friends and bonded familiar until the need arises for you to return to your duties as Harry Potter. Draco held out his hand, accepting the offered paw with a smirk before rising and collecting his books, exciting the room with Harry stalking along next to him, prideful as ever a panther was. The Slytherin common room was completely quiet except for the scratching of quills on parchment. Shoes, socks, ties, and robes had been scattered across the tables and chairs of the immense room, creating a strange pattern of green and silver on most of the surfaces. The graceful and reserved Slytherins lounged around on the floor, books spread before them as they diligently worked on recently assigned papers. Harry had been horribly surprised when the students had abandoned the tables and chairs scattered about the room in favor of the floor. To see Draco lying on his stomach on the floor, half tucked under one of the tables, was vastly amusing for him, especially when you took into account the fact that he was always worried about his appearance. The pale locks of hair had been set astray by fingers constantly running through them in thought. Harry's sleepy gaze moved to where Crabbe and Goyle's familiars were squabbling over the ownership of a small acorn. Thelma had happily attempted to bury the acorn in the thick carpeting before bouncing back to the small cup holding various nuts. Louise, in turn, had removed the nut and stashed it away in the folds of a cloak across a low table. The theft was quickly discovered and the battle had begun. One of the seventh years had finally gotten tired of listening to the shrieks of the enraged familiar and cast a silencio over the pair. The only noise heard now was the light clatter of nuts as they were won and lost. Harry set his head on his forelegs, stretching out on the table he was lying atop. The soft tread of boots falling on the steps leading down from the main dorms had Harry lazily opening his emerald eyes. A first-year Slytherin stood on the bottom step glancing nervously about, a paper crushed in his hand as his eyes skimmed over the various groups of students occupying the room. Seventh years sprawled in front of the fire focused on potions, the small group of second years being tutored in transfiguration by a fifth year, and the several games of wizard chess going on in the corner. Harry followed the boy with his eyes, watching as the young student attempted to approach a group of sixth-year girls before backing away and standing alone in the center of the room. He stood there for a second before heaving a noticeable sigh, then puffing out his chest and putting his nose in the air in that familiar Slytherin way. He strode through the common room towards the portal, winding between the small groups and pushing the door open, looking over his shoulder before stepping forward and letting the door fall closed softly behind him. Damien, follow. Draco's whisper seemed to be nothing more than a sigh of frustration over the recently assigned history report. Fingers once again sliding through his hair as he flipped a page and scrutinized the words he had just written. Why? Harry asked. Curfew isn't for another few minutes. He whispered into Draco's mind, looking at clock hanging over the fireplace. The massive S rested his head next to the 12 while the little s crept slowly to cover the 10. A lone S is prey for the other houses. It's why we always travel in groups. Safety in numbers is practically the creed of Slytherin House. Going out alone at night, even in groups, is just asking for trouble. Then why did you let him go out alone? Harry hissed, emerald eyes widening at Draco's words. He leapt off the table in an explosion of black fur, causing numerous gasps and several startled shrieks as well as a loudly whispered swear word over a tipped inkpot. Bounding over several students, he pushed the portal open with his muzzle, peering down the hall before slinking over the threshold. He had to learn the hard way. He chose pride over caution. That's one of the biggest mistakes made by the first years. Draco murmured absently, obviously concentrating on the papers before him. Harry prowled down the hall in pursuit of the first year, keeping close to the shadows cast by various objects throughout the halls. His nose and whiskers working quickly to forewarn him of any trouble he might find himself in when he finally caught up with the younger student. The smell of fresh blood reached his nose and he slowed from his trot into a hunting glide, pausing in the shadows at the sight that met his narrowed eyes. The first year stood with blood running from his nose, eyes glistening in fright at the older student pressing him against a wall. Harry quickly identified the bully and his cronies as Ravenclaws, shaking his head at their stupidity for going bullying and wearing their house colors. The male restraining the young Slytherin turned to make a snickered comment to his mates and gave Harry a good look at his face. Terry Boot, a former member of the DA, was threatening a student hardly a third of his size. So a little S crawled out of its hole. Terry Boot sneered, dropping the young Slytherin without thought and tearing the crumpled paper from his hands. Sent on some of Snape's Death Eater business, eh. Poor little Death Eater, all alone in the middle of the school. It would be absolutely horrible if some terrible fate should befall you before you reached your destination. Grinning at the boy's terrified whimpers, the Ravenclaws pressed in close, cracking their knuckles menacingly while loudly suggesting different ways to maim and kill the small boy. Harry stood perfectly still, trying to figure out how he could deal with the situation without getting the small Slytherin and Draco in trouble. His eyes lit up suddenly as an idea crossed his mind before quickly reaching out and grabbing Draco's mind, wrapping it firmly within his own. Draco. What? Draco's annoyed hiss made Harry grin in a pantherish way. I need you to find and cast a spell that will allow me to speak. Harry whispered hurriedly, watching the situation unfold before him. What? Make me talk, Draco. Harry practically roared into Draco's mind. Fine, give me a minute, I have to find a book. Draco said, sounding suspiciously unhurried in Harry's opinion. I don't have a minute, Draco. When you find the spell, verbally cast it while pointing your wand at yourself and focusing all your magic on the link. That should do it. Harry waited impatiently, the sobs of the Slytherin getting slowly louder as the group grew rowdier and gathered in tighter. Harry felt a tingle sweep along his body, wrapping itself along his throat and giving him the vocal skills his panther body lacked. Did it work? Draco's voice whispered anxiously, obviously upset at having to point his wand at himself rather than a foe. Yes. Harry practically laughed as he shifted in preparation for the next few minutes. Settling himself into the deepest shadows he could find, he paused before making his presence known. You should be careful, little raven, the smallest of SS are often the most poisonous. Harry purred softly, gliding along the edge of the hall. The glowing tips of the Ravenclaw wands cast shifting shadows across the walls, giving Harry the perfect cover he needed to move without drawing attention to himself. The older boys quickly raised their wands in defense, pointing them in various directions while attempting to find the source of the voice. Come out, Terry demanded, before smirking thoughtfully and pointing his wand at the first year cowering before him, or I'll give the little s something to remember me by. As you wish, Kane whispered from the surrounding darkness, seeming to float above them before vanishing. Eerily glowing eyes caught the light cast by their wands as a panther emerged from the shadows. The cat's coat shone beneath the caress of the wand's light, making him seem almost delicate before one took in his actual size. One of the Ravenclaws swore sharply before running for his life. It was really too bad he was going in the opposite direction of the Ravenclaw Tower. I had thought better of the members of the House of Raven. Was I wrong to judge you as friend? Those who seek out and attack those younger than themselves deserve no protection from individuals such as I. The panther began a lazy circle around the group of Ravenclaws, tail flicking rhythmically behind him. Terry clutched his wand in shaking fingers, trying to figure out why that voice was so frighteningly familiar. The panther growled softly, and changed directions, pacing into the shadows beyond their line of sight before re-emerging behind them. The House of the S should be considered out of bounds to you and your cronies. Any who seek to harm a member of my house will deal with me. I suggest you spread the word, little raven. I'd hate to have to deprive Ravenclaw of a member of its Quidditch team. Before I take my charge and leave, I'll give you a tad bit of advice. Next time you creep around attacking defenseless students, wear something other than your house colors. The panther looked straight into Terry's eyes, those shining orbs glowing brightly before the panther turned and headed towards the shaking heap of robes curled up on the floor against a wall. A small hand settled into the panther's coat before a head emerged, chin and lips smeared with blood. Damien, you're not supposed to be out of the common room without a leash. Professor Snape will be mad. The young Slytherin whispered, glancing worriedly at the shapes fleeing down the hall beyond the panther. What Snape doesn't know can't hurt him, now can it? The panther responded, allowing the boy to lean against his side before urging the younger to his feet and pushing him in the direction of the Slytherin common room. A quick reminder of the curfew had the small boy picking up speed, knowing that Snape would arrive in the Slytherin common room promptly at the start of curfew to make sure everyone was settled in either their beds or common room before beginning his nightly rounds. Gryffindor Tower was in the midst of an "I survived the first day back" party. Students everywhere laughing and passing drinks, some alcoholic and some non-alcoholic, while chatting about their summers and playing various games. It was easy to wonder how many of them were going to survive the second day of classes if they kept their current behavior up. Hermione Granger sat in a chair next to her bed, gazing out the window with a faint smile. The rattle and chant of "chug" poured up the stairwell that led to the girls' dormitories, disturbing her thoughts. Frowning up at the moon that hung ever watchful in the sky, she wished Harry good luck before turning and gliding towards the window, catching one last look at the gleaming moon. Ronald Weasley was contentedly playing poker with Dean, Seamus, and Lavender, in a dark corner of the common room. Ignoring the chatter and clamor of his house, he raised the pot and smirked at the cards he held, fingers light caressing the ace of hearts. The fact that Harry Potter wasn't there pranced around inside the minds of many, making them pause to think about the lack of his presence before returning to their partying. After all, Harry Potter was safe at Durmstrang, wasn't he? Grimmauld Place was quiet, deathly silent for a room so small filled with so many. The members of the Order of the Phoenix held coffee cups in their hands. Many had given up on finding Harry Potter, assuming that you know who had already gotten to him. Perhaps there's somewhere we haven't looked. A member said softly, running a finger absently around the edge of his cup. He can't apparate, he doesn't possess an animagus form, and he most certainly didn't climb on his broom and fly off. Remus Lupin yelled, slamming his fist down on the tabletop before him, causing several Order members to jump and reach for their wands. I think you're all a little too worried about him. The slow drawl of Severus Snape had heads turning as various curse words were tossed in his direction. The knowledge that Severus Snape wasn't exactly a friend of Harry Potter was widely known among the Order. Several members looked thoughtfully at the professor before nodding their heads slowly in agreement. What do you mean, Severus? Dumbledore's calm voice soothed the nerves of the Order, causing many to slump back into their chairs and rub at their eyes and pull at their hair. I think that Harry Potter is right under our noses and possibly quite happy where he is. If he wasn't, don't you think one of us would have heard from him by now? Slowly heads nodded in agreement, eyes thoughtfully peering at the head of Slytherin House, who was obviously no longer paying attention to the conversation going on around him. Terry Boot sat upon his bed, curtains drawn tight around the large canopied frame so that the light wouldn't bother his fellow dorm mates. That voice had crept up his spine and bounced around his head before leaving with a laugh and a whisper. The panther with its sparkling emeralds that showed emotion as no panthers should. The carefully chosen words, as if the panther had met him somewhere before. Looking down at his undone history homework, he gave a tired sigh and mentally wished that he had decided to stay in for once rather than going out and hunting SS. Twirling the quill he held gently in his hand, he looked down at the picture he had sketched neatly in the corner. A face he knew meshed neatly with one he had just met, so hauntingly perfect in its symmetry and yet delicate in shape. Harry Potter and the panther known as Damien. Draco groaned and rolled over, running a hand over his face before slowly opening his pale blue eyes. His room was still pitch black, the only light creeping through the dark came from under the door and between the cracks of the curtains covering the magic window. The window was more of a picture, following the steady patterns of the moon and sun as they rose and set. However, it lacked something that a real window showed: life. A picture could never really show a growling thunderstorm or the snow whispering along the glass. It was one of the few reasons Draco hated the living in the dungeons, but like all good Slytherins, he learned to adjust. Today was Friday, his new favorite day of the week. All of the 6th years had been given the morning off for free study or practice, normal classes resuming after lunch. 2 hours of defense against the dark arts followed by transfiguration, and he got to sleep in until lunch. Heaven. Softly whispering Tempest, he looked at the numbers floating above him before they vanished in a puff of red smoke. It was only 9:26, which meant he could get ready for lunch and finish his other schoolwork before he had to attend his afternoon classes. Then he was free to spend the whole weekend lazing about and playing with Harry and Damien. Draco smiled devilishly at the thought and sat up in bed, carefully wiggling out from under the covers and crawling down the bed to where Harry lay. The panther was sleeping sprawled across the foot of the bed, front paws and ears twitching as he dreamed panther dreams. Extending his hand slowly, Draco grabbed several long black whiskers and tugged gently before whispering, "Harry," overly loud. "What?" Harry mumbled, obviously still half asleep. "Be a dear and do my homework while I'm in the bath." Draco murmured softly, running a finger along the side of the cat's face before scratching behind one ear, smiling at the low throbbing purr that immediately filled the air. Which work would that be? Harry sighed, absorbing the feelings of playfulness and laughter floating around, setting his mind and body afire with a content feeling he had never felt before. Never mind, chances are you'd muck it up anyway. Dodging a soft swatting paw, Draco climbed off the bed, giving the panther's tail a pull before cheekily stating, "Heaven knows how you've made it this far." Gliding towards the door and heading off to the bathroom, softly closing the door behind him. Harry watched as Draco exited the room in that slow sweeping gait that made it appear as if he were floating above the floor. Closing his eyes, he internally murmured a spell he knew by heart and groaned at the feeling sweeping along his spine. His bones crushed and remolded, reverting to their former shape. His teeth and nails shrunk, returning to the dullness that they had previously been. He lay still upon the bed, allowing his body and mind to adjust to being back in their natural form. The pain of the transformation was a distant memory, but he could still imagine the feeling as it overtook his body. Stretching his arms above his head, he sat up slowly, body relearning how to balance after spending so much time running around on 4 legs rather than 2. Standing carefully, he grinned at the feeling of being back in his first body. It was like being home after spending weeks in a hotel that lacked certain amenities one was used to. Walking to the curtains, he drew them back to allow small fingers of light shine into the room. Turning, he moved slowly to Draco's wardrobe, reaching in and pulling out a pair of black slacks. He tugged them on and shook his head as they fell loosely about hips. He had lost more weight over the summer than he had originally believed. His eyes caught a flicker of movement and he turned to catch the dull outline of himself in a full-length mirror. His hair was sticking up everywhere and the scar upon his forehead glowed a nasty red. The silver collar glittered in the faint light, amazingly tight against his throat even though the panther had a wider neck than him. He shook his head and grinned wickedly, the thoughts sweeping through his head none to clean as they took in his appearance. Combing his fingers through his hair, he moved to sit down at Draco's desk. Settling a piece of parchment before him, he glanced at the crystal clock sitting on the desk, figuring he had at least another 35 minutes before Draco came back. The sound of approaching boots had him frowning. Draco always took at least 45 minutes to get ready, which meant that someone other than Draco was approaching the room. Draco! Blaze hollered, raised fist pounding on the door in a rapid beat meant to force Draco from sleep. Damn it, Draco! He had a question about ancient runes and Draco went and vanished on him. He grinned as he grabbed the door handle and found the door to be unlocked. Draco generally finished his homework as soon as it was assigned. He'd said something about making it easier to laze around and do nothing and then muttered something about beauty sleep. Throwing the door wide and marching in uninvited, he went straight to Draco's desk and rummaged around through the loose papers sitting on top, grinning as he found the completed homework. Glancing about, he frowned at the lack of panther on the bed. Generally, Damien remained in Draco's room until the pair were ready to proceed to the Great Hall. Holding the paper tightly, he was about to leave when his finger smudged one of the answers. Fresh ink. He'd been in the common room for the past 20 minutes and hadn't seen any sign of Draco. Drawing his wand quietly, he moved to the door and shut it softly. Standing in the shadows right next to the door, he winced at the thought of either Draco or Damien returning to find him in their quarters. Eyes carefully examining the room, he waited patiently for something to happen. Several minutes had passed when he heard a slow creak emit from inside Draco's wardrobe. Slinking to the door, he readied himself before yanking the door open and screaming, "Lumos!" Draco dropped his head back on the folded towel he was using for a pillow. The prefect's bathroom he was using belonged solely to the Slytherin prefects, seeing as none of the other houses would bother coming down here to use these ones. The Slytherins used them as often as they wanted. He floated among the bubbles, smelling overly sweet of vanilla. He couldn't imagine living without Damien, but surely Harry would have to return to his human form soon. He imagined that Dumbledore was frantically looking for the lost wizard when he was really right here under his nose. Closing his eyes, he grabbed a handful of bubbles and allowed them to run through his fingers before gazing at the ceiling arching above his head. Damien had become an important part of the Slytherin house. Not just to Draco but to everyone. The first years moved about the school unthreatened and no longer required guards to go to the library or just outside to play. In only a week, the presence of Panther Harry had given the Slytherins a new hope and new lives. Draco rose slowly. He didn't know what he would do if he lost Harry and Damien. Together or separate, they had become the most important part of his life. Draco paused on his way through the Slytherin common room, stopping to talk to several individuals before continuing to his chambers. Throwing open his door wide and stomping in, he readied himself to push the panther out of bed and haul him to lunch. His eye opened wide at the sight before him and he quickly lurched fully into his room and slammed the door, causing several students in the common room to jump at the thunderous sound in the nearly empty room. "Hey Draco!" Harry's soft voice filled the air, causing Draco to draw in a breath before moving further into the room. The boy who lived sat cross-legged on his bed, fingers idly playing with the small charms dangling from the silver collar around his neck. "Morning, Draco." Draco's head whipped around and he stared in shock at Blaze, who was perched elegantly on a chair before the desk. "Harry and I were just talking about you. Actually, Blaze was helping himself to your homework. I was merely finishing the task you asked me to complete," Harry said, grinning widely at the look of understanding crossing Draco's face. "He, of course, decided to keep me company until you arrived." "Yes, well, now that I'm back he may leave." Draco glared in the direction of his friend, who merely shook his head and smiled. "This has to be the most interesting thing that's happened in the dungeons since first year. There's no way I'm going to leave until I hear every dirty little detail," Blaze stated happily, making himself more comfortable in the desk chair, before putting his full attention on the pair. A lion in a panther's body guarding a nest of SS, this has to be one of those once-in-a-lifetime things. "Now do go on, we have class in a little while and I haven't yet had lunch." "Well," Harry said, turning his head so he could hold Draco's eyes with his, "I suppose it all started back in first year when the Sorting Hat was going to place me in Slytherin." Hermione Granger sat in a quiet corner of the library. Several completed assignments rested before her, all neatly rolled and bound with a piece of gold and red ribbon. She was staring thoughtfully at that small piece of cloth decorated in her house colors. One never really took into account the significance and role that the housing system played in their lives. It separated the clever from the students who may not have been so swift. It built a wall between the weak and the strong. Weren't the brave supposed to protect the weak? Every house was a small puzzle piece, a piece that would never fit into the puzzle because the other pieces had been thrown in different directions. Frowning, she leaned back in her chair looking at the various groups of students seated around tables, all wearing their house colors proudly. Glancing up from her thinking, her eyes met those of a male Ravenclaw who was heading in her general direction. She was surprised when he stopped beside her and pulled out the chair across from hers. "We need to talk." Draco and Blaze stared at Harry in shock. The tale he had told them had been none too pretty and neither wizard knew exactly what to say. "Lunch is almost over," Harry stated, glancing at the clock on the desk, fingers pulling on one of the pants cuffs as he waited patiently for the other two to come back to their senses. "Does this make you a Gryffindor or a Slytherin?" Blaze wondered aloud, gazing at Harry thoughtfully. "I mean, you were great in Gryffindor but you lacked something there. I'd almost say heart, but after everything you've been through I'm guessing that's not it." "He's Slytherin," Draco stated, glaring at Blaze as if he had just called Harry a child. The dam had obviously had it right, but Wonder Boy was too stupid to believe he'd fit in with a group of SS so much. "Now we better get our butts in gear or Snape will be down here demanding to know what we've been up to, and I'm not ready to tell anyone who Damien really is," Draco said, gazing at Harry, who was nodding in agreement. "Well, I'd best change back then." Harry stood staring at the pair before rolling his eyes and asking them to turn their backs. He chuckled softly at Draco's muttered, "Prude," and concentrated on returning to Damien. Draco and Blaze turned to look at the massive panther standing where Harry had been a few minutes ago, the slacks thrown casually across the foot of the bed. "All right, let's get the show on the road," Blaze said, straightening his robes quickly before striding towards the door, pausing only to grab the ancient runes papers he had originally come for. "You know you really are a Slytherin, right?" Draco murmured softly, hand resting on the back of the panther's neck in a familiar gesture of affection. "Am I?" Harry asked, emerald eyes gleaming at the look on Draco's face. "Yes, my Slytherin," stated Draco. The meaning behind those words had Harry's heart leaping and a mutual feeling of love creeping along their mental path. "Hey Harry, exactly how much do you know about ancient runes?" "Draco, I know as much about ancient runes as I do about what goes on inside Dumbledore's head." Harry laughed, flashing his fangs to the people moving down hall, clearing them a path instantly. Draco's startled laughter filled the hall, causing people to turn and stare at the wizard, who was laughing for what seemed no reason. Hermione Granger stared at Terry Boot in amazement, not fully able to grasp what he was trying to tell her. She'd been surprised when she had initially heard his story, but when he reached the part about the panther talking and protecting the first year, her chin had almost hit the table. The behavior was certainly very Harry-like, but the thought of Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy getting along was just too unbelievable. She had looked over the Animagus spell and found that it was too dangerous and complicated for even her mind to comprehend. The most concerning part was that the two wizards had been bound together without knowing whom the other was. If the Slytherins found out Harry was parading around house dressed as a panther, there would be a new fur rug decorating their common room floor. The first defense against the dark arts class was going scarily smooth in Draco's opinion. So far there had been no spells gone amiss and not one brawl between the opposing houses. He assumed this was due to the fact that the Slytherins had been paired up with the Ravenclaws. The quiet and conservative Ravenclaws were making a studied effort to avoid the cool calculating gazes of the Slytherins while attempting to write down every word falling from the professor's mouth. Generally the Ravenclaws would mind their own business, but sometimes there was one student who just had to pull a chain or stir a pot. Today there wasn't even a muffled whisper, which Draco figured was due to the White Wolf sitting patiently behind his master, glaring at anything that moved. Damien, on the other hand, was sprawled out beneath the table with his head resting on one of Draco's shoes. The steady rise and fall of his chest and the rhythmic tap of his tail calming to both of them. Dumbledore finally managed to find a Dada professor who doesn't seem like a complete nut job. Draco whispered, quill skating across the parchment before him as he took notes. Hey, there was nothing wrong with Professor Lupin, Harry muttered, listening to the steady drone of Professor Durdzew's voice. So the fact that he's a werewolf doesn't classify him as a nut in your books? Draco mumbled, laying his quill down as the professor demonstrated a spell that could be used to defend oneself against certain types of curses. Nope, I mean how many students were actually harmed in his class compared to the other teachers who've taught us for the past few years. Came the grumbled response, followed by a rasping rumble as the panther attempted to warn Thelma away from the silver bell dangling from his collar. Draco extended his foot and pushed the squirrel away from Damien before turning around and glaring at Crabbe, who wasn't paying attention to his familiar. As he turned back to face the front, his gaze locked with that of one of the Ravenclaws. Their gazes held for a moment before the other wizard frowned and looked down at Damien, who was oblivious to the wizard's interaction. Harry. What? Groaned Harry, rolling over to face the other direction, ignoring the fact that his sudden movement startled several students around the classroom. When you said you chased off several students the other night, they didn't happen to be Ravenclaws, did they? They certainly were, ran like a bunch of Hufflepuffs as soon as I showed up. Why? Because one of them is watching you in a very interested sort of way. Draco mumbled, sliding his books away, glad that he could finally escape the intent gaze of the other student. Now get up, we have to go our next class. Draco sat among the Slytherins in Transfiguration class, the Gryffindors occupying the other half of the classroom. It was a constant point of amusement between Draco and Blaise that Dumbledore always managed to make sure the two houses had at least one class a day with the other. It was like the old wizard was constantly trying to get them to see the other house in a whole new way and failing miserably. The feuding between the Slytherins and Gryffindors was practically legendary. No matter what the year, there were numerous battles of words and actions that seemed to raise the bar for the following year. Today was one of those days where the hostility leapt to life and neither house was able to contain themselves. The two houses had been together only a few moments and already several insults had been thrown and wands waved about in an unconcealed threat of action should anyone go too far. It hadn't helped that a paper ball meant for Draco had whacked Blaise off the side of the head, which in turn set Knox off in a barrage of snarls and snaps in the general direction the crumpled paper had come from. By the time Professor McGonagall arrived, almost every student had their wand pointed at another and the room was filled with the sound of voices raised in threat. Put those wands away now. You should all be ashamed of yourselves, setting such an example for the younger students. Professor McGonagall stated, folding her hands behind her back and beginning to pace in front of them. The Slytherins started it. Ron snarled, narrowing his eyes in the direction of the Slytherins. Malfoy called Hermione a mudblood. Smirking at the look on the professor's face over manufactured lie, he opened his mouth to continue his destruction of Draco's character but screeched like a girl as a giant black mass dropped from the rafters of the room, landing on the desk in front of him. Emerald eyes blazed as the cat drew back his lips and hissed right into Ron's face. The chair Ron was sitting in slammed against the floor as it tipped backwards, aided by a slight push from a paw meant for Ron's head. Mr. Malfoy, call your familiar now, the teacher screamed in shock, watching as the panther readied himself to pounce onto Ron, who was attempting to crawl backwards along the floor. To me, Damien, Draco whispered, wrapping his arms around the panther's head as the cat dropped it into his lap, fingers tracing the edge of an ear as he raised his gaze to meet the teacher's. If I see your animal attack one more student, Mr. Malfoy, I'll be forced to have him banned from school property. As it is, you lost 40 points for your house and will serve detention with Professor Snape next week." Turning away, she raised her wand but stopped as she saw Hermione had her hand in the air. "Yes, Miss Granger. Malfoy hasn't said anything to me, Professor McGonagall," Hermione murmured, not bothering to look in the direction of the Slytherin students. "Is that true, Mr. Malfoy?" McGonagall said, looking at the student in question. "Yes, Professor McGonagall," Draco said, confused that Granger hadn't further attempted to bash his character while she had the chance. "Mr. Weasley, would you care to explain?" The penetrating gaze of the professor had Ron turning red and looking down at his desk, shaking his head. "I must apologize, Mr. Malfoy, all points are returned and detention rescinded. Mr. Weasley, you will serve detention with Professor Snape for 2 weeks for lying to a teacher as well as trying to blame another for your actions. Now to begin, I would like you to complete this pop quiz. When you finish you may hand it in and begin reading chapter 5 of your book." Seating herself behind her desk, she flicked her wand and papers appeared before them. Slowly quills were pulled from bags and students began to fill in the answers, minds still trying to work over what had happened a few minutes ago. Harry's ears picked up the muffled mumbles of Blaise, who was going on about cheating and it being unfair that Draco was bound to another student who had covered the work they were now being quizzed on. "Tell Blaise I probably read as much of the text as he did," Harry murmured, closing his eyes and dropping his head onto his forepaws, having stretched out in the middle of the aisle to leave Knox the space under the desk. Harry grinned internally as he heard the mumbles between the boys and then the snort that issued from Blaise. His gaze traveled around the room, pausing on his former housemates. He had once believed that these were his friends, people who would be with him every step of the way. As far as he was concerned, Ron was a lost cause, jealous of Harry for his fame, money, and favor among the professors. Certain Gryffindors seemed to be confused about the whole thing, believing that Harry Potter had been transferred for safety reasons, while others sneered at the words that Ron was constantly spewing in a one-man campaign to degrade the character of Harry Potter. Hermione was the one he wondered about most. Sometimes she went along with Ron and at other times, like today, she fought against him for what she believed in. Closing his eyes, he growled at the squirrel, once again tugging valiantly on the silver bell in an effort to rescue the shiny acorn. Draco handed the quiz in and returned to his seat, pulling the text out of his bag and flipping to the chapter he was supposed to start reading. The words blurred together as he stared blankly at the page, not feeling up to reading the boring chapter when he had other things to think of. Gazing blankly at the wall, he almost missed the ball of paper that bounced along his desk before slowly extending a hand and caging it. Glancing towards the Gryffindors, he took in the fact that all of them were still scribbling away, looking completely innocent as they attempted to finish their papers. Unfolding the ball, his eyes darkened at the words slashed across the paper. For a moment he was going to set it ablaze in the middle of the class, but remembered where he was. Picking up his forgotten quill, he twirled it absently in his fingers before smiling happily and scratching a few choice words under those already written there. A quick spell had the paper refolding itself and sent it soaring off in the direction of the Gryffindors. Sitting back, he watched as Weasley grabbed the ball and opened it, mouth falling open at the words Draco had thoughtfully written. Draco watched as the weasel's mouth opened and closed, face going bright red before hurriedly folding the paper and jamming it into the pocket of his robes. Snickering to himself, he ignored Harry's questions and turned his attention back to the book he was supposed to be reading. The Slytherins were rowdy for the first time since Harry had arrived within the house. Bottles of a questionable liquid circulated the room while numerous games were going on around the room. Draco was resting in a large wing-backed chair before the fire, Blaise across from him contemplating the chessboard resting between them. In Harry's opinion, he looked like a prince, lording it over the rest of his house. Gaze continuously sweeping over the common room, stopping at various points to watch his housemates play and drink. Harry closed his emerald eyes, allowing the fire behind him to send warm fingers stroking up his spine. Knox was resting grudgingly beside him, also partaking in the warmth the blazing flames offered. Harry's eyes roved over the room, pausing as he watched Grab and Goyle attempt to play Twister with several other Slytherins. Yawning, he sprawled backwards and stretched out completely before placing a paw against Draco's shin. "This is nice," Harry told Draco. Gryffindor house is always loud, but not like this. It's a different type of loud, more carefree and happy. Many of us don't get to laugh and play at home, so we have to make the best of it and enjoy ourselves while we can. Heaven only knows what will happen when we return home for Christmas. The pair of us have gotten into more trouble in 1 week than I did in the past few years combined. Draco murmured, eyes dancing over the chess pieces before carefully moving a pawn in an effort to thwart Blaze. I've noticed. I have to say that your house has one of the best relationships I've ever seen. I mean, all houses are divided in some ways, through years and gender, but everyone in your house was forced to interact in self-preservation, which only strengthened your house unity. I suppose Gryffindors do have a purpose besides being brave and loyal. We keep all the other houses on their toes. I never thought about it that way. Draco wondered, chewing his bottom lip thoughtfully, before murmuring, "This is also the last time I'll remind you that you're not a Gryffindor, you're a Slytherin. I'll try and remember. What do you think is going to happen when I'm finally exposed as Harry Potter? I don't know and truly don't care. Nobody is taking you from me, and that's final." Shaking his head, Harry allowed himself to drift off into his thoughts. He was so deep in thought that almost missed the soft knocking at the entrance portal of the Slytherin common room. The room went perfectly quiet as all eyes turned to look at the door. Generally people didn't knock on any Slytherin door. Usually they were clever enough to avoid the dungeons entirely unless they had to attend potions. Eyes moved from the door to look at Blaze and Draco questioningly. The acknowledged leaders of Slytherin glanced at each other before nodding in silent agreement. "You," Draco's finger pointed at a third year, "open the door." Wands slid into hands from various sheaths as the Slytherins readied themselves for whatever lay beyond the door. Hermione raised her hand and knocked on the portrait guarding the entrance into the Slytherin dorms. She stood impatiently as the wizard in the portrait sneered at her before turning to walk down the path behind him, vanishing into the shadows. A moment later the portrait swung open, revealing a younger Slytherin who looked at them suspiciously before inviting them in with a sweep of his arm. "Draco, a raven and a little lioness have come to visit." The small Slytherin purred, moving back into the shadows where he was no longer visible. Hermione shivered at the introduction, tensing slightly and tightening her grip on the wand she held tightly. Her gaze shifted to look at the fireplace, her attention drawn there by the only movement in the room. "To what do we owe the honor of your presence?" Draco Malfoy said, eyes resting on them as his hand moved to smooth over the coat of the panther sitting next to him. The fire behind them was an amazing backdrop, making the pair look extremely dangerous and elegant at the same time. "We've come to speak with you, Malfoy. It's about your familiar," Hermione stated, drawing herself up and trying to appear as if she belonged there. "What do you want to know about my Damien?" Draco questioned, leaning forward slightly, focusing intently upon the pair intruding upon the Friday night revelries. "I have reason to believe that he's not who you claim him to be," Hermione murmured, ignoring the warning rumble that crept from the panther's throat. "Oh." The elegant rise of an eyebrow was the only response to her statement. A pale hand slid along the cat's back, smoothing the raised hackles and calming the animal slightly. "Yes, I believe that panther is really an animagus in disguise. I also think that it happens to be a student at this school," she said, shivering beneath the flashing emeralds watching her every move. "Clever Granger, very clever." The words were barely audible above the hiss and crackle of the flames leaping behind the pair. "You don't believe me?" Hermione hissed, shocked that he wasn't paying attention to what she was trying to tell him. "Fine." Her wand was raised in a flash as she pointed it at the panther and screamed a spell. Expelliarmus echoed through the room as every Slytherin drew their wand and pointed it in the direction of the Gryffindor. Hermione's wand skittered across the floor and rolled to a stop under a table, completely ignored by everybody in the room. All eyes rested upon the mass of black fur quivering and shaking on the ground next to Draco. Draco grabbed the robes he dd over the chair he had been sitting in and tossed them over the writhing form of Harry. Carefully wrapping the folds tightly around the smaller wizard, he scooped him up and headed toward the door to his chambers. "Blaze, get the door. Crab, Goyle, nobody enters this room," he snarled, cradling the precious bundle while awaiting the completion of his orders. Charging through the door that had been hastily flung open by Blaze, Draco moved quickly to the bed as the door was slammed behind the three of them. Gently setting Harry on the bed, he pulled the folds of the cloak back so he could look into the emerald eyes he adored so much. Noting the pain blazing through Harry's eyes and the lip clamped between his teeth, he swore loudly before directing Blaze to find a pain potion. "Hurry up, Blaze," he growled, angered beyond belief at the pain Harry was forced to endure due to the dangerously miscast spell. His fingers brushed through the soft black locks as Harry winced and bit back a cry. Draco continued to ignore the steady stream of curse words and thuds coming from behind him as he carefully maneuvered Harry into a position that better allowed him to slide the blankets out from beneath him, gently settling him further onto the bed before drawing the blankets over the pained wizard. "Here," Blaze snapped, slapping the small vial into Draco's hand and moving away to give the pair a little more privacy. "Thank you," muttered Draco. Sitting on the bed next to Harry and lifting him to rest against his chest, he pulled the cork free with his teeth before turning his attention back to Harry. "Harry," murmured so softly. It was almost inaudible, "you need to swallow this for me, can you do that?" Draco watched Harry carefully as he fought against the pain before nodding. "Just give it to me," Harry hissed out between his teeth, hands clutching his stomach as if trying to hold something in place. Draco poured the liquid into Harry's mouth, fingers absently stroking his throat to help him swallow the much-needed potion. Laying him back down and tucking the covers in around him, he stood next to the bed and watched as Harry's eyes drifted closed, lulled into a painless sleep by the potion. "She meant well, Draco," Blaze whispered, moving to stand next to his friend, eyes trying to read the other wizard's emotions as he stood looking down at the boy curled among the blankets. "I know she did, but that doesn't excuse her. I promised him nobody would hurt him and I've already failed," Draco said, hand reaching out and brushing a strand of hair away from Harry's eyes, fingers brushing along the lightning bolt scar. "I'm not sure he would see it that way. You should let him rest. Don't forget the raven and the lioness you left standing in the common room. We wouldn't want anything to happen to them now, would we?" Blaze murmured, putting a hand on Draco's shoulder, attempting to guide him from the room. Draco nodded in agreement, turning back to the bed and leaning down to place a light kiss on Harry's forehead. "Never again," he whispered softly before standing and trailing Blaze from the room. Hermione stood next to Terry, mouth trembling as she stared at the closed door. She had never expected the spell to cause such a reaction. She balled her hands into fists and bit her lip before slowly turning to look around the room. Her eyes widened as her gaze met that of several Slytherins sitting patiently about the room. She took a step back in fear at the animosity in several pairs of eyes, as if they would love to use the wands they held loosely in their hands. Her wand had vanished, scooped off the floor in the middle of the scramble and pocketed by one of the Slytherins. The door slid open quietly behind her, drawing the undivided attention of the common room's inhabitants. Draco and Blaze stood shoulder to shoulder, their gazes traversing the room as they eyed their fellow Slytherins. "I don't suppose I need to remind you that anything that occurs within this house stays within this house." Draco's voice was calm and reserved, but the threat it carried had all students nodding. "Excellent," he murmured, gaze moving to rest upon the intruding pair. The two Slytherins moved further into the room, the door behind them closing softly and a low snick echoed through the room as the lock engaged. "I'll stay here with Crabbe and Goyle, make sure nothing exciting happens while you're out," Blaze stated, resuming his place before the fire and picking up a chess piece, twirling it in his fingers absently. Crabbe and Goyle nodded their agreement, taking up their place before Draco's door. Draco nodded his at the loyalty they showed him, eyes still locked on the pair that had dared to harm his familiar and friend. "You two, come with me," he hissed, stalking by the pair and throwing the portal open, glaring at them as they stood frozen in place before quickly chasing after him and ducking out under the painting. Draco tossed one more glance back at the room before allowing the portrait to drop closed behind him, the thud causing the members of Slytherin House to stir and turn to look at Blaze for an explanation. Draco stormed down the hall leading away from the dungeons. His mind was working on two levels at the same time. On one, he was furiously trying to restrain himself from drawing his wand and screaming curses at Granger and Boot while on the other, his mind was trying to maintain contact with Harry through the bond. The emptiness and lack of feeling running through the bond had him worried, but he placed it on the simple fact that Harry was in a deep sleep due to the potion he had been given. Stopping before the locked door that led into the potions room, he tapped the lock and whispered Alohomora. Pushing the door open and stepping back, he waited for the lioness and the raven to precede him into the room, knowing better than to present his back to individuals he didn't trust. What exactly were you trying to prove, Mudblood? Draco hissed, slamming the door behind him and leaning back against it, pale eyes carefully judging the two standing before him. I didn't mean. Hermione stuttered, eyes tearing up as she focused on the stone floor, afraid to meet the gaze of the furious wizard before her. You didn't mean. Well, that's wonderful. Perhaps I should kill you now and inform Severus that I didn't mean to do it. Do you think that would work? Draco growled, wand dangling loosely from his fingers as if tempted to forget magic and go straight to physical altercation. I studied that spell, I spent hours reading up on it, and it never said anything about causing the animagus pain when forcing them to turn back. Hermione claimed in defense, eyes widening at the threat behind Draco's words as she took a step back to stand next to Terry. I also read over the spell. There was nothing mentioned about the animagus feeling pain when returning to their human form. Terry muttered, fingers running through his hair while trying not to further anger the Prince of Slytherin. That's because you're both a pair of incompetent morons who believe they've read up on everything. The fact that Harry was bound to me while in his animagus form interfered with the original binding spell. It altered it due to the complication in binding another free-thinking mind to a powerful human one. The spell you just performed was never intended to compete with a spell that would hold the mind of a second wizard. Harry and I were bound together through blood, magic, and soul. You can't just pull one thread and expect the whole ball to unwind. It will literally take the bond days to heal itself and repair any damage caused by your stupidity. Do you understand, or do you want me to draw you some pictures? Draco roared, anger rising as he was forced to remain away from his bonded familiar for longer than he had originally intended. I didn't think. Hermione whispered, tears slipping from her eyes as Draco stomped back and forth before her. Well, isn't that perfect? You forgot to think. Imagine that, the Mudblood forgetting to think about something for a change. Draco rumbled, turning and heading towards the door, fully intending to return to his chambers and check on Harry before anything else happened. Malfoy. Hermione called out at the back of the retreating wizard, may we see Harry, please? She stared at his back hopefully when he paused in the doorway, turning slightly so that he could take both of them in. I'll have to ask Harry if he wants to see you because you aren't getting anywhere near him unless it is what he wishes, stated Draco, before resuming his solitary march back to Slytherin House, leaving the pair standing in the middle of the deserted classroom. Blaise was waiting patiently for Draco to return, eyes scanning the Slytherins who waited quietly as SS in the grass for the return of their leader. The soft hiss of the portal releasing had everyone sitting up and jerking to face the direction of the entrance. Draco stood completely still before running a hand over his face and through his hair. Glancing at the door to his room, he noticed that Crabbe and Goyle maintained their places, eyes glowering at anyone who dared get too close. Draco, was that Harry Potter? One of the Slytherins asked, eyes carefully examining the other wizard who remained just inside the entrance. Yes it was. Harry Potter was bound to me using the familiar bonding ceremony late this summer. Draco murmured, closely watching his housemates to judge their reactions. The whispers rose quickly, spreading like wildfire through the common room. I always knew there was something S-like about that Gryffindor. So he's been living among us for the past week. He hasn't even tried to kill us. Of course not, he's a Gryffindor. Don't forget the Gryffindor you're speaking about spent the week guarding you. How many of you were threatened this week? Or beat up? None of you. That's because Harry Potter chose to protect you. He could have attacked and killed any one of us, but he didn't. Blaise announced, eyes moving around the room, watching the reactions of the others at his speech. Almost immediately the room was filled with nods. Can we see him, Draco? A first-year murmured, looking pleased that he may actually be given the chance to speak with the famous Harry Potter. Yes, but not today. He'll see you on his own terms and when he's ready, so be patient. Draco murmured, moving towards his door and placing his hand on the doorknob, feeling the lock disengage at his touch. The room was silent except for soft breaths coming from the form curled up on the bed. Harry lay on his side, one hand tucked under his chin while the other arm was curled up under the pillow his head rested upon. After making sure that he was sleeping deeply, Draco grabbed the stuff he would need for bed and headed off, tired from the past few hours and what they had wrought. Returning to his room, he told Crabbe and Goyle they could go to bed before giving a wave to Blaise. Carefully resetting the door locks, Draco crawled into bed and curled up next to Harry, throwing an arm around the warm figure and resting his forehead against the mass of black hair resting on his pillow. Closing his eyes, he drifted into a dreamless sleep. Hermione trekked slowly back to the Gryffindor Tower. Her mind whirled at the complications she had forgot to include in her calculations. She had never considered the fact that the two wizards had been bound using the familiar binding spell. Eyebrows drawing down into a frown, she chewed her lip as she climbed the final staircase before stopping before the fat lady. "Out a little late, aren't you, young lady?" The portrait snapped, eyes taking in Hermione's face. "Jetaway, doctor," Hermione murmured, ignoring the fat lady and stepping into the room. The Gryffindor, I survived the first week of school. Party was in full swing. She imagined the Slytherins would be celebrating nothing tonight. Ignoring Ron's calls and the cheers of happiness that greeted her, she proceeded up to her room where she seated herself at her desk. Tugging a scrap piece of parchment loose, she wrote several words down before tapping her quill against her lip. Draco Malfoy, Harry Potter, and Damien. Harry Potter had abhorred Draco Malfoy, and vice versa, but Damien adored Draco Malfoy and Draco Malfoy cared for Damien. Did that mean that Harry Potter loved Draco Malfoy? Closing her eyes, she dropped her quill and threw herself backwards onto her bed, staring at the red and gold canopy while wallowing in her thoughts. Professor Severus Snape sat in his personal chambers. Several books lay spread across the table before him. A forgotten cup of tea cooling on a dusty side table as his eyes crawled over yet another book on the familiar bond and the attempts made to break or alter it. With a sharp crack, the book was closed and flung across the room, falling to rest against a large trunk. Nerva rose and wandered over to him, placing her head under his hand while he glared at the flames and drifted in his own thoughts. A life and death bond created between a wizard or witch to an animal that has been chosen to store magic in. The longer the pair are bound, the stronger the binding and greater the chance of death or permanent mental injury should the bond be broken. What had his godson gotten himself into? There was a cool bite in the air this morning that had many students clutching cloaks and hats to their heads as they made the hike to Hogsmeade. Some of the trees around the school sported their first red leaves, reminding the students that winter was fast approaching. However, Pansy didn't feel the chill against her skin, the liquor she had consumed bringing on a lovely warmth and chasing the chill away before it could settle upon her. Pansy sat in the Ollery, perched in one of the window alcoves waiting patiently for her father's owl to show up. She sat with her knees drawn up to her chest, fingers wrapped loosely around the glass resting atop one of them. Her gaze crept over the students milling around below her, Ravenclaws cradling books in stiff fingers, Hufflepuffs gathered to talk amongst themselves, and the Gryffindors. She curled her lip as she watched the antics of the Honorable House of Godric Gryffindor, running around like a bunch of children. Smiling evilly, she raised her glass in a silent toast before taking a sip of the liquor liberated from her father's study. The fire whiskey traced a burning path down her throat as she sipped, valuing the liquor for what it was worth. A flash of white had her straightening and setting her glass down on the ledge, fingers running over recently dried ink. Concentrating on folding the letter perfectly, she made sure it was ready to be sent before approaching the preening owl. "Where have you been, you stupid bird?" she hissed, stretching out a hand to grab the bird before it could flutter out of her reach. The bird blinked its amber eyes slowly as Pansy tied the folded letter to her leg. "Daddy is going to be so proud," she whispered, smiling as she tossed the white owl out the window and watching it circle once before flying over the school. Gliding gracefully back to the alcove, she reclaimed her glass and took a happy sip before tossing the glass's contents down her throat. Wincing at the sudden burn, she slid the empty glass into her pocket and headed for the stairs, hoping she made it to the bottom before the liquor found her. The room was dark when Harry managed to pry his eyes open. Slowly freeing an arm, he rubbed his eyes, wincing at the tug of muscles. The warm puffs of breath against the back of his neck had him freezing but relaxing once he caught the lingering scent of vanilla. Turning carefully, he looked at the pale head resting on the pillow behind him. Silky hair fanned out over the black pillowcase, making Draco look paler than usual. Harry allowed himself to lean up on one of his elbows and brush the hair off of Draco's forehead, fingers carting through the pale locks gently. Frowning at the dark circles beneath the closed eyes, he growled unhappily at all that Hermione had put the pair of them through. Brushing a single finger over one of the black circles, he sat up slowly, resting his back against the headboard and looking down at his sleeping dragon. Sighing, he decided it was time to get down to business and maneuvered himself out of the bed. Standing over Draco, Harry smiled and pulled the blankets tight around the other boy, making sure the pillow hadn't shifted while he was changing position. It was slightly after 9 on a Saturday morning, yet the Slytherin common room was crawling with students waiting for some sign of movement from Draco's room. Some students waited patiently, finishing homework and writing letters to parents, while others paced and played loud games in hopes of waking the room's inhabitants. Blaise sat neatly in his chair, carefully buffing his nails while pretending disinterest in the conversations going on around him. Smirking at some of the whispers and chuckling at others, he wondered how long they would wait before heading off to Hogsmeade. Reaching out a slender hand, he smoothed the thick white fur on Nox's head, running his hand down the wolf's back. The wolf whimpered and wagged its tail, happy to be receiving some much-welcomed attention. "Good boy, Nox," Blaise murmured, turning to pick up the teacup sitting on the table next to the abandoned chessboard. Stopping in puzzlement, he looked carefully over the board before swearing softly, "One more move and Draco had him beat." Grinning, he wrapped his fingers around the piece but froze at the slow creak of a door. Harry peered around the edge of Draco's door, eyes widening at the number of Slytherins lounging about. Gathering himself, both physically and magically, he swung the door open softly and stepped into the common room, closing the door behind him. "My, aren't we looking good this morning?" Blaise stated, grinning at Harry, who blushed slightly and ran his fingers through the unruly nest of black hair. "Well, I certainly couldn't walk around like I was," he muttered dryly, tugging on the hem of the shirt he had borrowed from Draco's wardrobe. The emerald dress shirt went perfectly with his eyes and gave him a very formal and commanding look. Black slacks hung loose on his hips and pulled on the tops of his feet. "That's too bad. I'm sure several individuals will be very disappointed that they won't get a second viewing," Blaise commented, watching as Harry approached him with a familiar swagger in his step. "You've been around Draco too long," he muttered, rolling his eyes as he shifted to better see Harry, who was seating himself carelessly in Draco's chair. Snorting at the mumbled whisper, Harry allowed his eyes to crawl around the room, freezing on several individuals who stood out. Crabbe and Goyle separated themselves from a small group and moved towards him. Stopping directly before him, they glanced at each other before extending their hands. "Vincent Crabbe, Gregory Goyle, it's a pleasure to meet you too," Harry murmured, shaking both proffered hands. Watching with some bemusement as the massive pair of Slytherins moved to stand behind his chair in the same fashion they did Draco. The room remained silent as all carefully took in the situation, before deciding how to act accordingly. A flash of movement had all eyes turning as a small witch moved forward. Standing directly in front of Harry, she looked him straight in the eyes before, dipping a neat curtsy and grinning cheekily. "My name's Matilda Dershire, it's wonderful to meet you, Harry Potter." Straightening, she withdrew a slender wand from the pocket of her robe. Holding it out on the flat of her hand, the whole room stood still at the sight of the wand. "This belongs to the Mudbee, Granger," she said, eyes looking away as she made the error. Harry stared at the wand, a wand that had protected and tested him for the last few years. "Thank you, Matilda," Harry said, grinning at the witch as he reverently lifted the wand from her hand, knowing that she had made an important step in trusting him. Before he knew what was happening, he was being swarmed by Slytherins, hands reaching to shake his while he attempted to remember names and watch for threats at the same time. Crabbe and Goyle moved neatly into place before him, making a human shield that slowed the crush and forced them to greet him in pairs rather than en masse. He met them all, from first year to seventh. He shook hands and took names while testing each to see which side of the fence they were on. Hand after hand was pushed into his, yet all felt good and just, like there was no evil in any of them. Shaking his head in confusion, he looked at Blaise, who merely rolled his eyes and grinned. Laughing at the expression on the other wizard's face, he turned to find himself being included in a conversation about Quidditch. Draco woke alone. The spot beside him was cool, meaning Harry had been gone for quite some time. Calling softly, he frowned when he received no answer. Glancing at the door, his eyes widened at the voices raised in argument. Lunging out of bed, his hand wrapped around his wand as he grabbed the clothes he'd tossed on the floor the night before. Pulling the pants on, he threw the door open and froze at the sight that met his eyes. Harry Potter was in the middle of a game of exploding snap while attempting to hold a conversation on the use of dark magics for protection purposes. Heaving a grateful sigh, he allowed himself to slump against the door frame. Running a hand across his face, he padded softly towards the fireplace where Blaise sat, watching the activities with a look of pure amusement on his face. "How's he doing?" Draco murmured, sitting down and tucking his feet beneath him, gaze softening as Harry tossed down the winning card and gloated. Small hands gathering the cards and shuffling as a new game was being organized by an excited second year. "Surprisingly well, considering the fact that he's a Gryffindor," Blaise said, pouring Draco a cup of cooling tea. Smirking at the look of disgust on his friend's face, he chuckled, watching as Draco attempted to swallow without gagging. "Former Gryffindor," Draco muttered, setting the teacup down with a curled lip. Closing his eyes, he plopped his head back against the chair. For once they actually have hope. The boy who lived is sitting in their common room playing with them, accepting them for who they are instead of who their parents are. Blaise and Draco allowed their eyes to meet, for once both of them had hope. Smiling, Blaise offered his hand to Draco. Draco wrapped his hand around Blaise's, squeezing tightly before letting go in favor of making his final move in their forgotten chess match. "Checkmate." He grinned as Blaise winced, watching as the other wizard stood and put a small mark on the much-used piece of paper resting next to the board. "You're getting better, though I must say, if you're going to cheat, make sure you're doing it in your favor." Chuckling as he walked back to his bedroom, he paused next to Harry, placing a light hand on top of the soft mess of curls and tugging gently before continuing to his room. Closing the door behind him, he heaved a sigh before flopping onto the bed and throwing an arm over his eyes. Professor Severus Snape sat at the head table in the Great Hall, eyes focused on the massive doors that opened into the entrance hall. He had yet to observe even one of his house members make it through those doors this morning, making him wonder if they had partied a little too hard. Shaking his head, he carefully lifted a fork full of eggs to his mouth, ignoring the ramblings of the headmaster who sat next to him. His mind turned as he looked over the facts, the scar, and the hate for Lucius and himself, the use of a spell not included in the curriculum. All of it pointed towards one student, the same student who was supposedly missing. Frowning, he excused himself and made his way out of the Great Hall. Gliding down the hall, he paused as he heard the unmistakable voice of Ronald Weasley. Smiling grimly as he heard the muffled curse word ring through the entrance hall, he made sure to pass the angered Gryffindor and snarl at him. 10 points from Gryffindor Mr. Weasley for the use of foul words around younger students. Sometimes the Gryffindors made his day just a little better. Draco opened his eyes slowly at the feel of fingers softly carding through his hair. Rolling his head back, he looked into the bright eyes of Harry Potter who sat beside him on the bed. "What, you couldn't bear not talking to me for a whole hour?" Draco pouted, raising a finger and running it over Harry's cheek. "Yes, I missed the dulcet sounds of your cooing voice as you gave orders and acted all princely," Harry murmured, gazing down at Draco who remained stretched out over the bed. "I thought so," announced Draco smugly, eyes shining with silent laughter as Harry tossed back his head and gave a rasping laugh. "What are we doing today, Draco?" Harry murmured, fingers continuing their slow stroking. "I am going shopping. We can't have you walking around in clothes that don't fit you now, can we?" Harry rolled his eyes at Draco's response and laughed as the other boy pulled him over to loll on the bed next to him. Fingers wrapping themselves around the silver collar that gleamed against the tanned flesh of Harry's throat. "I suppose not, though I must say I do enjoy wearing yours." Draco's pale orbs flashed as Harry's voice whispered through his mind, curling itself tightly around his mind. "There is only one thing of mine that you will wear, and you're already wearing it," Draco murmured, fingers playing with the bell dangling from the collar. His eyes widened as Harry's hand closed around the matching silver bell encircling Draco's throat, tugging the other closer. "Are you so sure?" Harry murmured, dragging Draco closer so they were separated by mere millimeters. "Because I have my eyes on that silver cloak with the S-head buckles." "Tease," Draco murmured, burying his face in Harry's neck as the soothing fingers returned to their gentle caress, easing him back into sleep. Ron sat on his bed in the Gryffindor dorms. Papers and books were strewn about in what he considered an organized mess as he diligently completed reading an article in Quidditch Weekly. His incomplete Dada assignment crumpled next to his abandoned quill. He had originally been planning on spending the day in Hogsmeade with Hermione, but she had yet to come down from the girls' dorms. Ron had of course tried to blackmail and plead at the top of his lungs while ignoring the looks he was receiving from his housemates before giving up and stomping down to the Great Hall. Shortly after that, his own dorm mates had effectively ditched him while he raced back to the tower to retrieve his gloves. He had returned to the entrance hall to find it bare of Gryffindors, then subsequently lost 10 points from Gryffindor when a passing professor heard him swear. Flipping a page, he frowned at the soft tapping sound coming from the direction of the window. Clutching his wand nervously, he moved towards the window, fingers curling around the DS before pulling them free and pointing his wand at the figure sitting on the ledge. The white owl hooted softly as he heaved a sigh of relief and unlatched the window. The owl carefully hopped onto the extended arm and allowed Ron to set her down just inside the window on his desk. "Hello, Hedwig," Ron purred, running his index finger over the bird's head. Fingers expertly working the knot binding the paper to the bird's outstretched leg. "Don't worry, I'll make sure Harry gets this." Digging into messy desk drawer, he pulled a small owl treat out and offered it to the snowy owl. Carefully scooping her up, he ran a caressing hand down her back, allowing her to lightly nip his fingers before setting her outside on the ledge. Smirking as he watched the afternoon breeze carry the owl higher, he rolled the small note in his hand and grinned. "Let's see what Harry Potter is up to." Draco carefully adjusted the cuff of his shirt as he admired himself in the mirror. Dressed in dark gray pants with a black shirt, he looked like he was going to Diagon Alley for a date rather than on a small excursion to Hogsmeade. His cloak was tossed over the bed, ready to be pulled on as soon as Harry was ready. The slow hiss and crunch of bones had him wincing and shifting so he could see Harry in the mirror. The other wizard stood with his back to Draco, body contorting as it resumed the form of a panther. Draco's eyes followed the slow shift of Harry's spine as it lengthened and shoulder blades readjusted. Silky black hair erupted upon pale flesh, creeping up arms and down over legs. Flashing emerald eyes met and held Draco's icy gaze as the pupils shifted and elongated, finishing the change. "Ready," he murmured, eyes following the slow movements as the panther carefully stretched and yawned. The panther gave a rumbling purr as he glided towards Draco, paws silent on the soft carpets. Damien circled tightly around Draco, running his body against the wizard's, eyes glowing softly as his head brushed against Draco's abdomen. Draco chuckled and placed his hands on either side of the panther's head, fingers curling themselves into the soft fur. Now, Harry. I understand it's a cat thing, but I really think you're overdoing it." He smirked as the cat hissed indignantly before pacing towards the door, tail lazily twitching. Retrieving his cloak from the end of the bed, he tossed it over his shoulder so it hung perfectly, the end brushing the tops of the dragon hide boot he wore. "Besides, it's rude to take advantage of me when I can't get you back for it." Giving himself one last look in the mirror, he moved towards the door of his room where Damien waited impatiently. Gazes caught and held as Draco placed his hand on the door knob and slowly opened the door, expecting the cat to rush by him. His eyebrow raised as the panther lowered the front half of his body in a mocking bow, one paw sweeping outward in a gesture for Draco to go first. My, such the gentleman," Draco mumbled, sending his mind into Harry's and wrapping the silver string around the shimmering ball of Harry's magic. "Well, you know what they say, Draco, ladies first." Harry erupted into feline laughter as he dodged the swinging foot in a nimble movement. Darting past Draco, he lunged into the common room and took solace atop one of the bookshelves. Eyes shining as he watched the bemused Draco slam the door of his chambers. Blaze paced slowly back and forth in front of the roaring fire. Eyes peering at the door to Draco's chambers as he turned and began another slow circuit. Draco had informed him that they were going shopping to get Harry some clothes. Blaze shook his head as he recalled Draco's announcement. Draco's idea of a shopping trip meant hours standing in front of various mirrors primping and allowing people to exclaim over his beauty. Blaze could already feel the headache coming on, but at least Harry should be able to provide him with some amusement. He whirled around as the door behind him opened slowly, raising an eyebrow as he saw the panther crouching before Draco. He laughed as Draco's mouth fell open at something Harry said before aiming a swift kick at the cat. The panther dodged before retreating to the top of a bookshelf, grinning merrily at the other wizard. Draco slammed the door and stalked further into the room, resettling his cloak as he raised his nose and glared at the panther. "Nice pants." Blaze chuckled, grinning as he looked at the fine dusting of black hair along Draco's pants. "Damn, now I have to change. Draco muttered, glaring angrily at the panther who attempted to blink innocently at him. No time. Dinner's in 5 hours and we have to be back before the Hogwarts gates are closed. Blaise murmured, turning at the sound of pounding feet as a mass of Slytherins erupted from the main dorms, cloaks and gloves clutched in their hands as they bounced happily around the common room. Blaise rolled his eyes at the hopeful look on their faces as they waited for one of the older students to say something. I don't recall signing on to babysit. He grumbled, rolling his eyes as the younger Slytherins immediately began to pout. I suppose this one time couldn't hurt. He mumbled, looking at Draco who was waving his wand around madly while glaring at Damien. Blaise widened his eyes as he watched the silent conversation, sighing as Draco spun around and slid his wand away, cloak fluttering as it resettled itself. Fine, let's get this show on the road. Draco muttered, gliding by the group towards the exit. Pausing with one hand on the door, he turned with an evil smile and looked directly at the panther who was getting ready to jump down from his perch. I'd be careful darling, or you'll be carrying my bags, he announced, smirking at the amused laughs of his housemates. Blaise chuckled and looked at the panther who was frozen atop the bookshelf. They hadn't even left the common room and he was already being entertained. This trip should prove to be interesting. Severus Snape stopped at the main steps leading down into the dungeon. Standing quietly he paused and looked around, searching for the source of that low growl. Turning carefully, he looked into the sparkling emerald eyes of Damien. The panther stood quietly, eyes judging as his tail flicked gently behind him. Slowly moving his hand towards his wand he froze at the warning rumble. Maintaining eye contact, Severus gave the panther a disgusted look before holding his hands out to the side. Attacking staff members now, Potter, he snarled, glaring at the beast standing so imperiously before him. Damien yawned, revealing his sharp fangs before closing his jaws and eyeing Snape warily. Severus opened his mouth to continue but froze at the sound of voices echoing up the steps. He gave a sigh of relief as half his house came pounding up the stairs wearing their cloaks. Draco, he murmured, eyeing the unlikely bunch with a raised eyebrow. Severus. Draco grinned, moving to stand next to his familiar. We're going shopping, he announced, hand settling upon the panther's head in a familiar movement, fingers ruffling black fur. Why? Severus questioned unhappily. As far as he was concerned, Draco had far too many clothes and by no means required any more. Why? Because one can never have too many clothes, Draco stated, eyes widening in disbelief over the question. Right. And the rest of you feel it is necessary to accompany Mr. Malfoy? Severus demanded, looking over the Slytherins. Shaking his head as they all smiled innocently and murmured, yes. His glaring gaze rested on them before falling on the retreating back of Draco. Well, I couldn't possibly carry all the bags myself. Draco tossed over his shoulder as he hurried towards the door, Damien trotting along next to him. Severus turned and watched as his Slytherins swarmed around him, chasing after their leader who was already out the door. Shaking his head, he stormed down the steps, wondering when the best possible time was to out Potter. Chewing his lip thoughtfully he entered his private chambers, recalling the way that Draco's hand had rested upon the panther's head. And the way the massive animal had purred and leaned into the touch. Perhaps he should think this through a little more before saying anything to anyone. Hermione sat across from Terry in an empty classroom. Fingers playing nervously with a thread hanging from the sleeve of her robes, she eyed Terry impatiently. I honestly don't know, I mean I've never seen the Slytherins react like that before. Terry said, rolling his wand back and forth on the desk. They acted like a pack of wolves bringing down a deer. I'm quite sure it wasn't that bad. Hermione murmured, fingers shifting to rest on her own wand. It had been returned at breakfast this morning by a school owl. A piece of parchment wrapped around it with one word scribbled across the front, silence. The Slytherin prince wanted her to keep her mouth closed and her mind on her own business. But wasn't it her duty to try and free Harry? Right, having every Slytherin wand pointed at us was a walk in the park. Blaise grumbled, rolling his eyes and leaning back. I mean, no one should be bound to another against their will, he's practically an Rye. We can't just let Draco command him around like a common house elf. Hermione argued, banging her fist down on the desk in an effort to emphasize her point. Hermione, did you ever stop and think that maybe Harry's happy? You've seen the way the pair of them interact. He was eating out of Draco's hand at dinner the other night, Does that seem like something someone would do if they hated the other? You saw his reaction to what happened the other day. He was upset that Harry had been hurt. Terry stated, watching the witch before him stutter in disbelief. Harry hates Malfoy though. There's no way he could actually like him. Hermione muttered, eyes blazing at the thought. Did you ever really ask him, or did you just assume? It's been 5 years of war, Hermione. Things change. People change. Before you do something stupid again, think about what Harry wants. Terry said, rising slowly and tucking his wand away into his robes. He left the room, leaving Hermione sitting there staring at the empty chair with puzzled eyes, still trying to argue her point to an empty room. But Harry can't possibly love Malfoy, can he? The words rang through the empty classroom, teasing as they repeated over and over the hardest question she had ever come across. Harry was sprawled across the floor of a clothing store, his eyes resting on the object of his affections. Draco was currently modeling a pair of dragon skin pants, the black leather-like pants clinging to his legs as he stood in front of a full-length mirror. Draco's eyes met Harry's in the mirror and he raised a pale eyebrow, striking a pose while maintaining eye contact. See something you like? He murmured, laughing at the feeling coming through the bond. Yes, those pants certainly suit you, but how would they look on me? Harry laughed, flicking his tail as he watched Draco carefully fix a lock of hair. Draco grinned at Harry's question, turning back to his reflection. I had to try them on, they were just screaming my name. Draco grumbled playfully. I heard screaming too, but it was the shop's owner trying to figure out how she'd survive your shopping spree alive. Harry grinned, rising and stretching. He began to pace amongst the racks of clothes. He paused next to Blaise, who had DD himself across a chair and was fiddling with his nails. Blaise looked at him and raised an eyebrow questioningly. Bored yet? He muttered, eyes moving to where Draco was trying on the jacket that matched the pants he was wearing. Harry attempted to roll his eyes and shake his head at the same time, which caused Blaise to chuckle before returning to his nail gazing. Harry prowled further into the store, stopping to admire a light blue shirt that would look perfect on Draco. Damien, come, Draco's voice echoed through the room, drawing the attention of another customer. Harry growled as the woman's gaze rested on Draco too long. Stalking over to stand next to the wizard, he leveled his most threatening look on the woman. The woman stumbled backwards and fled the store. That was uncalled for, Draco stated, handing the saleswoman the jacket he had been trying on. Harry prowled after Draco as he headed towards the counter and immediately began giving the flustered woman his order, pausing at certain intervals to be assured she was recording sizes and colors right. So what are you getting me? Harry purred, pressing his nose into the center of Draco's back. Simple, I just got you everything I was getting but a few sizes smaller. Draco whispered, watching as the woman carefully took his order. His breath drew in when Harry's head shifted against his back and a feeling of love crept slowly through the bond. Draco's hand slid across Harry's head behind his back as he thanked the woman and moved to retrieve Blaise. Thank God, we'll make it back for dinner. Blaise muttered, standing and stretching before quickly heading to the door, waving at the shopkeeper as Draco and Harry trailed along behind him. Ron sat on his bed, fingers tugging at the locks of bright red hair as he reread the note that Hedwig had delivered. His pale eyes traveled over the words he knew by heart, anger resurfacing when he read the words that had changed his whole day. He had been sitting on his bed clutching the note for the past few hours. Mind struggling to wrap itself around the meaning while disbelief warred with common sense. There was no way Harry was Damien. Harry would never be friends with Draco, nor would Harry attack him. Grimacing in anger, he crumpled the note as he remembered the way the panther had attacked him. Fingers wrapped themselves around his wand as he gathered his school robes and headed for the door. It was dinner and surely Malfoy and Damien would be present. What better way to embarrass Malfoy by informing him that the boy who lived had been eating out of his hand for the past week? Ron padded softly down the stairs from Gryffindor Tower. His mind was racing over the thoughts and possibilities of the meeting that lay ahead. Grinning, he pulled his wand from his pocket and flipped it expertly, twirling it on one finger before sliding it up his sleeve and into the waiting sheath. He turned down one of the main halls heading towards the Great Hall and allowed his mouth to fall open in shock. A slim figure with a head of pale hair glided along before him, alone. Ron looked around the hall before smirking evilly and cracking his knuckles. Hey Malfoy, Ron snarled, stalking towards the figure that froze at the sound of his name. Turning slowly, Draco raised one eyebrow in a commanding expression before snorting indelicately at the oncoming figure. "Well, if it isn't the weasel. Finally managed to climb out of your hole, I see," Draco purred, fingers edging to where his wand had been placed before leaving the Slytherin common room. "Rather it was from a hole than under a rock, ferret," Ron roared, pulling his wand and aiming it at the Slytherin prince. Malfoy mirrored Ron's movement and pulled his own wand in a slick and effortless maneuver. Expelliarmus. The two voices echoed through the empty hall as they tried to remove the other's wand before their enemy could cast a spell. The clatter of light wood on stone faded as both wizards stood in shock for a moment, eyes following their still rolling wands before looking at the other. "Well, that works for me, ferret," Ron stated, lunging at Malfoy, who hadn't been expecting a physical attack. Ron's fist connected firmly with Malfoy's jaw, tossing the other wizard back against the wall. Draco's head connected with a sickening thump and he slumped to the ground. Ron smiled at the crumpled figure lying against the base of the wall, unconscious. Smiling happily over his easy victory, he planted one foot firmly in Malfoy's middle before proceeding to the Great Hall for dinner. Hermione sat at her desk in her dorm room, quill skating across the parchment before her. She had decided it would be best to write a letter to Harry and Draco rather than verbally attacking them again. Straightening in her seat, she looked back over her letter before smiling and rolling the paper carefully. "Now for the final touch," she thought. Reaching into a small bag, she pulled out the ribbon she had purchased yesterday. Braiding the 3 strands of ribbon together quickly, she wrapped them around the roll of parchment, fingers fiddling with the loops of the bow before deciding it was perfect. "Good luck, me," she murmured softly. She held the small roll in her hand, fingers brushing along the ribbon. Emerald silk for Harry's eyes, blue for Draco's, and a strand of white as a sign of peace. Hermione tucked the message into the pocket of her black robe, patting the pocket before heading towards the door. Sighing as she left the tower, she hoped that the pair noticed the significance of the ribbon's colors. Blaise prowled along one of the dungeon halls. Though the darkness was frightening sometimes, it was a high point that only the Slytherins would walk around the damp halls by themselves. He had needed some time to think and retreated to the dungeon halls for a few moments of privacy before heading up to dinner. Rolling his eyes as his stomach growled, Blaise rubbed his belly before changing direction and moving back past the Slytherin common rooms and Professor Snape's private chambers. Gliding up the stairs in an elegant manner, he proceeded down the hall, the drumming of his boots echoing as he made his way toward the Great Hall. He froze at the sound of a low groan, and carefully approached a shadowed alcove. Running the last few steps, he dropped to his knees and peered at the crumpled figure of his friend. Draco had blood dripping from his mouth and was clutching his stomach, eyelids fluttering as he tried to remain conscious. Blaise carefully threw the other boy's arm around his shoulder, hefting Draco up so he was practically sprawled across his back. "Wand," Draco murmured, pain laced the word as a finger slowly rose and pointed to the piece of wood lying against the opposite wall. "Right," Blaise muttered, bending down carefully and picking the wand up, sliding it into Draco's pocket before beginning to carry him gently back to the Slytherin common room. Harry sat in Draco's chair before the fire. He was dressed comfortably in the dragon skin pants Draco had bought him. He wore an emerald shirt that matched his eyes, the top few buttons left undone so the collar encircling his neck could be seen. His eyes flowed over the parchment resting in his hands as a second year stood patiently beside him, fingers fiddling with his quill as he waited for the older student to finish. "It looks good," Harry murmured, grinning at the little Slytherin who smiled back with joy at the praise. "I'd just change these two around, it would flow better that way," he instructed, taking the dangling quill and rearranging several sentences carefully before handing the project back to the other student. Harry watched with an amused grin as the second year raced back to his table and sat down with several other students, exclaiming loudly that Harry had helped him. Leaning his head back against the chair, he closed his eyes and smiled at the feeling of contentedness creeping along the bond. Sitting up suddenly, his eyes widened as the feeling flowing over the bond changed. His eyes went to the entrance portal as it was thrown open and Blaise staggered in, half carrying half dragging Draco behind him. "Somebody attacked him," Blaise shouted, holding still as Harry wrapped his arms around Draco and lifted him gently from Blaise's grasp. Blood had soaked through the pale green shirt he wore from the wound on the back of Draco's head. "Open the door, Blaise," Harry demanded, weaving towards the door of Draco's chambers. Blaze threw the door open and let it slam against the wall, moving ahead of the pair to clear the bed of new clothes. Damn, Harry murmured, assessing the wounds. Harry, Draco mumbled, slowly opening his pale eyes to search the room for the familiar voice. I'm sorry, Draco, I should have been there. I should have known somebody would try something like this. Harry rambled, hands searching and finding one of Draco's to cling to. Harry peered into Draco's pained eyes, watching as he bit his lip to contain a yelp as one of Harry's fingers grazed a cut. Not your fault, should have known better than to go out alone. Croaked Draco, fingers clutching desperately at Harry's. Silver eyes met the emerald ones as Harry hovered over Draco, afraid to sit on the bed for fear of disturbing Draco. Tell me who, Draco. Who dared harm what is mine? The last sentence left Harry's throat in a low growl. Draco whimpered at the pain creeping up his hand as Harry unknowingly applied more pressure to his skinned knuckles. The weasel came up behind me. Attacked without reason. Draco hissed between his teeth, holding back a cry of pain as the bed shifted beneath a body. Harry snarled, flashing lengthening fangs at Blaze, who had leaned against the bed to have a closer look at the wound. Blaze jerked back and held up his hands, trying to calm an enraged Harry. It's the familiar bond, rasped Goyle, leaning closer to Blaze in an effort to draw Harry's attention from the smaller wizard, figuring he'd have a better chance of surviving a full-on attack. Ron, Harry roared, wheeling about and charging for the door. Harry, Draco shrieked, trying to sit up and pull Harry back to him. Fingers still laced with Harry's, he tugged futilely in an effort to drag the other boy back to his side. He has gone too far this time, Draco. Harry growled, emerald eyes flashing dangerously as he glanced about the room, noting the nods of agreement coming from several other students. I know, Draco murmured, but at least take my wand. The whispered words had eyes widening and gasps escaping several Slytherins. Wands were considered sacred. To allow another to use your wand was like allowing them to hold your heart in their hands. Draco, Blaze murmured, his face showing his evident shock over Draco's exclamation. Harry stood silently before slipping a hand into Draco's pocket, fingers withdrawing the wand that rested there. I'll take care of it, Draco. He murmured, fingers running over the wood in a loving caress. Ignoring the others crowded into the room, Harry leaned over Draco and pressed his lips gently to the S in a kiss no more than a whisper before standing and plowing his way through the shocked crowd. Gregory. Vincent. With me. Harry snarled, pausing outside the portal to wait for the two much larger Slytherins. Harry caught the thick silver cloak that was tossed at him by Vincent, pulling it on and flipping the hood up over his mop of black hair. What are we going to do? Gregory growled, eyes meeting and holding those of the boy who lived. I am going to put on a little show. You two are going to get Snape. The Slytherin bodyguards looked at each other and sighed. Whenever Harry did something, he went all the way, which meant that there was bound to be more than a little fight. Perhaps one of us should, Vincent started, jogging to keep up with Harry. No, I will deal with Ron, no one else. Came the rumbled response as Harry prowled down the hall, raising his head slightly as if testing the air for the scent of his old friend. It's dinner, isn't it? Purred Harry, a slow grin creeping across his face as he glanced back at the pair puffing along behind him. Yes, Gregory grunted, clutching at the wall in a vain attempt to climb the stairs faster. Excellent, Harry murmured, unable to contain the fierce grin creeping slowly across his face. The great hall was full of chattering students. Nearly all the tables were filled completely, students from all houses having returned from a hard day of shopping to eat a companionable meal with their friends. Laughter and friendly arguments rose and fell around the large room as the houses celebrated their return to the school. The teachers lounged about at the head table watching the students to make sure nothing got out of hand, as it often did on Saturday nights of the first month. For one moment, it was like somebody had flipped a switch as the hall went completely quiet. All eyes widening as the whole hall began to shake softly and a low rumble became audible. Ron paused with a fork halfway to his mouth, eyes roving over the other students to see what they were listening to. He followed the questioning glances towards the door as the rumbling and shaking stopped. The fork continued its trip, but the food never made it to Ron's mouth as the doors imploded. Harry paused at the main doors into the great hall. Tugging the hood forward so it better covered his face, he raised one hand and pushed his magic into the doors. The massive wooden doors shivered and buckled as he pushed harder. Harry closed his eyes as the magical force inside the door became too much and they imploded, spraying the inside of the great hall with small slivers of wood. He stood in the doorway for a moment and allowed all the students and staff to stare at him before stepping into the hall. Severus Snape leapt to attention and pulled his wand from its sheath as he stared at the figure standing silently in the doorway. Dressed in black dragon skin pants, the figure wore a silver cloak that hid his face. The cloak fluttered softly around the muscled body, blowing in a breeze that no one else felt. Eyes blazed in an eerily familiar way, emerald fire creeping through them as they gazed around the hall. The figure began a slow glide into the hall, ignoring all the shaking wands pointed at him. Hermione glanced up from the book she clutched, fingers holding her page as she slowly closed it and looked around the hall, trying to find the source of the rumbling noise. For a single moment, she thought that perhaps it was her mind playing with her, but as silence crept along the hall it became obvious that the others also heard the noise. When everything became quiet again, she looked to the head table where all the teachers stood, wands held lightly in their hands as they prepared for whatever was causing the noise. She couldn't help but let loose a gasp and duck as the door imploded. Small shards of the doors rained down on the students, who took cover beneath the trestle tables. Hermione's eyes widened as the familiar figure padded by her slowly, approaching the head table. Harry stopped directly in front of the staff table. Eyes peering at each individual standing there, he turned slowly to gaze back out over the other students. Silver cloak swirling out behind him in a maneuver only Snape could pull off perfectly. "I think we should all have a little chat, but before I begin, there's a small matter I would like to deal with," Harry growled, flipping back his hood and ignoring the shocked screeches that echoed through the hall. He stood there proudly, tight pants showing off his slim legs, emerald eyes that held the pupil of a panther, and the fangs that flashed as he addressed them. All eyes fell to the silver collar that glistened under the bright candle light. The small silver bell tinkled merrily as Harry shifted, turning his attention to the staff table where his eyes locked with those of Professor Snape. "Professor Snape, if you would kindly return to the Slytherin dorms with Vincent and Gregory, it would be most appreciated." Gasps and several yells of shock ran through the hall as they watched the boy who lived address the most hated professor so politely. Whispers began to race as several students made the connection between the Panther Damien and Harry. The collar, the eyes, and those fangs, all made sense. It was the table full of Slytherins that shifted first, rising from their table and sweeping bows to the mate of their prince. While the rest of the school stared on in shock, Harry Potter's gaze searched the Gryffindor table. Harry paused when his eyes fell upon Ron, a smile slid across his face, drawing whispers from those near enough to get a good look at the fangs. "Ronald Weasley, I challenge you to a wizard's duel." The words rang through the silent hall, causing eyes to widen in shock. "By what grounds is this duel called?" Dumbledore stated, staring down at Harry, his own wand angled slightly at the ground. "As bound familiar to Draco Malfoy, it is my duty to avenge any wrong done to him. The weasel magically and physically attacked my bonded. I am within my rights to demand the chance to rectify the situation in whatever manner I see fit." Harry snarled, eyes narrowing as he glared at the head table. The Slytherin table emptied of students as they moved to form a half-circle around Harry, drawing their wands and standing at attention, ready for any altercation that occurred. "My boy, I really don't think that that's the best way to solve this problem," Dumbledore said, a slight plea in his voice as his eyes followed the movement of the Slytherins. Other students gaped at the sight of the Slytherins guarding the back of a Gryffindor. Never before had the Slytherins moved to protect a student of another house. All eyes fell back upon the figure shaking with rage, one pointing at the ground as he thought the situation through. "I will have my duel, Albus, even if I have to go through you to get it," Harry growled, wand shifting to point at the headmaster, unwavering as the bright emeralds sparked and burned. Ron sat completely stunned, mouth hanging open as the past few minutes of conversation flowed through his head. Harry had just challenged him to a duel. This was better than he had hoped for. The stupid fool had already exposed himself as the ferret's familiar, so he may as well tromp his butt to finish the job. Ron grinned as he watched an enraged Harry threaten Dumbledore, one pointed so steadily you could almost see the magic just waiting to explode from its tip. There was only one thing left for him to do. "I accept." Ron's words rang through the hall, falling upon deaf ears as all eyes remained pinned on the headmaster and the boy who lived. He rose from the Gryffindor table slowly, sauntering around it as more and more eyes followed his progress. I accept, you traitor. I will not allow a duel to occur within my castle, Mr. Potter. Dumbledore roared in a voice few had ever heard him use. The answering snarl torn from Harry's throat was more panther than human. His eyes flashed and his lips curled as he growled softly and watched the older wizard with the intensity of a hunting cat. The Slytherins behind Harry shifted uneasily, fingers gripping wands as their eyes roved over the staff table. I accept, you traitor. The words rang through the hall, bouncing off the walls and ringing in the ears of the students. Harry closed his eyes and allowed a small smile to creep across his face before throwing back his head and laughing. "Ah, Ron, you were always too cocky for your own good." Harry purred, swirling around to face the Gryffindor, cloak sweeping out behind him in a cloud of silver. His eyes sparkled with happiness as he followed Ron's progress to the center of the hall. "There will be no duel," Dumbledore bellowed, fist slamming against the table before him, causing the silverware and staff to jump in shock at his show of rage. "With all respect, Professor Dumbledore, you cannot stop this duel from proceeding," Hermione Granger announced, moving away from the Gryffindor table to stand where everyone could see her. "Wizard law states that once a duel has been accepted, it must continue until the challenger declares satisfaction. Limits can be placed upon the duel itself, but the actual accepting creates a binding contract between the challenger and the challengee. This contract will remain open until the challenger announces his satisfaction." A murmur raced through the hall and heads nodded in agreement. Never before had a challenge duel been halted by someone other than the person being challenged. "She's right, Albus," Professor McGonagall murmured, eyes tearing as she watched the final wedge between the golden trio fall into place. "I believe it would be best to allow them to proceed. Whether it's here or somewhere else, they will complete the contract. If they duel here, at least we can intervene should something go wrong," she whispered, eyes resting on Harry as he paced back and forth before the Slytherins, eyes fastened on Ron. Dumbledore sank back into his chair, wand lowering as he raised a hand to his temple. "I agree," he murmured, closing his eyes and rubbing at his forehead wearily. "I believe it is best if you take over, Minerva. I don't quite feel up to it." Minerva nodded in agreement, rising from her place to address the school. Folding her hands before her, she peered out at the students who sat anxiously about the Great Hall. "Mr. Potter, we must accept the fact that you are going to duel Mr. Weasley. However, my first concern is for your fellow students. If this duel is to occur, there must be certain boundaries set upon it," Professor McGonagall declared, narrowing her eyes as several students cheered. She glared at the offenders before turning her gaze to Hermione. "Miss Granger, I would like you to assist me in setting these boundaries, as you seem to have some knowledge of dueling." "It would be a pleasure to help you, Professor McGonagall," Hermione murmured, staring intently at Harry, who had paused before the Slytherins. Emerald eyes glowing in satisfaction, he smirked slightly before nodding his head at her. "Excellent, while you set the boundaries I shall ready the hall," McGonagall announced, calling several older students to assist her in preparing the Great Hall for the upcoming duel. Hermione stood silently before Ron and Harry, eyes darting between them as she awaited their complete attention. When both wizards nodded at her, she began the delicate process of arranging the duel to their satisfaction. "Both of you will need to choose your seconds to count the bloods. Also Harry, as the challenger, you must declare the blood," she announced, words seeming to ring through the hall as the rest of the school watched the proceedings in complete fascination. "I declare third blood," Harry stated, peering directly into Hermione's eyes as she gazed at him intently. Emerald eyes became hooded as gasps at his declaration rang through the hall. Third blood was one blood short of death and the one most rarely used. Hermione nodded her head in acceptance and turned her gaze to Ron. "Please choose your second," she stated, lip curling slightly in disgust at the way he was watching her. "Hermione Granger, will you be my second?" Ron purred, reaching forward to grasp one of her hands between both of his. "I decline the offer," Hermione announced, chin rising at the sudden flurry of whispers racing through the hall. Ron's mouth fell open in shock, eyes bulging as Harry chuckled softly in glee. Ron turned to look at the Gryffindors standing around behind him, yet none would meet his eyes. His gaze searched the hall frantically for anyone who would second him, but finding no one willing to anger Harry. "I will second you," the feminine voice rang through the hall. A path slowly cleared as students shifted out of the Slytherin's way. Pansy Parkinson stood before the trio proudly, head thrown back in that pure blood way, eyes daring any to question her choice. Ron nodded in relief at having found a willing second. Hermione snorted, turning to look at Harry. "Please choose your second," she murmured, raising an eyebrow as she peered at him. Harry smiled but shook his head, declining the silent offer. "My second will be Blaise Zabini," Harry announced, turning and gesturing at one of the Slytherins standing behind him. The Slytherin approached without question, leaning his head close to Harry's before nodding and rushing out of the Great Hall. "That settles the seconds. Now for the rules. There are only 2 rules to a third blood duel: you may not kill your opponent nor may you use the unforgivables," Hermione declared, watching as both wizards nodded their heads in acknowledgement. "Is there anything else either of you would like to propose?" she stated, murmuring the final part of the dueling law. "Yes, actually there is," Harry snarled, fangs flashing as his eyes took on a gleam only seen in the eyes of a hunting animal. "All wounds are to heal naturally. While magic may be used to set bones, no magic shall be used in the reparation of flesh." Mouths fell open at his words, shock evident on the faces of all who heard the proposal. "Proposal accepted," Hermione whispered, eyes shining slightly with tears as she glanced at the pair standing before her. With a final nod to Ron, she dismissed him before turning her attention back to Harry. "I'm sorry, Harry," she whispered, holding her hand out before her, slipping him the note as he reached out and shook her hand gently. "I know, Hermione." He grinned slightly as he looked down at her. "I forgive you, but that only means I don't hate you. It does not make me your friend." Nodding at the silent witch standing there in shock, he turned and waded into the Slytherins awaiting him. Professor Snape marched along behind the 2 Slytherins, leading him towards the Slytherin Commons. Neither student had informed him of the urgency, but he assumed it was going to be fairly large considering the entrance Potter had made. He quickly entered the Slytherin dorms behind the pair, glancing about at the students sitting impatiently around the room. Blaise leapt up from where he had been sitting and raced towards him. "Merlin's balls, Professor! I was beginning to think you weren't coming," he cried, latching onto Severus's arm and dragging him towards Draco's chambers. Opening the door softly, he pulled his head of house closer to the bed where Draco lay, shifting uneasily and whimpering in pain. "What happened?" Severus asked, quickly assessing the condition of his godson. "The weasel jumped him in the hall. Draco said he attacked him without reason," Blaise explained, clenching his fists as he watched Draco beneath the gentle hands of his godfather. "Ah, so that's what had Potter roaring bloody murder," Severus murmured, running his fingers over the large bump on the back of Draco's head. "He's got a concussion. That should be the worst of it, the rest is just minor cuts and SCS." "What?" He raised an eyebrow at the look on Blaise's face. You knew Damien was Harry." Blaise gasped, eyes staring at the older wizard in shock. "It was actually quite obvious," Severus murmured, shaking his head in amusement before ordering a young witch standing in the doorway to go and fetch the potions kit from his office. Before Blaise could say anything else, the portal flew open and a young wizard stumbled in. "Blaise, Harry wants you to second him in the Great Hall. He just challenged the weasel to a duel and Dumbledore is allowing it." He gasped, hands resting on his knees as he tried to recover his breath. The declaration caused a flurry of movement as all members of the house scrambled for the portal. Some students raced back to their rooms, returning with the green and silver flags they used at Quidditch matches. Severus rolled his eyes before settling in to take care of Draco, ignoring the uproar in the common room. Harry paced back and forth, eyes following the movements of Ron, who stood at the opposite end of the hall. The 4 house tables had vanished, replaced by 4 sets of bleachers pressed tight to the walls. The bleachers were already crammed with students, some clutching Slytherin and Gryffindor flags while others seemed to be in a state of shock. He watched as Professor McGonagall moved to take her place at the head table, the only table that remained in place and the only other thing that had been left inside the warding. Strong warding spells had been placed around the bleachers in an effort to prevent students from stray spells as well as stop anyone from interfering with the duelers. Harry rolled his shoulders and snarled, causing shrieks to rise from the Ravenclaw bleachers. "Harry!" Harry turned at the sound of his name, eyes following Blaise's path as he moved past the students waiting to claim a seat on their house bleachers. "Blaise!" he murmured, eyes searching out his prey once again. "What blood have you declared?" Blaze questioned, eyes following Harry's to where Ron stood next to Pansy. Pansy's seconding that bastard. Third, and yes she is. Harry hissed, eyes turning to emerald flame as he glared at the pair. Try and control Damien, Harry. Letting him loose will only get you hurt. Blaze stated, shaking Harry by the shoulder before stepping away and moving to take his place just outside the warding. Good luck, he murmured, eyes trailing after Harry who had glided to the center of the hall. Harry stood before Ron, staring into the other's eyes as he waited for the duel to be declared open. He watched as Ron shifted nervously, catching the smell of sweat and fear as the other wizard moved. Harry closed his eyes and purred, delighting in the scents that rose from the other boy. May I have your attention please? Professor McGonagall called, waiting as silence spread over the bleachers before announcing the specifications of the duel. This duel is between Mr. Harry Potter and Mr. Ronald Weasley. It will be to the third blood. Miss Parkinson is seconding Mr. Weasley and Mr. Zabini is seconding Mr. Potter. This duel is about an incident that occurred earlier this evening between Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy. The challenge was given and accepted. This duel may be opened. She sat down slowly, eyes resting on the pair, standing in the center of the hall. Harry saluted Ron with his wand, watching as the other wizard repeated the gesture. He rumbled softly as he turned his back to Ron and began the slow walk to the opposite end of the hall. Counting each step carefully, his ears listened for the sound of boots squeaking against stone as the other pivoted. The sound came suddenly, informing Harry that Ron had turned and was most likely aiming his wand at Harry's back. He lunged suddenly, rolling and rising back to his feet in a slick maneuver, allowing the spell to pass over the spot he had just been standing. How predictable, Ron, to use Expelliarmus. You really don't think I'll go that easy on you, do you? Harry taunted, eyes flashing in amusement as the other wizard stood with his mouth hanging open. Fernunculus. Ron screeched, wand wavering as he pointed it at Harry. Protega. Harry muttered lazily, smiling as the spell struck his shield and dissolved. Raising Draco's wand, he laughed softly before casting his first offensive spell. Sectum Sempra. Ron squealed in pain as the spell struck, causing slashes to rise across his arms and face as his shielding spell fell beneath the attack. Harry stalked towards Ron who was cowering beneath the attack. First blood. Blaze bellowed, wincing as he watched the cuts creep across the weasel's flesh. Finite incantatum. Ron shrieked, stopping the assault and lying quivering upon the ground, feeling the cool trickle of blood run down his forehead. I honestly thought I'd trained you better than that. Harry mused, circling the downed Gryffindor with a smirk playing across his features. The bell attached to his collar tinkling as he shifted his head to better observe the wizard lying at his feet. Expelliarmus. Ron roared, the stream of magic hit Harry and sent him flying through the air in the direction of the head table. Harry watched as the wall sped towards him and couldn't help but smile as the silver cloak he wore blurred and seemed to wrap itself around him. For the first time since he had become an animagus, Harry shifted forms wearing clothes. He struck the wall paws first, using the momentum to push off, tail furiously twisting as he sought to correct his balance. He landed on the staff table with a gentle thump, growling loudly as he glared at Ron. No blood. Pansy hissed, angered at the thought that Harry had just escaped an injury which could have ended the duel. The panther stalked along the top of the table, watching Ron scramble to his feet in an effort to get out of pouncing range. Damien lunged off the table and took several bounding leaps, dodging a hastily cast spell before slamming into Ron's right side. Bone-crushing jaws wrapped themselves around the other's knee and sank deep, tearing through muscle and ligaments, burying themselves in the bone itself. He shook his head, pulling at the limb in an effort to worsen the damage he had caused. Second blood. Blaze hollered, eyes meeting Pansy's across the length of the hall, smirking at the stunned look on her face. Emerald eyes flashed brightly, glimmering against the black fur of the cat. Ron screamed, slamming his fist down against the panther's head with all his might. Damien let go of Ron's leg with a roar of pain. A single drop of blood slid from a gash above the panther's eyes. First blood. Pansy shrieked happily, giving Blaze the finger before chanting Ron's name and clapping her hands wildly. Damien stalked away from Ron and with a light swirl, reverted to his human form. Black fur sliding back into silver cloak, Harry stood there pondering the situation for a moment before sighing softly. I suppose I should end this before I'm tempted to tear your throat out. Harry said, prowling around the edge of the warding while listening to the sound of Ron trying to pull himself to his feet. The students in the stands sat quietly, some eyes held tears as they whimpered over the violence they had just witnessed, and others held lust as they watched Harry Potter saunter along before them. He raised a finger and lightly stroked the bell hanging from his collar, his mind reaching out and grasping for Draco's. He curled a lip in anger when he encountered only darkness. Snarling, he turned back to look at Ron, who stood shakily in the center of the Great Hall. Harry raised his wand slowly, eyes meeting Ron's for a moment before he cast his final spell of the duel. A pugno. The silverware from the staff table was sent flying towards Ron, slamming into him with a crash. Ron was knocked off his feet by the force of the attack and forced to the ground, where he remained, nothing more than a quivering heap of whimpering Gryffindor. Third blood. Blaise called, moving through the warding towards Harry, who stood over the weeping Gryffindor with a look of pure pleasure on his face. "I am satisfied," Harry purred, the contented look he wore sending whispers and gasps through the crowd, who couldn't believe he could be so calm after so much violence. Nodding to the staff sitting quietly at the head table, Harry glided out of the hall, followed by the cheering crowd of Slytherins, many of which were still waving their flags madly. Harry pushed past several Hufflepuffs standing just outside the door, rudely elbowing them aside. As soon as he was clear, he let the change rip through him. Silver cloak once again wrapping itself around his form, he allowed the panther senses to overwhelm him. The panther raced through the halls of Hogwarts, ignoring any students who he happened to pass. His coat glistened when he passed through the beams of moonlight ghosting through the windows, emerald eyes flashing as he sped towards his destination. When he reached the stairs heading into the depths of the dungeon, he pushed off and allowed himself to float through the air before landing with a light patter of paws. Trotting quietly down the hall to the entrance into the Slytherin dorms, he was surprised when the portal swung open before he reached it. Severus Snape stood in the center of the entrance, black eyes blazing as he glared down at the panther standing before him. Harry curled his lips and flashed his fangs in warning, surprised when Severus merely raised an eyebrow and stepped to the side, holding the wall back so the panther could enter the common room. Harry stalked by and quickly trotted towards the door to Draco's room, pausing when Severus spoke. "He's been waiting for you," the older wizard whispered, still standing at the entrance. Harry turned his head, eyes looking at the other thoughtfully before he nodded his head. His ears heard the soft thud as the portal slid shut. Harry prowled to the door of Draco's chambers, rumbling softly as the door was hastily opened before him. The room was thick with shadows, the only light coming from a single candle perched on the nightstand. Stopping next to the bed, he looked into the pale eyes of Draco. A pale hand reached out and cupped the side of this head, drawing him closer to the bed. "Where have you been?" Draco murmured, hand resting on the panther's cheek, smiling softly as the rush of magic whispered across his hand, and Harry sat before him on the floor. "Dealing with a little problem of ours," Harry muttered, raising a hand and brushing the hair off of Draco's forehead. Draco ran a finger along the cut over Harry's eye, frowning drowsily at the sight of fresh blood. "You okay?" he whispered, eyes drifting closed as the potions Severus had given him began to sweep him under. "Yes, never been better," Harry murmured, leaning forward and kissing Draco lightly as the other wizard sighed and slipped into unconsciousness. Rising from the floor, he quickly shed his clothes and climbed into bed next to the, carefully wrapping an arm around Draco's waist. Harry closed his eyes and fell asleep with the scent of vanilla strong in his nose. Draco rolled over and slid a hand through his hair. The yawn he loosed was cut off as he inhaled a mouthful of black hair. Jerking back and gagging, he ran a hand across his mouth and grimaced. "That was revolting," he muttered, glaring accusingly at the back of Harry's head. "I'm quite sure it was." Draco jumped at the sound of his godfather's voice. Turning slightly, he peered at Severus, who was seated at his desk, potions book held loosely between bony fingers. "Severus, what are you doing here?" Draco murmured, leaning up on one of his elbows so he could see over the still sleeping Harry. "I came to check on you. You do recall being attacked in the hall by Mr. Weasley yesterday?" Severus murmured, eyebrow rising as he carefully watched Draco. "Vaguely," Draco grumbled, sitting up in the bed and placing his back to the headboard. Eyes resting on the form of Harry curled beneath the black and emerald blankets. "Mr. Weasley attacked you in one of the halls. Blaise found you and brought you back here. Once Potter saw what had happened, he sought Mr. Weasley out and challenged him to a duel." Severus stated, standing and moving towards Draco. A pale hand was placed on Draco's forehead but quickly pushed away by a grim-looking Draco. "Well, what happened then?" he demanded, voice rising in anger as he slid a hand into the dark hair resting against his side. "Well, apparently Potter called third blood, then proposed no magical healing. After your oversized tabby was done nibbling on Mr. Weasley, he proceeded to hurl the contents of the staff table onto him." Severus mused with a small grin, eyes glowing fiercely as he looked at Harry. Blaise said he handled it beautifully. "You didn't watch." Draco chuckled, fingers entwining with the dark locks of hair resting in his palm. "No, unfortunately, the only duel ever allowed inside the school, and I had to take care of you. It was too bad we both missed it. I've spent the earlier part of the morning assisting Madame Pomfrey in the hospital wing. I doubt Weasley will be limping anywhere within the next month," grumbled Severus, sighing and running his fingers through the limp hair dangling in his eyes. "Potter did an excellent job on him. Damn near tore his leg off. We can safely assume he'll never attack you again. It's time I went to the Great Hall. I imagine I'll see the pair of you later." Gliding towards the door, Professor Snape stopped and turned to look at Draco, smiling slightly at the picture the pair made before leaving. Harry groaned and rolled over, burying his face into Draco's thigh. Feeling the slim fingers return to their gentle petting. "Did we wake you?" Draco murmured softly. "Yes, what time is it?" Harry whispered, pressing the back of his head deeper into the caress. One hand rising to wipe the sleep out of his eyes, he gazed up into the icy orbs of Draco. "Around 10, Draco said, tightening his grip on Harry's hair. He pinned him to the pillow. Harry's eyes flashed in pain at the sudden pull, reaching to tug futilely at Draco's hand. "I swear if you ever do something so stupid again, the wizarding world will be looking for a new savior. Do I make myself clear?" Draco hissed, eyes locked with Harry's. Harry attempted to nod, but could only manage to bob his head slightly as Draco's hold increased. Suddenly the S mouth clamped onto Harry's, tongue plunging past unprepared lips to duel angrily with the others. Harry's arms wrapped tightly around his neck, pulling Draco closer to him and exploring the S mouth, battling for control. Drawing back, he gasped for breath, fingers tracing the edge of the S ear. Emerald eyes glowed, as Draco leaned back down and nipped at him playfully before smiling and giving him a shove. Harry slammed into the floor, hissing at the feel of the cold stone against his skin. Draco grinned at the startled look on Harry's face. Flopping back onto the bed, he peered deeply into glowing eyes staring up at him from the floor. "Do you promise?" he cooed, reaching out a hand and patting Harry on the head. "No, I won't promise. If you are ever in trouble, no matter what the circumstances, I will come for you." Harry snarled, eyes glowing fiercely as his face hardened. Draco's eyes widened at Harry's words. "No, you won't. There will come a time when I have to do something dangerous and I won't have you killed for my sake." Draco hissed, climbing to his knees and planting his hands on his narrow hips. Harry rose quickly, towering over Draco. Flashing his teeth at Draco in a menacing way, Harry swirled around and marched to the door, tossing it open and not bothering to close it behind him. Draco sneered in the direction of the door but rolled off the bed and walked towards his wardrobe, pausing to pick up his silver cloak. "The next time you borrow my clothes, you had best return them to their proper place," he bellowed into the common room, fingers running over the slippery fabric. He frowned as he felt a slight lump in the silk. Dipping a hand into the pocket, he withdrew a piece of parchment bound with a ribbon of 3 colors. Blaise sat at a table in the common room. His eyes were focused intently on Draco. Grinning, he turned and looked at the top of the bookshelf Draco was glaring at. The only sign that there was anything atop it was the black tail dangling over the edge, swinging steadily like the pendulum of a clock. Draco hissed angrily next to him and once again took up the history of magic assignment he had been working on. The parchment was full of scribbled out words and little drawings of a panther. Ever since the loud argument between the pair, the common room had been silent, all the Slytherins afraid to break the silence for fear that they'd get yelled at. Damien had yet to remove himself from the bookcase, going so far as to let Draco go to lunch on his own. Blaise could tell that the separation between the pair was finally getting to Draco. Oh well, they'd work it out eventually, he thought, reaching over and snagging Draco's ancient runes assignment. Looking at his friend, he rolled his eyes before carefully copying down the first few answers. Draco's sudden yell had him jerking up, sending his inkpot tipping onto the transfiguration assignment he had just completed. "Damn it, Harry. I'm sorry," Draco yelled, standing up so fast he sent his chair tumbling backwards. Threading his fingers through his pale locks, he pulled the hair away from his eyes as he watched the panther stubbornly sitting atop the bookshelf. The tail paused in mid-flick. Standing slowly, the panther glared down at Draco, emerald eyes watching the thoughtfully. Damien flattened his ears to his head and hissed softly. "I'm sorry, Harry. I don't know what I would do if something happened to you. You just can't run off challenging people to duels. What if Weasley had managed to get the upper hand? Blaise says he only hit you with one spell, but that means nothing. You could have been killed," Draco whispered, pushing his feelings through the bond, giving Harry a small show of how he had felt when Severus had reminded him of the duel. Focusing on the panther, he ignored everyone else in the common room. "I realize that, Draco, but he had it coming. There will be times in the future when I put myself in danger to protect others. You have to accept that. One of those people will be you. I will follow you everywhere and anywhere, no exceptions. You can't expect me to step back and watch you risk yourself for my sake, and then think you'll stop me from guarding your back. Accept the fact, Draco, we're both going to be in a lot of danger when your father and Voldemort find out. We may as well get used to risking our lives for each other," Harry whispered, shaking his head and lashing his tail as he spoke passionately. Emerald eyes showing fear for a moment. Love came streaming down the bond, twining around the other and returning the feelings he had been sending. Draco sighed as the cat leapt off the bookshelf, landing neatly on the desk before him. For one moment their eyes locked before the panther gave a fanged grin and ran his tongue the length of Draco's face. Sputtering, Draco stumbled back and tripped over his chair, frantically wiping his face on his sleeve. "That was disgusting," he hissed, still swiping at his face as he glared up at the leering panther. Standing quickly, he turned and marched back into his rooms. "Where are you going, Draco?" Blaise hollered, attempting to wipe as much ink off his assignment as he could. "To brush my teeth," Draco roared from inside his rooms. Blaise chuckled and looked at the panther staring in the direction of the bedroom. "Excellent job, Harry. I don't suppose you're any good at ancient runes?" Blaise asked, holding up his assignment paper. The panther grinned and jumped off the table. Harry twirled a quill between his fingers as he looked at Blaise's completed homework. He thought he'd done a pretty good job. Knowing nothing about ancient runes made it even more fun. He turned his head as he watched Draco stroll towards him. He raised an eyebrow at him before smirking and picking up his own quill. The three had been working quietly for a few minutes when the entrance into the common room slid open, revealing Professor Snape. "Draco, Potter, the headmaster wants to see you two immediately," the older man stated, eyes narrowing at the work in front of Harry. "Why?" Draco murmured, not even bothering to look up from the paper he was diligently writing. "I was led to believe it concerns certain events that occurred yesterday evening." Snape grumbled, one pale hand shoving the dark hair off his face. "I suggest you both leave now." "I'm going to guess that wasn't a suggestion," Harry murmured, ducking the light blow the potion's professor aimed at him. "Well, I'm all done here anyway, so we may as well go now," Harry said, standing and stretching. His gaze fell on the wand held loosely between Snape's fingers. "This is yours, Potter." The slender piece of wood was held out to him. Harry looked into the older wizard's eyes and recognized the offer for what it was. He nodded slightly as he reclaimed his wand and slid it into the pocket of his robe. Draco rose and glanced at the pair of them before straightening his robes and running a hand carefully over his hair. Once assured everything was in order and he resembled perfection, he turned his sights to Harry. A few quick movements and Harry had been straightened and put in order so he met Draco's standards. Draco strolled down one of the halls with Harry at his side. Students gawked at the pair before moving quickly out of the way, none wanting to upset Harry into challenging them to a duel. "I think you ruined your reputation," Draco mumbled, shooting a glare at several first-year Ravenclaws, grinning when they dashed out of the way with small squeaks and cries. "Perhaps," Harry murmured, pausing before the gargoyle that guarded the entrance. "To Dumbledore's office. Sour apple," he said, rolling his eyes at the headmaster's choice of passwords. "Where that old fool gets his passwords I'll never know," Draco grumbled, following Harry up the stairs. Harry's chuckle echoed up the stairwell at his statement. Raising his hand he knocked politely on the door, before entering when Dumbledore invited them in. Draco sat down in one of the chairs before the desk, watching as Harry slowly walked towards Dumbledore's desk, making the old wizard wait until he was seated. "Good afternoon, my boys, would either of you like a cup of tea?" Dumbledore asked, gesturing at the teapot and 3 cups resting on a tray hovering behind him. "No thank you," Draco said, drawing himself up to his full height and putting his nose in the air. Harry merely shook his head and gripped the arms of the chair he was sitting in. "Drop then," the old wizard asked, offering them a small dish. Draco curled a lip and waved the dish away, glaring at the old man sitting before them. "Would you get to the point? I have work I need to finish for tomorrow," Draco hissed, reaching a hand over and resting it lightly on top of Harry's. Fingers caressing in a calming manner as he stared at Dumbledore. "I was very disappointed in what happened yesterday. Never before have I seen such a display of anger, Harry. You not only risked your safety but the safety of another student with your anger. I must say that I'm worried for your health. At this point in time, I believe that it's best you return to Gryffindor House. The Sorting Hat placed you there and I'm afraid that you'll have to finish the duration of the year there." Dumbledore paused as he took in the looks on the faces of the younger wizards. "Well, that's quite fine," Draco purred. "Of course it will take me a few hours to pack my things, but I'm sure we can move to the Gryffindor Tower by this evening." Sitting there he watched confusion and wariness cross the older Mont's face. Draco tightened his grip on Harry, surprised when Harry switched his grip from the chair arm to his hand. "Mr. Malfoy, I'm afraid you misunderstood. Harry will be moving back to Gryffindor, you will stay in the dungeons with your fellow Slytherins." "No, sir, I'm afraid you misunderstand. Harry won't be moving anywhere without me," Draco announced, glaring at the older man and clutching Harry's hand. "That's unacceptable, Mr. Malfoy. While I understand the pair of you have gotten rather close over the past week, I cannot allow Harry to continue living among the Slytherins," Dumbledore stated evenly, blue eyes watching the interaction between the boys carefully. "Why is that, sir? Afraid they'll convert me," Harry growled, emerald eyes staring bitterly at the old man before them. "I'll give you several choices, sir. I remain in the Slytherin dorms, Draco moves with me to the Gryffindor dorms, or you simply get us our own suite of rooms. Those are your only choices, you will not split us up nor try and turn either of us against the other," Harry stated, standing slowly and tugging on the hand that Draco held. The bonded pair stood there for a moment, eyes accusingly fastened onto the headmaster before swirling around in perfect unison. Black and silver cloaks slid together in mid-air before settling softly about the heels of the 2 young wizards. Gliding from the room, neither looked back to see the confused look on Albus Dumbledore's face. Albus Dumbledore sat back in his chair slowly, ears picking up the faint click as the entrance slid closed. Raising the cup slowly to his mouth, he sipped the cool tea as his eyes rested upon the exit of his chambers. Since being bound to Draco Malfoy, Harry had become strangely hard to control. Generally he would listen carefully and do as asked, but after being bound he seemed to care less for what he was asked to do and more for the fates of the Slytherins. The story of the Slytherins' guardian panther had been whispered about the halls, as well as the threat to the other houses should they injure a member of that house. It was also well known that the Slytherins had claimed Harry as one of their own. If he wasn't able to get Harry back under his control he would lose the most powerful tool he had. Harry sat cross-legged in the center of Draco's bed, fingers playing idly with the braided ribbon that had bound the note. He chewed on his bottom lip thoughtfully, playing certain parts of the note over and over again in his head. Sighing deeply he ran his hands down over his face, eyes once again returning to the piece of parchment calling him from where it lay. "Well?" Harry turned at the question, peering at Draco who leaned elegantly in the doorway, blue eyes silently repeating the question. "I just don't know anymore. Yesterday, she acted like the Hermione everybody knows and loves, but that day in Diagon Alley," Harry murmured, eyes once again returning to the note that Hermione had given him. Addressed to both him and Draco, the note was a very simple apology. Generally Hermione would go on, but she had been so straightforward it really made him wonder. "Perhaps you should go and talk to her," Draco whispered, approaching Harry and wrapping his arms around him. His chin rested on the top of Harry's head, eyes lingering on the piece of parchment that was causing his bonded so much frustration. "I know I should," I owe her an apology and an explanation for my actions over the past few days, but I don't know how to approach her. I mean, look what I did to Ron. Do you honestly think they'll just let me wander right into the Gryffindor dorms?" Harry whispered, eyes closing tightly as he leaned back against Draco, taking comfort in the arms. "Where'd your famed Gryffindor bravery go, Draco murmured softly, fingers tangling in the ribbon Harry was running between his fingers absently. "I thought you said I was a Slytherin," Harry joked, tugging playfully on the tricolored ribbon. "You're as much Slytherin as I am, you just happen to have a few Gryffindor qualities. Besides, it's not like being brave is a bad thing. I'm brave, when I need to be." Draco grinned, pulling the ribbon away from him carefully and smoothing it out. "You, brave? That's hilarious, Draco. What else do you have?" Harry snorted, watching the pale fingers gently wrap the ribbon around his wrist. "I took on a panther, didn't I? Now go and talk to her," Draco said, tying the ends of the ribbon together. "Besides, if anything goes wrong, I'll be right here," he said, fingers taping Harry's temple. Harry nodded and looked at the piece of parchment lying forgotten on the bed, his fingers returned to stroking the ribbon he now wore as a bracelet. "I'll go now," he muttered, raising his hand and sliding his fingers through the pale locks on his bonded's head. "Right, and if you need help just give us a shout. I'll be there in a flash with an army of SS." Patting Harry's head in a gesture of finality, Draco freed his hair and glided from the room. Harry stuck his tongue out in the direction of the door. Damn Draco for making it sound so simple. Ron lay perfectly still in the hospital wing. His leg was screaming in pain, but Madame Pomfrey had given him the only medication she could based on the guidelines of the duel. He clenched his teeth together and thought of every way he could kill Harry when he finally got out of bed and his leg was freed from the cast. Reaching over, he grabbed the book resting on the small table next to the bed, grimacing as he read the title, Large Cats and Their Habits. The smiling face of a panther splashed across the cover, fangs flashing mockingly. Ron shrieked and hurled the book across the room, wincing when it hit a tray of medical tools and sent something glass to the floor. The sound of shattering caused the old witch to appear, mouth already open to deliver a speech. Ron whimpered and drew the pillow over his face. Why was his life going so wrong? Lucius Malfoy knelt before the Dark Lord, head bowed respectfully as he awaited the powerful wizard's command. The minutes ticked by slowly, each second causing his mouth to dry even further. He knew what was coming though, at this point in time it was inevitable. "Well, Lucius, it seems we have finally gotten our chance to get rid of that terrible little brat." The cold voice whispered softly, causing goosebumps to creep up Lucius's arms. He bowed his head in agreement, biting his lip as he concentrated on the interlocking stones resting under his pale hands. "You will of course assist me in getting what I want. There will be no failure this time, Lucius, am I understood?" "Yes, my lord, but my son," Lucius began, stumbling over his tongue as he questioned the only man who had ever brought him to his knees. "Yes, your son. I think he'll make the most wonderful bait. You don't have a problem with that, do you, Lucius?" Voldemort asked, face hidden in the deep cowls of his hood, the shadows themselves seeming to wrap around him. "No, my lord," Lucius whispered, closing his eyes tightly. Biting his lip, he focused on containing the words that were swirling about his head. Draco was the only heir he had. With his death the Malfoy name would vanish from the wizarding world. "That's what I thought." The chuckle that followed the statement was spine-tingling, causing the Death Eater to press his forehead against the stone, allowing the cold touch to wash away all thoughts and feelings. Harry strolled slowly towards Gryffindor Tower. His eyes watched the students ahead of him, clutching their books to their chests and tossing terrified looks over their shoulders. They rushed ahead of him, thankful when he turned down a different corridor. Shaking his head and smiling, he paused at the bottom of a staircase, ignoring the whispers of the paintings lining the walls. His hand rested on the railing, fingers caressing as he thought back to all the times he had raced Ron up these stairs, slid down the banister on a dare, stumbled and laughed with old friends. Straightening his back, he tightened his grip and began the steady climb to the top, eyes already resting on the frame of the fat lady. His mind reached out to Draco's, wanting the comfort of knowing that the other was there if needed. He smiled when he felt laughter creep along the bond and tighten itself around his magic, a silent promise of comfort and strength should he have need of it. Reaching the top of the stairs, he took a deep breath before slowly raising a hand and knocking lightly. Severus Snape sat across from the headmaster. The old man was loudly sipping tea from the cup he was clutching between his fingers. Severus ran his fingers down the neat row of buttons lining the front of his robes, curling a lip in disgust at the brilliant shade of red the older wizard was decked out in. Now Severus, we really must figure out what we are going to do with young Harry. The boy was sorted into Gryffindor, yet he has been staying in the Slytherin dorms for the past week. It's completely unacceptable. Dumbledore rumbled, fingers burying themselves in a small dish of yellow candies perched upon the desk. Well, Professor. Call me Albus, Severus. The older man chortled, holding the dish of yellow candies out in a silent offering. No thank you, Albus. Severus grumbled, less than impressed with the offering and the man making it. I believe that we should leave Mr. Potter where he is. After all, you must admit the number of detentions being handed out the past week has gone down. His presence in the Slytherin house can do nothing but assist in those inter-house relations you're always talking about. I suppose, I'm just worried that something could happen that would endanger the boy. You must acknowledge the fact that your house doesn't always play the nicest, Severus. Albus announced, carefully pouring more tea into the cup. The portraits on the wall behind him nodded in agreement. The large painting of Salazar Slytherin smiled in satisfaction at the statement, nodding proudly. He's been living with Draco for a large part of the summer, Albus. I highly doubt Draco's going to feel the sudden need to injure him. Besides, how's he supposed to defeat the Dark Lord if he can't handle a bunch of ignorant children? Severus questioned, trying to get the older wizard to see his way. There's also the fact that the bond between them could be injured or damaged if they were to be separated. Bound as they are, both are stronger. Harry has more power now than he did before. To separate them could take away the only chance he has at beating Voldemort. Snape muttered, trying to coerce the older man into seeing his way. Eyes narrowing as the old man returned his hand to the dish of candies. I suppose so, Severus. Well then, that's settled. Harry shall remain in Slytherin house. Albus nodded and smiled as if it had been his idea all along. Fingers slowly swirling around the candy dish absently, the older wizard's eyes glazed over as he stared at the bookshelf. Shaking his head, Severus rose and left, escaping the presence of the older wizard as fast as he could while keeping up his appearance as dreaded potions master. Standing impatiently outside the Gryffindor entrance, Harry curled his fingers and glanced down at his shoes. He ignored the prattle of the fat lady, more interested in trying to figure out what exactly he was going to say when the painting swung open. The slow creak had him taking a deep breath and raising his gaze to meet that of the Gryffindor leaning cautiously out the entrance. Draco sat next to the blazing fire in the common room, a cup of hot chocolate resting on his knee. His gaze may have been focused on the chessboard resting between Blaise and him, but internally he was focused on Harry. Which was the excuse he was going to use when Blaise finally figured out he was winning. Holding his place within the dark-haired boy's mind was tiring and took a lot of concentration, but worth the effort. If Harry needed him, he would be able to go to him immediately. Checkmate! Blaise shrieked, causing Draco to jump and slop the warm liquid all over his thighs. Hissing at the burning sensation, he glared at Blaise, who was now doing a happy dance around the common room, waving his arms and hooting in such a way that he appeared every bit the demented owl. Sitting back, Draco grinned and continued to watch Blaise prance about with several first years. This was what it was to be a Slytherin. Harry looked into the curious eyes of Dean, before he was pushed into the arms of the waiting Gryffindor by an unknown force. Harry hit the plush red carpet before he was quickly hauled to his feet and embraced by two bodies. Oh Harry! Seamus bellowed directly into his ear. We've missed you. With you guarding the Slytherins, Harry, we've had no one to tease that would actually fight back. It's been utterly terrible. Dean mock whimpered, tugging on the lapels of Harry's robes before throwing himself onto the other wizard. We've stooped so low as to pick on the Hufflepuffs. Seamus cried, pretending to burst into tears and clinging to Harry playfully. The Hufflepuffs, Harry! Dean wailed, before bursting into guffaws and leaning backwards to look Harry up and down. Seamus was snorting happily as he let go of Harry and tottered over to one of the couches before collapsing with a contented sigh. Harry remained standing there, eyebrows raised as he stared at the pair silently. The Slytherins are still out of bounds. He grinned and ignored the groans from the pair. I give you leave to do whatever you want to Pansy though. He chuckled as both of the Gryffindors brightened immediately. Harry watched slightly confused as Dean pulled a piece of parchment from his pocket. What's that for? He asked, eyebrows drawn together in confusion. That is their to-do list. Goals and pranks they want to pull before they leave Hogwarts. I personally disagree with their concept of leaving with a bang and making a lasting impression on the younger students. The quiet voice had heads turning. Hermione stood silently at the bottom of the stairs into the dorms. "Hi Hermione," Harry muttered, running a hand through his hair nervously. "I was wondering if I could talk to you." He didn't look at her, afraid she would say no and turn him away. His mind reached out but found Draco's waiting, immediately offering all the comfort and warmth possible. Hermione stared at Harry, trying not to smile at the guilty look on his face. It was the same smile he had worn when he and Ron had done something they shouldn't have and were worried they would get caught. "Sure Harry, this way please," she murmured, gesturing for him to follow her. She silently trekked up the stairs into the boys' dorms, knowing they could talk quietly there without having to worry about anyone eavesdropping. Hermione climbed onto one of the beds, pulling the thick red velvet over her lap to keep her toes warm. She watched as Harry paced slowly before her, fingers seeming to go automatically to the silver bell dangling from the collar he wore. "I guess I wanted to apologize for the day in Diagon Alley. I overheard you and Ron talked and lost it. It hurt for Ron to say what he did and for you not to defend me. Then just when I was starting to feel happy again you came into the Slytherin common room and blew my cover." Harry murmured, fingers tightening on the bell he clutched between his fingers as if it was a lifeline. "I'm sorry too, Harry. I did notice the way you and Draco were acting and wondered if he knew who you were. I thought that you were end to him and couldn't get free. It never came to my attention that you might actually care for him. I must admit you do have him wrapped around your finger. I've never seen him lose his temper before." Hermione murmured, smiling at the memory of Draco threatening her and Terry in the empty classroom. Harry just grinned and gave her a playful wink. "So we're good," Harry whispered, offering one hand slowly. Hermione nodded and grinned, looking down at the ribbon tied around his wrist. "We're good." Pulling him in for a quick hug, she pushed him away gently but held him at arm's length before giving him a slight shove towards the door. "Draco's probably wondering where you are," she mumbled, wiping at her eyes before waving a hand at him as he walked towards the door. Hermione allowed herself to sink back on the bed, staring up at the canopy above her head. She chuckled slightly as she heard the yelps and laughter as Harry passed back through the common room. Everything was settled for now, but she knew there would be many more disputes before the war between the SS and the Lions was over. Severus Snape sat in front of the small table in his personal kitchen. Steam wafting off the warm cup of cinnamon. Tea resting before him. His gaze was focused on the paper sitting on the table, eyes carefully taking in each word as his mind struggled to find the solution to his newest problem. It was only 7:43, he still had an hour until he had to appear at the Great Hall for breakfast. The sudden bellowing of his name had him turning to look in the direction of his sitting room. His eyes closed as the bellow was repeated. Rising and picking up his cup he headed towards the door, knowing what awaited him. His gaze fell upon the figure clothed entirely in black, pale hair catching the firelight as cold eyes shifted to look at him. "Good morning Lucius," Severus murmured, moving across the room to sit down in the chair next to the blazing fire. "It is not a good morning. Have you seen the Daily Prophet? My son was bound to the boy who lived. Do you know what this means, Severus? Do you know what this means?" Lucius Malfoy roared, cane thumping against the floor with every word. "It's not the end of the world, Lucius," Severus said, sipping carefully at the warm tea. "Not the end of the world. Do you have any idea what the Dark Lord wants me to do? My son became bait as soon as he found out that they had been bonded. We all know that the Potter boy is going to die. When he does he'll be taking my son with him. So I'll give you two options, Severus, find a way to break the bond or I'll tell my lord exactly what you've been doing." Lucius hissed, moving forward in a threatening manner. Severus sat back in his chair, black eyes widening as he ate in a deep breath. The tea sloshed over the brim of the cup, splattering against the floor and the fabric of the chair he was sitting in. "The bond can't be broke, Lucius, the familiar bond lasts forever. Besides, their magic essences have already begun to merge, there's nothing we can do now," he murmured, frowning as he dabbed futilely at the spilt tea. "I don't care, I suggest you figure something out," Lucius snarled, placing his hands on the chair arms and pushing his face closer to Severus. "And I suggest you do it soon. Swirling around, he stormed into the shadows and vanished, leaving a stunned Severus sitting quietly in the shadowed room. Severus swallowed and let his head drop back against the chair, wondering where Lucius had disappeared to and what he was going to do. Harry swung blindly at the individual who was poking him in the back persistently. Groaning, he pulled his face from the pillow and rolled over, glaring at Draco who was looming over him. "What?" he muttered, peering up at him, eyes taking in the black trousers and navy sweater that was wearing. Running a hand over his eyes, he grabbed the hem of Draco's sweater and tugged gently, pulling him down to sit on the bed. "We've got class in an hour. If you want breakfast, you've got to get up now," Draco murmured, fingers carding through the soft black hair. "I don't have class. I never handed in my class choices, so I wasn't included on the program lists," Harry grumbled, cuddling into Draco's form and relaxing beneath the caressing fingers. "Guess again. Severus brought your schedule by last night," Draco murmured, smiling as Harry whimpered and pulled the pillow over his face. "He also said Dumbledore's agreed to let you remain in Slytherin House, not to mention your class schedule is exactly the same as mine. Now get up," Draco stated, pulling the pillow from Harry's hands and whacking him with it before leaving the room. Harry whimpered again, slowly rolling out of bed and padding towards the bathroom, grimacing at the cold bite of stone on his bare feet. It may have been early, but he wasn't prepared to let Draco go anywhere without him. His fingers twisted the taps, adjusting the water so it was the perfect temperature. He winced as he stepped under the water, feeling the soft sting of the drops. His mind began to race as he thought of everything that had happened yesterday. The Gryffindors were fine with him being bound to Draco, but he didn't think the rest of the world would be so lenient. Sighing, he climbed out of the shower and began to prepare for his first official day back. Draco was perched upon the bench before the Slytherin table, his eyes taking in the growing heap of letters piling up between his and Harry's plate. The Great Hall had been flooded with owls since the pair arrived. It seemed that almost as soon as the doors had swung open, some alarm had gone off informing everyone they were about to sit down for breakfast. Draco placed a calming hand on Harry's knee as his bonded tore yet another letter open, eyes scanning the words sprawled across the page. "I don't know why you insist on opening them, you know they aren't going to be any good," Draco whispered, fingers rubbing gently as he watched Harry tear into another piece of folded parchment. "I have to know," Harry whispered, fingers fumbling at the seal of a particularly thick-looking letter. "Know what?" "That everyone thinks you're a traitor and I'm a Death Eater in training," Draco hissed, pulling the letter from the trembling fingers and tossing it onto the table. He pushed the pile of letters to the opposite side of the table, waving a fine-boned hand at an owl that was hovering above the table. Ignoring the protests from Harry, he began to pile food onto his plate and set it in front of Harry, placing a fork between the cold fingers. "Eat something so we can get out of here, Draco. It's important to know what everyone is thinking. That way we're prepared for any possible situations that may arise," Harry said, carelessly plowing his fork through the scrambled eggs cooling on his plate. Draco sighed and pulled the fork from Harry's fingers, scooping up some of the eggs and holding them before his mouth. His eyes narrowed when Harry refused to open his mouth and accept the offering. "We aren't leaving and you aren't opening any more letters until you eat something," Draco snarled, slamming an open palm against the top of the table. The Great Hall fell silent as students and staff turned to look at the arguing pair. The slight clink of metal on porcelain had people's gazes searching for the offender, turning away from Draco and Harry. "I promise you we'll open every letter this evening, but not now." "Not now, Harry," Draco whispered, fingers rising to run along the edge of Harry's cheek. Warm blue eyes met sorrowful emeralds. Harry nodded and pressed his face into Draco's hand, raising a finger and resting it on Draco's cheek. "Fine, sorry," Harry whispered, taking the fork from Draco's hand and placing the eggs in his mouth. Draco closed his eyes and smiled slightly, reopening them to watch as Harry diligently cleaned his plate. Picking up a fork, he began to fix a plate for himself, knowing that he would need all his strength to get through the day. Ginny Weasley trotted down the hall towards the hospital wing, books clutched to her chest as she peered anxiously over her shoulder. Slowing down, she smiled and said hello to Madame Pomfrey, giving a slight wave before hurrying towards the reclining form of Ron. "Where the hell have you been?" Ron hissed, tearing the Quidditch magazines from Ginny's hands. "I had class, Ron, remember, it's Monday," she returned, jerking back and glaring at him, arms crossed over her chest and tapping one booted foot loudly. "So you couldn't drop them off before you went to breakfast?" Ron snarled, cringing when the Medowitch shushed him. Ginny rolled her eyes and began to slowly walk around the room, fingers picking up a copper stirring rod and spinning it between her fingers. "Harry came to Gryffindor Tower last night," Ginny murmured, setting the long piece of copper down. "What?" Ron shrieked, hands sinking into his red hair and pulling lightly, blue eyes following the form of his sister. "He came to speak with Hermione, but everyone else was just as happy to see him. Seamus and Dean acted like they used to." Ginny smiled as her mind replayed the pair's dramatic performance. "Harry spoke with her in the boys' dorms, so none of us know what they spoke about." Both came down smiling though, so whatever it was apparently good. "That traitor. First he goes and lives with the bloody SS, not to mention the fact that he beat me up. Then they all go and welcome him with open arms. Damn Gryffindor spirit." Ron roared, fists pounding the bed next to him. "Well Ron, you may have deserved it." Ginny murmured softly. "Deserve it? What did I do to deserve it?" Ron growled. "You hurt Malfoy. If you haven't noticed, Harry loves him, not to mention the fact that they are bound together," Ginny stated, moving to stand at the end of Ron's bed, fingers grasping the brass footboard. "I've got class now, so I have to leave, but I'll visit later." "Oh, Hermione said she was going to bring your homework by." Giving him a little wave, she fled the room before Ron could get past the whole Harry-loving Draco thing. Harry was staring out the window of the Ancient Runes classroom. He was doodling idly with his quill, ignoring the professor lecturing at the front of the class. Turning slightly, he looked at Blaise, who was sitting in front of him. Blaise was slumped over in his chair, textbook standing upright to hide the fact his face was buried in his arms. Draco, on the other hand, was scribbling madly, emerald ink flowing smoothly across the page. Harry rolled his eyes and turned back to gazing out the window. His eyes narrowed as a movement caught his attention. The form of an owl nearing the tower they were currently sitting in had him burying his elbow in Draco's side. Harry ignored the glare Draco shot at him, nodding at the approaching owl. Both of them watched the owl draw closer, wings flapping hard. The massive eagle owl came through the window, halting the professor's lecture and startling the students. The bird landed casually on the desk in front of Draco, extending its legs so the red envelope could be removed. The whole class held their breath as the envelope unfurled and rose to hover above the desk, floating innocently before the pair. "Draco Lucius Malfoy, I don't know what you think you're doing, but I suggest you cease all contact with that Potter boy. I have never been so ashamed in my entire life. I hope you do as I've asked before coming home for Christmas. If not," the cold voice stopped immediately as a black blur struck it. Claws and fangs worked in tandem to completely obliterate the howler. The students looked at the pale face of Draco, some flinching as the panther snarled and flashed glistening fangs. "Professor, may I please be excused?" Draco whispered, the words seeming to bounce around the hushed room. "Yes, Mr. Malfoy, you are dismissed. Please take Mr. Potter with you," the professor murmured, eyes focused on the panther seated atop a pile of shredded parchment. Draco nodded and gathered his books, jamming Harry's quill and unused parchment inside his book bag. He rushed from the room, finger automatically sinking into the thick black fur beneath his fingers. The pair tore through the halls, students scattering before the frothing panther and the perfectly composed Malfoy. The Slytherin common room was empty as Draco stormed in, tossing his bag against the wall and throwing his bedroom door open. Draco fell onto the bed, burying his face in the soft blankets before allowing his calm facade to fall. The tears rolled down his cheeks as he tried to muffle the sobs he was emitting. "I hate my father," he whispered, fists gripping the velvet beneath his finger. "I know," Harry murmured, climbing onto the bed and pulling Draco's heaving form into his arms. Draco pushed his face into the crook of Harry's neck, unabashedly wiping his nose on the sweater Harry was wearing. Draco curled into Harry, absorbing all the warmth and comfort his mate could provide. His thoughts tortured him until he felt darkness pull him under. Severus Snape was sitting quietly in the office that adjoined the potions classroom. His eyebrows drawn together in concentration as he carelessly slathered an F across the paper before him. The slow creak of a door had him turning to look in the direction of the classroom. His fingers closed around his wand as he rose and moved carefully to peer around the corner, eyes searching for any danger that might be lurking in the shadows. Black eyes paused as the shadows shifted, revealing the form of a panther he had come to know over the past few weeks. The panther glided forward, emerald eyes locked with startled black orbs. "It's almost curfew, Potter. I would also love to know what you are doing in my class. I highly doubt you've just discovered a love for potions, so please leave immediately," Severus stated, eyes following the slinking form of the black cat. The panther paused before resuming its forward prowl, causing Severus to take a step back before he remembered the new sense of trust he was supposed to have for Harry. The panther lunged forward, whiskers quivering as he swung a soft paw at Severus's robes. "Yes, Lucius Malfoy came to visit me this morning. He wanted to talk about the bond and Draco. He demanded I find a way to break the bond before the Dark Lord kills his son. He also threatened to inform him that I was spying for the Order. There was also some mention of bait." The panther hissed softly, eyes locked with the potions professor. Severus nodded, as if he agreed with whatever the panther was saying. He watched as the emerald eyes glowed before the massive panther melded with the shadows and vanished. "Remember curfew, Mr. Potter," he snarled, knowing it was most likely a lost cause. Sighing, he returned to his desk, reclaiming the quill and dutifully returning to his marking. Damien slid through the shadows, all senses working to guide him carefully through the dark corridors of the school. Stopping to sniff at each door, hoping there was some chance Lucius Malfoy had left something of importance before vanishing. He paused in a shadowed alcove, knowing the moonlight couldn't shimmer along his coat and give away his presence. His ears picked up the low murmur of voices. Sliding closer, the panther crouched in a corner, emerald eye focused on the figures standing in the center of the abandoned hall. Narrowing his eyes, he watched Dumbledore speak with Remus Lupin. Remus Lupin shook his head and waved his hands around for emphasis. The wizard before him was considered one of the greatest wizards to ever become headmaster of Hogwarts, but sometimes he was left wondering how bad all the former headmasters must have been if Dumbledore was supposed to be the best. "It's preposterous. I will not have James's son bound to the son of a known Death Eater," Remus snarled, balling his hands into fists. "There's nothing we can do about it. They've been bound together for too long to separate them. Severus has informed me that they are already showing signs of full magic bonding. Basically, the familiar bond is growing and changing depending on what the boys are feeling and their needs. If things keep progressing as they have been, there's no telling what could happen," Dumbledore claimed, fingers tugging on the front of his bright blue robe. "They're that far along," Remus whispered, hands rising to rub his face in distress. "I'm too late. I never thought they would bond completely so fast. When are you planning on telling them?" he murmured, eyes searching the older wizard's face. "I've decided it's best not to tell them until we figure out what we're going to do about it," Dumbledore muttered, waving his hand in a gesture to follow. Neither saw the panther slide out of the shadows, tail striking the air as he watched the pair walk down the hall and disappear down a corridor. Draco woke slowly, one arm stretching across the bed in a reflexive movement, searching out the warm form that should have been curled up next to him. His eyes slid open when his hand encountered nothing but cool sheets. Whispering Tempest, he scowled at the bright glowing numbers dancing above his head, 216. Crawling unhurriedly from the warmth of the blankets, he pulled on a thick terry cloth robe, delighting in the texture and heat it immediately provided. Plodding quietly out of his chambers, he stopped in the doorway to admire the silent figure sitting on the floor before the fire. "Harry, what exactly are you doing?" Draco murmured, gliding toward the other wizard, wincing at the cold stone beneath his feet. Emerald eyes turned to peer at him. A strong hand was held out unwaveringly to him in silent invitation. "I'm opening the last of these letters," Harry whispered, pulling Draco into the chair he had been leaning against. "It's 2 in the morning, Harry," Draco complained, watching as Harry scrunched a piece of parchment into a ball before tossing it into the happily crackling fire. "I know," Harry grinned sheepishly, eyes focused on the flames that had swallowed every single letter shortly after it had been read. "I also recall something about you waiting for me before opening the rest of them," Draco stated, fingers curling into the dark hair and pulling Harry back to lean against his legs. Hands smoothed gently before dropping to the thin shoulders and massaging. "I remember that too," Harry murmured, eyes closing in ecstasy as he pressed his shoulders harder against the strong fingers. Draco shook his head but moved forward and placed a light kiss on the nape of Harry's neck, smiling slightly when Harry whimpered beneath his lips. Giving the same spot a quick nip, he returned his concentration to easing the tension from his mate's frame. Did you learn anything of interest? Besides the fact you're supposedly shacking up with an apprentice to the Dark Lord. Draco muttered dryly. Actually I did. Apparently if I'm converting people to the good side then I'm equally as capable of killing Voldemort. Other than that, nothing of interest, although I did learn several new words which I'm sure would get me kicked out of class should I feel the need to use them. Harry chuckled, hands reaching to catch Draco's and pull them together across his chest. Draco locked his fingers across Harry's sternum, settling his chin atop the dark hair. Well, I suppose that's good. Rising stiffly, he laced his fingers through Harry's, and pulled him back towards the bedroom. We have class in several hours and I do need my beauty sleep. Draco grumbled, shedding the robe and hurriedly wiggling beneath the thick coverlet. He buried his face in the crook of Harry's neck as the other boy joined him beneath the blankets, closing his eyes and wishing for only sweet dreams. It was fairly warm out for one of the first days of fall, though the wind had a slight chill, the sun was warm against the black school robes. Draco carefully fixed his Slytherin scarf, stroking the material before returning his attention to the lesson at hand. Hagrid marched along before the amassed group of Slytherins and Gryffindors, his booming voice echoing in the densely wooded forest. He sneered as the half-giant led them on, searching for God knows what while keeping up an inane stream of chatter. Draco stumbled but was caught by Harry. Harry smiled and retained his grip on Draco's smooth hand, tugging him on. Of all the stupid creatures he could possibly show us, he has to drag us halfway through the goddamn forest to get us there. Draco grumbled, clutching at Harry's hand as he stepped carefully over a decaying log. Someone got up on the wrong side of the bed this morning. Harry whispered playfully, tugging on Draco's hand again. Rolling his eyes, Draco pulled his hand free and watched as Harry bounded away, aiming for a small pack of Gryffindors. He curled his lip as Harry threw an arm around the shoulders of Dean and Seamus, almost knocking them over with the force of his greeting. Damn Gryffindors, how the hell they can be so bloody cheerful this early is beyond me. Stated Blaise, flinging open his arms to keep from kissing dirt after his pant leg got caught on a vicious-looking root. I agree. Draco muttered, eyes on Harry as he allowed Blaise to use his arm for balance while he attempted to free himself. The sudden whoops of laughter had both Slytherins rolling their eyes and sneering. Shaking his head, Draco's eyes caught a sudden movement. He turned his head in time to see Millicent Bulstrode trip and smash into the ground. Draco elbowed Blaise and nodded at the fallen Slytherin, eyes widening and mouths dropping as Neville Longbottom raced to her side and freed her gently from the brush. Both watched as the pair continued on, Slytherin clinging to the proffered arm as they continued along the invisible path. Now that's what happens when Gryffindors befriend Slytherins. Blaise announced contemplatively, one hand carefully smoothing his hair. Draco chuckled but returned to watching the shoving match going on between Harry and Dean. I suppose, but I highly doubt it'll happen again. Besides Millicent Bulstrode was never as, she always resembled a leech to me. Muttered Draco, hissing as a thorn tore at his finger. Narrowing his eyes, he carefully eased the injured digit into his mouth. Hey, do you think if we make nice with the Ravenclaws they'll take Pansy? Blaise whispered, grinning winsomely at the thought. She'd eat them alive, Draco said, continuing the dangerous trek through the thick forest while maintaining a watchful eye on Harry. Harry was sprawled across the thick rug before the fire, Draco's feet resting on his back. His eyes were focused on the text before him, Quill scribbling notes on anything relevant to the essay he was trying to complete. Rubbing the bridge of his nose with numb fingers, he almost poked himself in the eye when faint yelling began in the hallway outside the common room. The Slytherins sat quietly but the yells only got louder. Harry squirmed from beneath Draco's feet and strolled leisurely across to the entrance portal. Throwing the panel wide, he leaned into the corridor. Harry! Seamus and Dean bellowed joyously, seconds before they flattened Harry against the wall. We've been looking everywhere for you. Dean yelled inches from Harry's face. Harry cringed and tipped his head back, eyes focused on the broomstick growing closer to his face with every word. Why exactly were you looking for him? Draco snarled, fingers caressing his wand hopefully. Harry's eyes were nearly crossed as the broom handle inched forward. Why we wanted to have a scrimmage game of Quidditch but we just couldn't play without Harry. Seamus said, sniffling heavily and running his index finger beneath his eye, wiping away an imaginary tear. Yes, wouldn't know where to start. Dean sniffled plaintively, doing his best to give Harry puppy eyes. Harry grinned and looked at Draco, questioning silently with his eyes. All right, you can play but on two conditions. It's Slytherin versus Gryffindor. Also, no keeping score or deliberately injuring other players. Draco stated, crossing his arms over his chest. Harry shoved the pair off him and gave Draco a hug before dashing towards their bedroom. We'll meet you on the Quidditch pitch in half an hour, Draco said, making a shooing gesture with his hand while trying to make sure Harry didn't injure himself in his excitement. Rolling his eyes, Draco slammed the portal closed in the ecstatic faces of the Gryffindors. Severus Snape sat in his personal chambers, books piled up around him. His dark eyes scanned paragraph after paragraph, each text getting him no further than the one before. The book he currently held was on bonds, marriage bonds, blood bonds, family bonds, mating bonds and variations of the familiar bond. However, current circumstances were like nothing any witch or wizard had ever recorded before. A wizard in his animagus form bound to another wizard was almost impossible to believe, but somehow Potter had managed it. Yes, and look where that got us. Snape grumbled, fingers reaching for another tome. Shouldn't have been possible. He had to go and do something else that would be impossible for a normal person, and look where it got us. Sighing heavily, he snapped his fingers and waited for the crack of a house elf. Grimacing at the creature's enthusiasm, he demanded a cup of tea. Lucius had ordered him to find a way to break the bond. The familiar bond was forever and thus impossible to break. In certain circumstances there were loopholes, but the question was, could he find one? The bond between Harry and Draco was altering and changing every day. There was no longer a way of telling what type of bond it most resembled or would resemble when it finished growing. The fact that their magics were joining and the pair were more likely growing in power meant disassembling the bond would be very difficult. Chances were high the bond had grown metaphysically as well, entwining strands thickened and pulsing with power, new threads creating new trails and smaller bonds. Severus Snape closed the book and set his cup of tea on the cover, eyes staring blindly into the brilliant flames dancing in his fireplace. Hermione perched in the Gryffindor stands, eyes following the swift and sure maneuvers of the Quidditch players. So far everything was going well. No one had been injured and the players were being at the very least courteous. There had been a few small tussles, but none ended in a trip to the hospital wing. Clapping softly at the sudden dives done by the Seekers, she watched as Harry and Draco dropped straight towards the ground, holding nothing back. The fast weaving was as artful as a dance, teasing and tempting with every twist and turn. She smiled when she watched the bonded pair halt the chase and return to higher sky, taking up the silent vigil. Checking the time, she sighed and stood up, gathering the folds of her cloak around her. She wanted to go over her essay before handing it in. Waving at the players, she turned to leave but stopped when her eyes met those of Remus Lupin. Professor Lupin, Hermione murmured, adjusting her cloak. Hermione. The older wizard smiled, eyes softening as he looked at his former student. Hermione stared into those sad eyes before nodding her head and brushing by him, continuing her path and silently wishing the older wizard good luck. Heaven knows he'd need it. Draco swiveled his head, pale eyes searching frantically for the elusive golden ball. He paused in his search to observe Harry, whose eyes were focused on the Gryffindor stands. Draco followed the path of Harry's gaze and looked at the figure sitting alone on one of the wooden benches. He set his eyes to searching for the snitch once again. His mind stretched and wrapped around Harry's, encircling the shining ball of magic. Who is it? He questioned, tilting his head slightly while observing the chasers whipping about beneath him. Remus Lupin. Harry's voice was strangely cold, lacking the warmth it always seemed to emit when speaking of the older wizard. I thought you liked him. Draco murmured mentally, trying to read the feelings traveling along the bonds. I don't know anymore. I overheard him speaking with Dumbledore last night. He seemed really frustrated over our situation, but I didn't really understand what he meant. Harry whispered. Draco sensed the confusion his mate was struggling with. We don't have a situation. Draco growled, clenching his fingers tighter around his broom handle, eyes narrowing. Why must everyone refer to it as a situation like it's a bad thing or something? Don't really know, but if you'll excuse me, I have a snitch to catch. Harry whooped, pushing the broom into a steep climb. Draco swore and took off after the other seeker. Quickly catching up, The pair flew neatly side by side, neither gaining nor losing ground to the other. The snitch dropped into a sharp dive, hovering above the thick green grass. Draco extended his hand, fingers wiggling as if he could already feel the rapid pulse of golden wings against his palm. His dream was broken when he heard a soft rumble. Whipping his head about, he peered in shock at the sight that met his eyes. Damien crouched precariously on Harry's broom. Draco yelped in surprise when the massive black cat lunged, paws ruthlessly pinning the snitch to the ground as he landed. The Gryffindors erupted in cheers as they landed their brooms. "I'm pretty sure that's cheating," Blaise grumbled, fingers attempting to smooth his wind-swept hair. Draco nodded in agreement but couldn't help smiling at the smug look on the Panther's face. "Doesn't Rule 23 in the Quidditch rule book say something about altering one's form to better their chances at winning?" Draco hollered, waving his broom around in a playfully threatening manner. The sound of someone clearing their throat had everyone turning. For one moment the students stared at the teacher before shaking off their stupor. The Gryffindors nodded and offered up various pleasantries, ignoring the Slytherins who were closing ranks. Harry peered around the legs of the Slytherins. Sighing, he shifted slowly, standing behind Draco, who was leaning against his broom elegantly, staring the older wizard down. "To what do we owe the pleasure of your company, Mr. Lupin?" Draco purred. Harry rolled his eyes and put his hands on either side of the waist, shifting him so he could observe the other wizard. "Hello, Remus," he stated, putting no emotion into the greeting. "Hello, Harry," Remus Lupin said, giving a small smile. "I was wondering if I could speak with you." Harry stood still, gazing thoughtfully at the other wizard, ignoring Draco, who had placed his hands atop Harry's. "Sure," Harry murmured, giving Draco a nudge in the direction of the school. Waving at the Gryffindors and Slytherins, Harry began a slow pace away from the group of Quidditch players. "What can I do for you, Remus?" Harry questioned, running a hand over the warm shaft of his broom. "I wanted to talk to you about the familiar bond. I'm so sorry I was unable to help you this summer. Your father would be so proud that you've mastered the animagus transformation. However, when one is granted with such power, they must be careful how they use it. You should know better than to go out alone and not tell anyone where you are going," Remus murmured, folding his hands behind his back as he walked along next to Harry. "I don't know how well you're doing connected to Malfoy, but no need to worry about it. Dumbledore has Severus working on a way to disable the bond. In no time at all you'll be free of the little prat." "Draco is not a prat," Harry snarled, eyes narrowing as he gazed into the distance. "I suggest you watch yourself when speaking of my mate." Remus Lupin stopped and stared at Harry. The young wizard continued to stroll down the path, broom swinging negligently from side to side. "Mate," Remus gasped, his hands clasping and unclasping. "Yes. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to be getting back to the Slytherin dorms," Harry stated, swirling about to give Remus a nod before turning back around. "Wait, Harry. Please explain this to me, I don't understand. Are you saying that you've completely bonded to Draco?" Remus wondered, staring at the back of the wizard who had stopped in the middle of the path. "Perhaps not fully, but I love him," Harry whispered, turning around to look at one of his father's oldest friends. Remus ran a hand across his face, nodding his head slowly as he struggled to wrap his mind around the young wizard's words. "I suppose it doesn't really surprise me. Are you okay with loving him?" Remus murmured, regarding the other wizard closely. "He makes me happy and looks after me like no one else ever has. Why don't you have lunch with us on Saturday? Once you meet him you'll see that he's really nice." Harry looked hopefully at Remus, emerald eyes sparkling. "All right, send me an email telling me when and I'll see you there." Remus watched as the Harry walked back towards the castle, broom resting upon his shoulder. Sighing, Remus closed his eyes and wondered what the world was coming to. Pansy shifted slightly, feeling overly hot in the thick black robes she was wearing. They were truly ugly in her opinion, but what she thought didn't matter. The doors flew open behind her and she immediately dropped to her knees, forehead pressing against the cold floor. Her ears picked up the soft hiss of cloth on stone. She gulped deeply as the figure moved around her to take the throne-like chair before her. "Your father has been trying to get me to allow you into my ranks for the last few months. I had thought you too young, but perhaps you can be of service after all." Voldemort's cold voice echoed through the small space. Pansy cringed, but did her best to show no emotion. Years of training came into play as she whispered her thanks and did her best to act the perfect Death Eater. Young Mr. Malfoy is in your house at Hogwarts. Certain steps must be put into place to ensure that the young Malfoy falls into my hands. I fear that Lucius has become quite attached to his son and will not part with him so easily. What do you wish of me, my lord? Pansy choked softly, eyes trained on the dark stone beneath her fingers. I believe that you'll need to enlist the aid of another individual. I will trust your judgment, but know that if you get caught, your life will be forfeit. You'll receive my plans when I believe the time is right. Until then you are to listen for anything that could be of use to me. You are dismissed. Voldemort hissed. Pansy shivered and bowed deeper, nose pressed against the stone. Thank you, my lord, she whispered, acknowledging his power and superiority. She had done the Parkinson family proud. Swallowing deeply, she smiled. She had been entrusted with a very important task. She only hoped she could complete said task without risking her own life. Harry's spoon sank into the creamy mushroom soup he was playing with. While it was intended to be his lunch, he had quickly lost interest in it when the Slytherin table began to fill. Draco sat next to him, speaking quietly with Blaise about some important ancient runes assignment Harry had no intentions of finishing, let alone starting. He was sure Blaise was in the same predicament. His eyes were focused on the lone Slytherin sitting at the foot of the long table. Panther's senses struggled to overcome human, desperately wanting to attack and kill the individual he saw as a threat. Emerald eyes followed every movement Pansy made, observing the witch as she ate her lunch. Harry could almost smell the deceit on her. Her scent was swathed in death and evil, telling Harry she had indeed been up to something. Harry, a low voice asked. Turning his head, he met the questioning gazes of Draco and Blaise. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention, Harry admitted, fingers idly spinning the spoon through the soup before him. I asked what was wrong. You were growling, Draco murmured, studying Harry very carefully. Harry winced internally. He should have been paying attention to what he was doing. Pansy had become an outcast throughout Hogwarts, Slytherin leading the hit parade. Her actions the day of duel had completed her segregation. He couldn't help but watch for signs of treachery, expecting a dagger in the back at any moment. It must have been my stomach, he offered, knowing neither would believe him. Harry watched the slow rising of eyebrows and the identical looks pass across the faces of the Slytherins. Your stomach sounds very angry this afternoon, Blaise stated, full attention on Harry as he watched the nervous play of fingers. Perhaps it would prefer something more tasty. With that said, a plate piled with chicken was set before him. The spoon and soup moved from his reach. Harry blinked slowly, looking back and forth between the pair. What? Blaise grumbled, we'd rather you ate chicken than Pansy. After all, we wouldn't want you to catch something, not to mention it would be terribly messy. Harry snorted softly before turning to the chicken and beginning to carefully pull it apart, taking comfort in the hand Draco had rested upon his knee. His eyes couldn't help but flick back to Pansy before he began to eat. The witch was up to something. Ron reclined on the soft hospital bed, idly thumbing through the pages of his Transfigurations text. The hospital ward was completely empty save for him. His eyes traveled around the room, searching for anything of interest that might entertain him. The loud ringing of voices had him jerking about to face the main entrance door, eyes squeezing closed at the bite of pain that rode him. The loud thud of the doors swinging open had him slowly opening his eyes and whimpering at the sight that met his eyes. There, in the doorway, stood his mother. Molly Weasley looked none too happy to be standing in the hospital wing at Hogwarts, the look on her face enough to send even the bravest person running for the hills. Ronald Weasley, I can't believe you. To accept a wizard's challenge after beating someone up. Without cause. I thought I had taught you better than that. Your father and I are so disappointed in you. You'll be lucky if you see daylight when you come home for summer break. I swear I don't know what to do with you. Mrs. Weasley hollered, hands resting on her hips as her eyes narrowed in on her son. But Mom, Ron began, trying to explain his actions in a way that wouldn't get him into more trouble. I don't want to hear another word from your mouth unless it's an apology to those two boys. You had no right to do such a thing. What were you thinking? Ron winced at his mother's deafening shrieks. Normally he would at least be able to make a run for it, but with his leg broken he didn't stand a chance. Started, he tried vainly to argue his point but quickly stopped when his mother began to loudly tap one of her shoes. I've arranged your detention with the headmaster. You'll be assisting Professor Snape for the rest of the year. Mrs. Weasley looked slightly smug as she stared her son down. The rest of the, I suggest you go no further with that thought. There's no getting out of it now. What's done is done, Ronald. Ron gave a miserable nod. Inside he was fuming. Once again Harry Potter had bested him. He'd find a way to get back at the stupid prat. Ron sat back and crossed his arms over his chest, ignoring his mother's lecture while pouting unhappily. Narcissa Malfoy sat in a small cafe located in Diagon Alley. It was a quaint little place that had captured her heart, and she always managed to find time to stop for a cup of tea and some cakes. She often dragged Draco here on their weekly shopping trips, knowing that he may not admit to enjoying the place, he secretly loved it. Smiling softly, she looked up from the little folded card menu in the center of the table and rose fluidly, embracing one of her dearest friends. Narcissa. Melinda, she exclaimed. Both women stared at each other as they took the other in, noting the latest fashions and the expensive jewelry the other witch wore. Narcissa sat and gestured for the other witch to take the seat across from her. Immediately the pair launched into an animated conversation, ignoring the looks the other patrons were giving them. A waiter brought a steaming silver teapot and placed a tray of pastries and cakes between them. Narcissa watched the retreating waiter, waiting for him to be beyond the sound of her spell casting. Grinning, she cast Silencio before turning back to face Melinda Zabini, knowing the spell would allow her to discuss business with her friend without fear of discovery. Can you believe it? Harry Potter bound to Draco. She gasped out, pouring a warm stream of tea into a pair of mismatched mugs. I know. Garrick was furious. He's on about it night and day, thinks Lucius is going to increase his chances of becoming Tom's right-hand man. Melinda murmured, preparing her tea just the way she liked it while watching the people rushing about the street. Those two are going to end up in Azkaban, Narcissa stated, adding sugar to her tea then stirring it slowly. How they think they'll capture Harry Potter is beyond me. I personally don't even understand why they bother following that crazy man, he's only leading them into trouble. Not to mention the fact that they'll have to go through Blaise and Draco first. Melinda added, sniffing proudly at the mention of her son. Indeed, and we both know that what's Draco's stays Draco's. Both women nodded in agreement, thoughtfully pondering the foolishness that their husbands had got caught up in. It's come to that point though. Lucius has a very important decision to make and I worry he won't make the right one. My little dragon's life is on the line. I believe Harry could protect him, but what would it cost, his life or Draco's? She wondered softly, eyes saddening for a moment before hardening to a deep solemn gray. I swear if that man harms my son I'll kill him myself. I will, of course, assist you. Draco is like a son to me. Melinda whispered, seizing one of Narcissa's hands and giving it a quick squeeze before reclaiming her cup. Sipping tea and admiring the robes worn by passing witches, they discussed the fall of Voldemort as if it were something as simple as the weather. Draco trailed Blaise into the Transfiguration's room, ignoring the many greetings Harry was receiving. Rolling his pale blue eyes, he dropped into his usual seat and waited for Harry to sit down. He carefully pulled his books and papers from his bag, checking to make sure he had everything he needed. Harry thumped into his chair with all the grace of an elephant, spilling his crumpled ink-stained books across the desk. Are you done the Ancient Runes assignment? Blaise hissed softly at Harry. Draco snorted and sat back in his chair, admiring his neatly trimmed nails. The answer Harry gave was lost in the mass Gryffindor greeting as Professor McGonagall entered the room. All eyes followed the professor as she took her place at the front of the class and waited for silence. Draco eyed the apple sitting innocently before him angrily. The stupid thing was supposed to be an orange now, but no, it remained an apple. Admittedly it looked a horrid brown and orange, but still resembled an apple more than an orange. Narrowing his eyes, he gave a flick of his wand and returned the miserable-looking fruit to its natural form. Contemplating the apple, he missed the snarl of annoyance Harry loosed before stabbing his apple with his wand. A small explosion had bits of red apple raining down on the students. Oops, Harry offered, taking a look at Draco before bursting into laughter. This was my favorite shirt. Draco grumbled, attempting to swipe the chunks of apple off the dark blue silk shirt he was wearing. He sighed sadly as he peered down at the mess the explosion had made. His third best pair of dragon hide boots would never be the same. Draco froze in mid-swipe, wincing as a small whisper of pain traveled through his head. Directing his attention internally, his mind sought out the glowing bond. His eyes widened as a surge of power flowed over the bond, gathering and growing before sweeping back the way it came. The bond pulsed and heaved, expanding before it contracted, wiggling unhappily. Shaking the feeling off, he turned back to his awaiting apple. Biting his lip, he leveled his wand and whispered the incantation. To his surprise, the apple changed into an orange. Seconds later, it exploded, as did every other fruit in the room. As orange and apple rained down, his gaze blurred and he was vaguely aware of Harry slipping slowly out of his chair. With a last thought to the bond, darkness pulled him down. Minerva McGonagall stared in shock at her classroom, which was now decorated in apple and orange. She peered about anxiously for the offender but froze when she noticed the pack of panicked Slytherins gathered around the desk that Harry and Draco shared. "Everyone back to your seats," she yelled, drawing the students' attention. For one shining moment she thought they would obey, but it was with a look of annoyance her orders were ignored. Pushing through the gathered Slytherins, she caught sight of the still forms lying limply on the floor. "Hermione, go and fetch the headmaster, have him meet us in the hospital wing," Minerva ordered, hands frantically checking the boys over. "Mr. Zabini, please inform Professor Snape of this incident and request his presence in the hospital wing." Both students glanced at each other before rushing out the door and down the halls, ignoring the curious students who called out questions. Minerva carefully cast a spell before levitating the pair off the floor and beginning to leave the room. She paused in the doorway to dismiss the stunned students before hurrying towards the hospital wing, mindful of the students crowding the halls. Professor Snape stalked into the hospital wing, ignoring the lone Slytherin trailing him closely. His eyes were immediately drawn to the still forms of his Slytherins resting on separate beds. Blaise had already informed him of the occurrence in the Transfiguration class. Severus's only explanation was a magical surge. The recent fluctuations of the magic passing between the pair had most likely gotten out of hand. Severus. McGonagall's plaintive whine had him grimacing as he studied Draco, searching for any outward signs of damage. Finding none, he moved to look Harry over and was disturbed when he saw found burn marks on the back of his hands. Stepping back, he began the careful casting of a delicate spell. Minutes later he eased his eyes open and turned to look carefully at the bonded pair, wincing at the flood of glowing colors. The pair were swathed in various colors, each shifting like water as the magic surged and pulsed through the boys' bodies. Pale blue swirled about their heads. Violet danced about the still hands. Shimmering silver encased the bonded pair completely, etched with lines of an angry red. Studying the colors carefully, he flinched and turned his head, seeking the dash of gold he thought he'd witnessed. Before he could continue his search, the colors began to merge and join, fading into a strange shade of dark blue. The color held before separating slowly, returning to its original shades and positions. A swish of his wand ended the spell, leaving him standing there in a daze. Whirling about, he stormed from the room quickly. Harry surfaced slowly, narrowing his eyes against the bright lights twinkling above him. He blinked as his eyes worked to focus. The slide and dilation of his pupil gave him the perfect sight of a panther. Wary emerald eyes met a pair of bright blue orbs as the figure above him leaned further over the bed he occupied, the mass of red curls spilling over her shoulders. "Harry dear, how are you feeling?" Molly Weasley questioned, fingers pulling and straightening the sheets Harry held clenched in his fists. "Draco," he demanded, first thoughts about the safety of his bonded. "Oh, he's fine dear. Madame Pomfrey sent him back to the dorms. He was worried about you and wouldn't leave you alone. The headmaster felt it was best if he try and get some sleep." Mrs. Weasley informed him, still tugging uselessly at the sheets. "Now how are you?" Harry paused and concentrated. He felt fine. The bond was still shifting restlessly but the power was flowing calm and even. "I feel fine. Can I go?" he asked, trying not to whine as he attempted to free his blankets from her clutches. "Madame Pomfrey felt it would be best if you remain here for the night." Letting go of the sheets, the older woman stepped back and pulled the chair she had been resting in closer to the bed. His eyes darted about the room as she sat down, still eyeing the crooked blankets with disapproval. Harry's eyes searched for Ron, who should have been resting in one of the beds next to his. "Where's Ron?" he asked quickly, trying to figure out if Draco was safe in the dorms without him. "He's been sent home for now, dear. Arthur and I felt it would be for the best." Harry grimaced as the woman sniffled, all he needed was the poor woman breaking into tears. "I never thought he'd do such a thing." With that final sentence, she erupted into tears. Harry sighed and patted her shoulder lightly, ignoring the discomfort he felt. Her arms wrapped around his neck tightly, causing him to gag. Harry waited patiently as the woman slowly calmed down, wiping her tears away with a bright purple handkerchief she pulled from a deep pocket. Mrs. Weasley slipped into sleep with her head resting on the edge of Harry's bed. Harry smirked as he slid from the bed and crept towards the door, casting one last look over his shoulder before sliding out the door and down the hall. Pansy was lounging in a small alcove located in the orrery. In her left hand she clutched a bottle of perfectly aged scotch while the right conveyed a cigarette to her mouth. Inhaling deeply, she held the smoke in her lungs before exhaling, smirking at the stream of thick gray smoke. Her thoughts were broken by the sudden shrill of an owl. The massive bird stuck, talons scraping her shoulder before fanning its wings and landing on a small perch. Clutching her wounded shoulder, she looked at the shattered remains of the whiskey bottle, leveling a glowering gaze at the owl. She approached slowly after stubbing out her cigarette. The black owl flashed amber eyes before extending its leg and offering a small package to her. Reading the words carefully, she smiled and touched her wand to the corner of the parchment, setting it aflame before dropping the paper to the ground. She slid the small package into the pocket of her robe before beginning to exit the tower, pausing to glance back at Voldemort's owl sitting calmly in the school's orrery as if he belonged there. Severus sat in his office, drinking liberally from the glass of brandy he had poured himself immediately upon arrival. The book before him contained information on a bond detection spell. The spell he had used on Harry and Draco. Used to detect various bonds, it allowed the user to observe each type of bond and understand what it entailed. His eyes floated over the notes he had recorded from his observations. The violet he'd noted was the most obvious bond, the one that had begun it all. The familiar bond in all its glory. Used to share magic between an animal and a wizard, its basic purpose was the storage of magic. It also allowed for the telepathic communication, however that could have been brought on by another one of the bonds. The pale blue was a simple telepathic bond, allowing the users to speak mind to mind. Severus leaned back and closed his eyes, chewing his lip as he tried to pull the various bonds apart. The red was a bond used among nobility. A bodyguard bond, which would explain the protectiveness the pair had shown for each other. It was sometimes used as an insurance factor. The silver was also one of the most significant and easy to understand. A lover's bond. He doubted the bond had been consummated, but the beginnings of it were present. Sooner or later it would demand consummation, but as it was still growing, chances were it would lie still below the surface for a few more years. He sat back and looked over his notes. It would take forever to work out every nook and cranny of the bonds. They were so thickly intertwined the chances of breaking them would be practically impossible. Dumbledore wouldn't be happy, but at this point in time there was nothing anyone could do about it. Severus Snape paused before the door that led into the headmaster's chamber. Sliding a hand into the pocket of his robes, he drew forth a pocket watch and glanced at the time, 7:45 on a Saturday morning. His hand froze above the pale wood as a cheerful voice invited him in. The smirk that had graced his face vanished, replaced with a grimace of unhappiness. He'd been looking forward to waking the old fool up. "Good morning, headmaster," his cool voice muttered, void of any emotion. "It's good to see you this morning, Severus. Wonderful to see you demonstrating the initiative and spunk required to get up early on one of your only days off." Dumbledore all but cooed. Severus moved forward to take the seat before the large desk, sneering at the mess of papers and trinkets spread across the once glossy surface. Disorganization had to be a Gryffindor trait, the inability to keep an area clean and organized without threat or praise. "I've come to speak about the bond," Severus began. "What bond, Severus? You can't expect me to remember everything, my boy," the old wizard queried cheerfully, pulling a large drawer open and rifling freely through its contents. Severus' mouth fell open in shock as he watched the headmaster, suppressing a groan as a colorful box was slapped onto the desk and pinned beneath a wrinkled hand. "The bond, headmaster. The one currently binding Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter together. Surely you remember asking me to check on it?" Severus inquired, a single dark eyebrow rising as an arm casually cleared a space on the crowded desk. Wincing at the sound of shattering glass, he watched his mentor in bemusement. The box was torn open without further ado, spilling colored candies across the desk's scuffed surface. "Oh, that bond. Do tell me what you've found," muttered Albus, fingers diligently working to separate the candies into small piles seemingly based on color. The bond in question seems not to be a single bond but many. A super bond, if you will. It grows every day, creating new pathways between the pair. It's fascinating, really. The way the bonds are interacting and reinforcing each other. Severus explained, leaning forward, hands gesturing wildly as he tried to express what he had viewed while under the bond detection spell. Some of the bonds should be struggling for control, but instead they have begun to merge. Severus stated, placing his elbows on his knees, hands spread out before him as he racked his mind for the right words to express his thoughts. "Ah, interesting. Have you discovered anything that may create problems in the future?" Albus asked quietly, full attention on the maneuvering of his chocolates and the tidy piles he had created. "No, headmaster, everything seems fine." "Excellent. Well, if there's nothing else you'd like to discuss with me, you may return to your duties," the older wizard muttered, wiggling his fingers in a gesture of finality as he leaned closer to his desk and the awaiting chocolates. "Thank you, sir," Severus said, quickly rising and heading towards the beckoning door, stepping over a pile of books stacked haphazardly in the middle of the room. Throwing a last look over his shoulder as he pushed through the door, he observed Albus Dumbledore contemplating the candies before him, softly murmuring, "Should I eat the red ones last?" to himself. Shaking his head, Severus left the room and fled towards the warmth of his private quarters. Draco stood before the mirror in his chambers, fingers fidgeting with the collar of his silk shirt. The dark blue made his eyes appear paler and his hair shone under the dim candlelight. He tipped his head to one side as he watched Harry approach him from behind, emerald cloth clinging to his form. The pair stood frozen next to each other, obviously admiring the other silently while waiting for some unknown sign. "What are you worried about?" Harry asked quietly, hands moving quickly as he worked to straighten the collar of Draco's shirt. "Nothing really. I am expected to present myself as a gentleman, not to mention the fact that we're meeting a very old friend of your parents'. His judgment will mean a lot to everyone else, they'll take their cues about our relationship from him," Draco explained, shoving Harry's hands away and returning his shirt to the correct position. He slid a finger under the collar carefully, pulling slowly. He revealed the silver chain that carried the small silver bell. The small bell sat gleaming on his chest, tinkling softly with every breath he drew in. "Relax, Draco, it's only Remus. Besides, it's not like he doesn't know you, he did teach you for a year," Harry pointed out, fingers going to the silver collar around his neck and tugging gently, making sure it sat perfectly straight on his neck. Draco rolled his eyes and pushed Harry's hands away, reaching out and positioning the collar carefully, making sure each of the charms hung neatly and could be seen. Shaking his head, Draco turned and headed towards the bed, gathering the black cloak he had chosen for this meeting. He was unprepared for the impact of Harry's body as he was pinned to the bed. "No fears, Draco. Remember that I'll be right next to you, and if you don't like the way something is going, just tell me and we'll leave. It's as simple as that," Harry whispered softly against the nape of his neck, lips brushing the sensitive flesh. Draco lay still, taking comfort from the close presence and the warmth that wrapped itself around him both physically and mentally. He nodded his head slightly, chewing his lip in protest as Harry rolled off of him and climbed to his feet. Rolling over, he looked at Harry standing above him and smiled, extending a hand and allowing Harry to pull him to his feet. He couldn't help but chuckle as he was pulled tight against Harry's chest, lips falling to nibble along his cheek playfully. "Stop it, we have to go now or we'll be late," he protested half-heartedly, trying not to sigh as Harry let go of him and scooped up the fallen cloak before setting it across his shoulders. Draco gave one last look in the mirror before trailing Harry from the room, eyes absently checking his mate's appearance before flicking his cloak straight. Pansy crouched in a dark corner of the common room, eyes locked on the door that guarded Draco's private room. She had been waiting for the pair to leave, knowing that they would most likely be heading out to Hogsmeade with the rest of the students. She shifted into deeper shadows when the door was flung open and Harry paraded out of the room. Pansy bit her lip when he paused and raised his head slightly, nose seeming to search the air before shaking his head lightly and continuing across the room. Holding her breath, she observed the gliding gait that carried Draco from the room, each step purposeful and quiet. Leaning forward intently, Her ears struggled to pick up the mutterings occurring between the two, but the thumping of several third years coming down the stairs destroyed any chance she may have had of hearing their conversation. As the noise of the group vanished, the click of the wall falling back into place seemed to echo in the room. Pansy held her position for a moment longer, waiting patiently to see if either wizard would return to retrieve something they had forgotten. Stalking from her hiding place, she approached the massive doors, her hands extended before her as she pushed lightly against the cold wood. The door creaked softly but refused to open. "Damn it," she hissed, fists pounding unhappily against the door. Drawing her wand, she aimed at the doorknob. Her hand shook as her lips whispered the incantation of the spell she had been given. The door shuddered and groaned, wood struggling to protect the contents of the room hidden behind it. With a low pop, the lock disengaged. Pansy smirked and pushed the door open, strolling inside and glancing about the room. Tossing the small wrapped box she carried in her hand, she watched as it landed with a small bounce in the center of the bed. Her eyes took in the emerald and black bed coverings and the thick carpet spread across the floor. Her mouth watered as she opened one of the trunks and began searching its contents, pausing when her hand closed about a long velvet box. Drawing it out, she moved into brighter light and stifled her gasp of admiration as she looked at the necklace lying upon the white silk. The outline of a gold heart with a small sapphire dangling from the center swung back and forth on a thin, finely crafted chain. Tucking it in her pocket, she slammed the lid down and headed towards the door. Pausing one last time, she looked at the brightly wrapped present lying in the center of the bed. She closed the door softly and looked around the common room before proceeding to her dorm, the bottle of champagne her father had sent calling her name every step of the way. It was a cold day. The type of day that forewarned the arrival of winter and sent people fleeing for the warmth of blazing fires. Students running around were dressed in heavy winter cloaks, the thick fabric pulled tight against their bodies by the brisk wind. Fallen leaves swirled around the paths and roads of Hogsmeade, a flag of color representing the death of the season. Harry entwined his fingers with Draco's, tightening his grip as they moved slowly down the road of Hogsmeade. The slow stroll they had left Hogwarts it had since turned into a defiant march. Their eyes had hardened as they observed the reactions of the witches and wizards who lived in the small community. It was the first time they had left the school as a couple in the public's eye, and the reactions they had got had been strangely satisfying. Some people had looked horrified while others had smiled and called out greetings to the pair. Harry shivered and cuddled closer to Draco, smiling when they slipped an arm around his shoulders. "You okay?" Draco whispered internally, magic curling around Harry's. For a moment power rode the pair as their magics sought each other out. A burning sensation crawled around their joined hands, making both gasp in shock. The burn faded quickly, replaced by a soothing feeling of love and devotion. "What the hell was that?" Harry demanded, withdrawing a small portion of his magic but continuing to keep contact with his mate. "I have no idea. Perhaps I should ask Severus about it," Draco murmured, pulling Harry closer. "No, leave it for now. I'll ask Hermione later," he stated, nodding to an older witch who was waving at them. "I think Severus has enough on his mind right now." Shivering in the cold, Harry pulled the dark hood over his head, letting go of Draco for a moment while they tugged his own hood into place. Grinning at each other they continued their walk, meandering through the road packed with their fellow students while looking for anyone who might mean them harm. Stopping in front of the three broomsticks, Harry placed his hand on the door, and met Draco's eyes before pushing the door open and entering the small establishment. Remus Lupin sat impatiently at a table he had commandeered upon entering the little pub. He had many good memories of this place. Lunches and drinks with the Marauders, and the discussions they had had. The slow creak of the door and a sudden chill heralded the arrival of more patrons. He rose slowly when both individuals flicked back the hoods of the cloaks they wore, one head crowned with locks of ebony while the other appeared to glow under the soft lighting. A slight flick of his fingers garnered the attention of the boys who immediately headed towards him. His fingers pulled on each other as he awaited their arrival, silently wondering how well this would go and trying to remember to be careful of what he spoke about in the presence of a Death Eater's son. "Remus." Harry greeted him cheerfully, immediately hugging the werewolf. Remus tightening his arms around the son of his best friend, just managing to choke out Harry's name in response. His eyes locked with the pale orbs of the standing behind Harry, observing the meeting quietly. Loosening his grip, he stepped back and held Harry at arm's length, eyes immediately going to the silver collar around the youth's neck. His first instinct was to growl and try and free Harry of the collar, but quickly shook the feeling off and waved a hand at the table he had claimed. The small group sat slowly, arranging themselves around the table while trying not to stir up any problems or disagreements. "This is Draco Malfoy," Harry introduced proudly, one hand wrapping itself around the thin pale hand resting upon the table. They nodded at the introduction, eyes still watching the older man. "It's a pleasure to see you again, Draco," Remus murmured, eyes examining Harry's claimed mate. "As it is to see you, sir," Draco responded politely, obviously judging Remus while pretending to glance over the menu resting before him. A harried waitress arrived and took their orders, which took surprisingly long. He watched as Harry and Draco argued the pros and cons of every menu item before choosing their entrees. "What have you been up to, Remus?" inquired Harry, fingers absently spinning a small knife on the table while he peered around the room. "Not much really. I've been moving around through the various werewolf packs trying to get some more supporters for the light side. It's not easy," Remus said, picking up the glass of water sitting on the table before him. "It wouldn't be," Draco's voice was cool. "People see them as monsters and a threat to society. They're used to being ridiculed and hunted. The Dark Lord has promised them equality, which is what they desire above anything else." "What are you offering them that could top that?" Draco questioned, leaning forward. Remus widened his eyes in amazement, before bursting into a full-out argument with the younger wizard. Time flew by before their plates were placed before them. The dispute was unsettled but revealed a lot about the relationship and character of Draco. Remus sat silently eating his meal while watching the pair across from his in amusement. Their plates had been pushed practically together so both could eat off either plate. His eyes had widened in shock when they had first begun to eat. Their movements flowed as they easily worked around each other. Harry picked the mushrooms from the top of Draco's steak while they diligently cleared the green beans out of the thick stew Harry had pleaded and argued for. The fact that they managed to share the plates without once clashing or even bumping elbows gave him a greater insight into the relationship the pair had. "Dessert?" Remus questioned, raising his eyebrows and placing his napkin on the table next to the cooling coffee he had ordered. "No thank you," Draco said, sitting back and stretching his arm across the back of Harry's chair. Harry widened his eyes and nodded happily, quickly selecting a pudding off the dessert menu and wiggling in his seat while waiting for the waitress to bring his treat. Remus watched in amusement as Draco rolled his eyes over Harry's excitement. While Harry plowed his way through a large bowl of banana pudding, Remus discussed several other political points with Draco, surprised over the knowledge and theories the younger wizard had to offer. Glancing at his watch, he noted that he had spent over 3 hours with the pair. He sighed softly and murmured his excuses before paying the bill and leaving. Pausing in the door, he turned and looked back at the pair lounging at the small table. He smiled as he watched Harry grab Draco's hand and pull him closer before waving a spoon heaped with pudding under the nose. Allowing the door to close behind him, he looked at the sky and chuckled. Harry was happy and that was all that mattered to him. "I think that went fairly well," Draco said, hand sinking into the thick black fur of Damien. He stopped on the small path before the little establishment, hands working themselves into thick wool mittens while the panther before him pounced playfully on a leaf skittering about. "Are you a kitten? Or a cat?" "I am whatever I want to be," Harry responded, halting his antics and watching the tug his hood into place. The crowds had thinned slightly, many of the students returning to Hogwarts early due to the weather. The pair joined the tail of a small group of students heading up the winding path. "Something seems off," Draco murmured, hands clenching around the edges of his cloak as he drew the cloth tighter against his body. The sky had darkened and the trees whipped back and forth, pushed by the strong cold wind. "I think it's just you," Harry muttered, patting softly ahead of Draco. His panther senses were disturbed, but it seemed to be based on the weather rather than the possibility of an attack. "I think it's going to snow tonight." "It's way too early for snow," Draco responded, sliding a hand into a pocket to rest along his wand. "Snow usually doesn't start till at least November. It can't be natural. There has to be something influencing the weather. We should hurry and get back to the castle," Harry hissed, flashing his fangs at a fourth-year Hufflepuff who had stopped in the middle of the path to tie his shoe. "Agreed," Draco snarled, sneering at the other student as he was forced from the clear path into the brush at the side of the trail. Damn, I'll never get these boots clean. The panther ahead of him let out a coughing laugh and dashed up the path, pausing at the top of the slope and watching Draco slowly stalk towards him. The pair continued their playful bantering as they returned to the warmth and protection of Hogwarts. A large tome slammed onto the desk before Severus, causing him to jump in shock and spill the red ink over his desk. Hissing in rage, he glanced up to threaten the individual only to find himself looking into a pair of icy orbs. "Lucius," he whispered, the words leaving his mouth on a sigh. The pulled out a chair and sat down with a thump, lacking the usual grace and elegance associated with the Malfoys. Severus. The voice was as cold as the pale eyes. The black robes settled around the thin shoulders, swishing gently as they settled. "I've come to give you your last warning. The bond must be broken. I'm afraid that breaking the bond is impossible. There is no way to possibly break the bond at this stage. The bond has done something. Grown, merged, created more bonds. It's become an entirely new type of bond. To even try to break it could result in immediate death," Severus argued, his eyes resting on the book that had been dropped before him. A single pale finger tapped the book as eyes narrowed. "I don't care. I will not have my son bound to that little prat. It's bad enough his blood is tainted," Lucius hissed, pale finger tapping the book slightly harder than before. "The bonds have become so tightly entwined there is no way of knowing what could kill or damage them," Severus argued loudly, his own eyes narrowing as he watched that finger trace a pattern on the book. "I don't care. Do something about it," Lucius growled, rising slowly, his finger gliding across the hardcover one last time before he turned and slid into the shadows, vanishing through means unknown. Severus stared into the dark corner, then pulled the book closer and slowly opened it. The curving writing sprawled across the page claimed, "The transfer of bonds." His eyes widened as he quickly began to flip through the pages and read headings and chapter titles. He froze when something caught his eye. There, snuggled between two pages, was a leather bookmark, an L and M etched into the material. His eyes took in the title of the page and he sat back. A transfer spell based on a wizard's animagus form. Why hadn't he thought of that? It would allow him to transfer parts of the bond and place them elsewhere, replacing them. When the danger had passed, smiling, he slid his fingers through his black hair. For one moment it seemed like his world had straightened itself out. Draco shivered and pulled his cloak closer to his body, his eyes resting on the welcoming doors into the massive castle. A quick movement caught his eyes and he watched the panther stalking silently ahead of him. With a light bound, the black panther landed neatly at the top of the steps, its green eyes flashing as it turned to peer back at him. "I'm coming," Draco grumbled, eyes narrowing as the panther's tail lashed impatiently. The panther yelled unhappily and crouched low, tail wrapping around its front paws as he waited for Draco to climb the steps. "It's not my fault your animagus doesn't like the cold." Draco climbed the steps extra slow, pausing once to tug his left mitten back into place. His obvious procrastination earned him a deep rolling growl. Opening the doors, he sighed at the warm blast of heat that immediately enveloped them. Luxuriating in the warmth, both stood there with their eyes closed and allowed the last remains of the cold to leave them. He slipped the mittens from his hands and tucked them into the pocket of the dark cloak. Draco. Turning his head, he watched the slow approach of Blaise. His fingers loosed the ties of the cloak, allowing it to slide slowly off his shoulders. The dark fabric was caught and carefully thrown across his arm. "Hey Damien, Harry, whatever you're calling yourself these days," Blaise said cheerfully, one hand giving the panther a companionable pat on the head. The panther responded with a deep throbbing purr, whiskers and ears twitching in silent laughter. Blaise looked back to Draco and his whole demeanor changed. "How did it go?" he asked softly. "Surprisingly well. As you can see, I'm in one piece, not a rip or werewolf drool anywhere," Draco pointed out, hands gesturing at the neat and still pristine clothes he wore. "That's excellent," Blaise murmured, eyes watching the panther as it paced back and forth before them. "Where are you off to?" Draco asked, one hand catching the panther and dragging him close. Long fingers gently massaged velvet ears as he waited for Blaise's response. "I was actually headed to the library." Blaise raised the book he held lightly in one hand. "Grangers agreed to assist me on my ancient runes assignment." One pale eyebrow slid up slowly. The panther revealed the deadly claws on all four paws, rumbling in warning as his tail flicked in silent reminder. "I believe that Harry is warning you to be careful. Remember, she's supposedly going out with the weasel still." Neither of us wants to see you get hurt over something so stupid as Granger. Draco said, fingers clenching around the panther's ear to prevent the panther from nipping him. I didn't mean it in a bad way. After the weasel's last stunt, I really don't want to see anyone else injured. He explained, pinning the panther's head against his abdomen. The cat stopped thrashing but rumbled slightly. Letting the panther go, Draco turned back to Blaze. I'm not that bad. Plus I'm a Slytherin. It's not like I go throwing myself into danger every chance I get. Gryffindor trait, remember. Blaze protested, eyes watching the play between the two. Right. Well, I'm off to get some work done. We'll see you at dinner. Draco questioned, his eyes following the panther as it glided down one of the halls and paused at the top of the stairs into the dungeons. Emerald eyes met blue before the panther gathered itself, then leapt, vanishing into the darkness of the shadowed stairs. Sure. Blaze called as he backed away from Draco, one hand waving. Oh, and Snape is looking for you, so you might want to stop at his quarters and see what he wants. With a last wave, he vanished around a corner. Great. I spend my full day with a werewolf and now I have to go and spend several more minutes in the company of my godfather. Will my pain and suffering never end? Draco questioned, casting his eyes towards the ceiling. Sighing, he moved slowly towards the stairs Damien had disappeared down. Pansy perched in the center of her bed, the emerald and silver curtains had been pulled closed, preventing anyone from realizing she was in the dorm. Her hands fiddled with the delicate gold and sapphire necklace she'd snatched from one of the trunks in Draco's room. As far as she was concerned, she had every right to it. Those two had thoroughly ruined her reputation. If anything, she deserved a bit of compensation. It was a magnificent little trinket, an obvious sign of love. She bit her lip as she heard voices calling back and forth downstairs. This would be it. Draco would go into his room and see the little box, pick it up, and then find himself in a cell somewhere. She snickered to herself. Something was finally going right in her life. Slipping off the bed, she rummaged through a small trunk, fingers finding and discarding various shaped bottles. Pansy sighed in pleasure as she felt the sloped bottleneck resting beneath her palm. Withdrawing the small bottle of champagne, she neatly pulled the cork and raised the bottle in a silent toast. Her brilliance and beauty would have her rising in the ranks of the Death Eaters in no time. The fist sip of champagne slid down her throat soothingly. She paused with the bottle to her mouth, ears picking up the name that was being called. Taking a long swig, she began to choke as someone said, "Hi Harry." Gasping for breath, she whimpered in horror, "Harry, not Draco." She had failed. The cork was slid back into the bottle with numb fingers. Perhaps she had needed an accomplice. Damien floated through the darkness before his paws caught him neatly. His senses working carefully to pick up any threat as he moved closer to the Slytherin dorms. He paused when a strange scent caught his nose and paused before the hidden entrance into Severus' private chambers. His whiskers twitched as he attempted to recall where he had last caught that scent. The drone of voices was too muted by the thick stone for him to really be able to hear properly. Flashing his fangs at the wall, he returned to his silent patrol. The wall into the Slytherin dorms slid open before him. It had taken only a scratch and a growl before someone had come to let him in. He could have changed back, but the most recent smell of danger had him wanting a little extra protection. Stopping in the center of the dorm, his senses spread out but found nothing out of place. There were no new or strange smells in this room. He bobbed his head as several students greeted him and purred a response that sent them into giggles. His magic reached out and coiled along the bond, finding that it seemed closer than usual. The amount of power it took to make and maintain contact with Draco was smaller than it used to be. Frowning over his discovery, he slid his mind along the bond, allowing Draco to feel his presence while he reassured himself that his mate was fine. The bond leapt beneath his touch, coiling tighter and surging under his ministrations. Drawing back, he felt the bond return to its usual restful state. Shaking the feeling off, he trotted over to the room he shared with Draco and froze, ears pinned against his skull as his eyes narrowed. The door smelled off. Growling softly, he raised a paw and rested it gently on the wood. Magic swirled as the door acknowledged him and released, allowing him to pass into the room. Slinking around the door, he halted and dropped low. Everything panther in him yelled. Threat, demanding he take immediate precautions. The panther snarled at the room, eyes searching for any detail that might assist in locating a threat. A strange smell coiled along his whiskers, teasing him as he tried to place the scent. Prowling around the room, he stopped next to the bed when the smell intensified. Emerald eyes caught sight of something small resting in the center of the bed. A paw rose slowly but was withdrawn as the massive cat walked around the bed. Reversing direction, he began a silent stalk. I focused on the little box. Muscles bunched as the panther paused before leaping suddenly, fangs and claws tearing into what it saw as a threat. The strong smell of lavender filled his muzzle as his fangs were buried in the package. There was only one person in Slytherin who wore that particular perfume. For one moment it seemed everything was fine, but with sharp twist and a loud pop, Damien vanished in a flash. Draco walked slowly towards his godfather's chambers, pausing next to the door when he heard raised voices breaching the thick wood. His stupor was broken when a tug on the bond drew his attention inwards. He felt Harry glide into his mind and run his magic over the bond before fading into the backward murmur of his thoughts. Shaking the feeling off, he knocked lightly on the door. The ringing voices halted immediately and there was a pause before the door swung open. Draco opened his mouth but shut it firmly when the older wizard grabbed him and pulled him into the dark room. "Severus, quit tugging," he demanded, shrugging away from his godfather's touch and straightening his robes angrily. "Draco, respect your elders." The cold hiss had him gasping and searching the shadows frantically. His pale orbs met an equally icy pair as he gazed into his father's face. "Father," Draco whispered. "Draco, please have a seat," Severus murmured, hands steering Draco towards a plush chair sitting next to the fire. Draco allowed himself to be pushed, but his eyes never left the cold face of his father. "Your father and I have been talking and felt that you should be privy to what's going on. Whatever he's up to I want nothing to do with," Draco growled, seating himself and locking his hands around the chair's arms. Eyes narrowing on his father's as the older man shifted in his chair and tapped his cane impatiently on the floor. "It concerns Harry's safety," Snape muttered, heading towards the small kitchen area only to return a few seconds later with a teapot and several cups floating along behind him. "What's the matter with his safety?" Draco snarled, eyes seeming to glow for a moment as he curled one lip in the direction of his father. Severus pushed a steaming cup into his hand before collapsing in the chair across from Lucius. "Well, not so much his safety as yours. You see, the Dark Lord has a plan to portkey you to his headquarters and lure Harry into trying to rescue you. It's completely crazy, but the chances are high that something will go wrong," Severus stated, slowly swirling a spoon through his tea. Draco's mouth fell open in shock. His eyes locked on his father's face. "What?" he spluttered, trying to wrap his mind around the information he had just been given. "He has enlisted the aid of another student. The Parkinson girl, if I'm not mistaken," Lucius snarled, eyes holding Draco's as the pair faced off. "Since when have you cared about Harry or I?" Draco demanded, completely ignoring his godfather's efforts to calm him down. "I do not care for that Potter boy. You, however, are expected to carry the Malfoy name into the future. Which you cannot do bound to a person who will most likely die within the next few days," Lucius answered, peering into the teacup resting in his hand before taking a delicate sip. "Your father and I believe it would be for the best if you allowed us to transfer the bond between you and Harry to another place for a few days. Just until we find out what exactly is going on," Severus announced calmly, eyes darting back and forth between the feuding pair. "Never," roared Draco. The teacup smashed against the far wall. A cooling line of tea sprinkled across the floor and over several books sitting about. "Calm down. The bond will be replaced as soon as everything is over and taken care of. All we'll do is place it somewhere safe." Severus tried to reason with Draco, but Draco was having none of it. "Neither of you will touch the bond. It is going to remain right where it is. There will be no transferring or switching, do you understand?" Draco snarled in anger, eyes flashing at the pair. A small wind twisted through the room, sweeping several loose papers from a pile and spreading them across the room. The blazing fire leapt and crackled, tendrils of smoke seeping from the hearth and coiling about the ankles of the two wizards. "Control yourself," Lucius roared, pulling his wand and waving it at the smoke only to have it coil around the wood and pull his hand closer to the fire. "Do you understand?" Draco repeated softly, rising and brushing his robes free of imaginary dust. The small wind pulled at his robes as he glided slowly towards the door. "Yes," Severus shrieked, Dark's eyes widening as the smoke dragged the edge of his robe closer to the hungry fire. Draco shifted his gaze to his father, who was staring at the smoke in fascination as it drew his wand closer to the crackling flames. I will not repeat myself. Draco hissed, watching in delight, as Lucius Malfoy was pulled closer to the burning embers. Pale eyes met and locked as the pair faced off. Understood. Lucius gritted out, watching the satisfied smile creep across his son's face. Draco pushed the entrance open and walked into the hall. Leaning back against the door as he closed his eyes, relief. Now that was taken care of, he should find Harry and give him a heads up. Without thought his mind reached out and searched for Harry's magic. The bond was still, like it was resting and preparing itself for something. Calling Harry, he waited patiently but received no response. Frowning, he headed towards the Slytherin dorms and entered. Draco. Blaise, back already? Draco asked, grinning slightly. No, I came to get my defense against the dark arts books. You should come with me, I'm done my ancient runes and I actually think I did it right. Blaise stated proudly. Great, have you seen Harry? Draco muttered, eyes locked on the door into his room as his magic searched for Harry. Nope, perhaps he's up with the Gryffindors, suggested Blaise, pounding up the stairs towards his rooms. Draco nodded before pushing into his room and looking around. The bed was rumpled and had a slight rip in one spot. Harry. Damien, he called, eyes searching and looking over the ruined blankets. He called mentally again but received no response. A sense of fear crept through him as his magic writhed, suddenly bringing the bond humming to life. The realization of what was going on hit him hard. Harry wasn't in the castle anymore. Damien hissed in pain as he slammed into the cold hard ground. His lips curled back as he shook the remains of the package from his muzzle. Pupils dilated as the panther sought the surrounding darkness for a possible clue to his location. Panic rose sharply as unfamiliar scents lapped at his nose. The cage was bleak and smelled sharply of freshly turned earth. The only light was a dull glow piercing from beneath the door that guarded the exit. Ears swiveled and whiskers twitched in desperation. Rolling slowly, the cat crouched on the ground, hackles standing up as he listened to the dull thud of boots approaching his prison. Slipping into the thicker shadows, Damien watched the outline of the cell door silently, expecting it to swing open any moment. The tread of boots grew closer but passed by the cage without pause. Snarling, he turned and paced the length of the cell wall, whiskers guiding him with perfect precision. Crouching back down, he rose up on his hind legs, paws patting frantically at the stone. Claws bit into the dark stone, tearing grooves and loose earth free in a hopeless gesture of futility. Sliding slowly to the ground, the panther parted his muzzle and called softly. Ears swiveling as he listened for a reply. Magic gathered and swirled, the bond struggling to bring itself into full power. Tendrils reached and tugged, attempting to pull power and magic from the second part of the bond. There was a small crack and the panther reeled back, head shaking at the pain chewing its way up his muzzle. Aching and miserable, the cat slouched into a corner and curled up, muzzle rising one last time to emit a loud yowling cry. Silence reigned through the dark space, the only sound the constant drip of water from the dark ceiling. Harry! Draco screamed, the shrill cry echoing through the common room and bouncing up the shadowed stairs into the Slytherin dorms. Startled students whipped around, eyes wide in fear as they listened to the tormented cry of their prince. The stairs trembled beneath the Slytherins as they pounded down from their rooms to investigate the disturbance. Harry! Draco repeated. Silence reigned as the cry faded and died. Slytherin House stood still in the common room, all eyes locked on the sight before them. Collapsing to his knees, Draco burst into sobs and clutched at the carpet in desperation. Tears slid down his face as he attempted to call for his mate again. The words catching in his throat as arms wrapped around him tightly. Calm down, Draco, Blaise whispered softly, running a calming hand over Draco's back as he looked at the students milling about outside the room. What happened? He demanded, eyes searching for a sign that someone knew something. Shrugs were the only answer he received as eyes slid away from his. Harry's gone. Draco croaked quietly, the words piercing the hearts of the assembled Slytherins. It's a big school, surely he's somewhere, Blaise soothed, rising and pulling Draco up to stand beside him. Listen up. I want all of you to alert the other houses that Harry is missing. Crabbe, Goyle, you two are to go up to Gryffindor and check in with that lot. He may be up there doing whatever it is the Gryffindors do in their spare time. Taking charge, he assisted Draco into one of the chairs before the fire in the common room. The SS leapt into action without further instruction. Wands were drawn and checked over before they headed out the portal, each and every one of them hoping that Harry was indeed visiting with the Gryffindors. The wall fell closed behind the pack, leaving Draco and Blaise to the calming crackle of flames emitting from the hearth. "I'm going to go and get Snape," Blaise murmured, patting Draco on the back one last time before leaving quickly. Now wasn't the time to leave the other wizard alone. Draco peered into the dancing flames, the soft hissing calming him into a trance. Orange, reds, yellows, and the palest blue danced at the heart of the always burning flame. Feeling his heart slow, he watched absently as the flames took on a form. Crackling and snapping as a red panther snarled in outrage and stalked back and forth across the burning logs. Gasping at the sound echoing through his skull, he shook his head and peered back into the flames, only to find the image gone. He closed his eyes tightly and hoped someone arrived with news of Harry. Wishing against all odds that the bond was wrong and Harry was wandering the halls aimlessly. Severus Snape looked away from the open text resting on the desk before him as someone pounded on his door. Growling in annoyance, he flicked his wand and watched as the door slid open slowly before a strong hand slammed into it. The loud crack as the door impacted with the wall had him standing and pointing his wand. Blaise Zabini stood in the doorway with his wand in one hand while the other rested flat against the door. "Harry's missing," the young wizard stated, glancing over his shoulder. Ace of first-year Slytherin ran down the hall towards the common room. "Missing?" Severus questioned, dark eyes searching the room behind him. "Yes, missing. As in disappeared, vanished, gone," Blaise growled, fingers slipping down the warm wood of his wand in a search for comfort. "Where's Draco?" he snapped, hands pulling a thick book from a stack and jamming it into a cloth bag while his eyes searched for anything else he might require. "Common room," Blaise answered softly, eyes narrowing as he looked at the title of the second book vanishing into the bag. "What do you think you're going to do?" he demanded. The grip on his wand adjusted as he prepared for a possible battle with his head of house. "Whatever I have to," the potions master muttered quietly, his wand flicking in a quick and effortless maneuver. Blaise never saw the spell coming. Standing frozen in the doorway, he pointed his wand while his mouth hung open. Striding past the young wizard, Severus stopped and pushed him further into his private chambers, wincing as Blaise's still form tipped over and crashed into the ground. "And don't touch anything while I'm gone," he growled before tugging the door shut and stalking towards the Slytherin common room. "Well, if this isn't a surprise," a cold voice drawled. Damien raised his head and curled his lips as he glared at the Death Eater peering into the cell. Snarling in outrage at his treatment and the situation, he lunged and sank lethal claws into the thick wood of the door. Hissing loudly, his tail lashed and his ears flattened to his head as he circled the cell, eyes remaining locked on the masked face staring at him. "My daughter was supposed to catch my lord a dragon, but instead she brought him a panther. I have no doubt he'll be pleased. He's been looking for you for a very long time, Mr. Potter," the Death Eater said softly, eyes following the panther's movements. Roaring in anger, the panther slammed into the door and spat into the wizard's face. Spittle flew and clung to his fangs as he snapped at the taunting features before him. "Poor little kitten. Don't worry about your traitorous lover, I'm sure he'll be joining you in death." The Death Eater laughed as he slammed the small window closed on the large cat's nose. Lurching back, Damien hissed in pain and lashed out, claws carving deep lines in the wood. Head low and eyes glittering with hate and pain, the panther began a slow stalk back and forth, waiting impatiently for the moment he would face the person who had put him there. The great hall was packed with students, all looking around and whispering loudly. The students had been gathered into the large hall as soon as it had been confirmed. Harry Potter was missing from Hogwarts. He hadn't been amusing himself with the Gryffindors, nor was he on the Quidditch pitch. Hagrid hadn't seen hide nor hair of him since his last visit, and no one had seen him chasing ravens in the courtyard. Whispers and whimpers flew as the professors watched the final lock snap closed on the almost impenetrable doors. Each thunk and thud reverberating through the room. "Silence, please," Dumbledore exclaimed, hands rising in a shushing movement as he peered down at the students. "I'm afraid I must inform you that Harry Potter has gone missing. We believe he has been captured by the Dark Lord. Cries and shouts erupted from the students as they glanced about in apparent fear and disbelief. All eyes searched the hall for the one student who would be able to verify if the boy who lived had indeed gone missing. Draco Malfoy sat at the Slytherin table, eyes red and hair mussed as he stared at the top of the table before him. Blaise, sporting a scowl and a bloody nose, rested next to him, glaring at Professor Snape, who was frantically turning pages of a small tome at the head table. As some of you may have noticed, there are several individuals present who don't belong here. These Aurors were brought in for added safety and protection should Hogwarts be attacked. Until I have further information, I would like you to all remain quiet and study or amuse yourselves. Just remember to play nicely. Stepping from the dais, the older wizard moved to stand over the grimacing potions master. Well? The old wizard asked, tugging on his beard and watching the students shifting restlessly around the hall. Well, what? Professor Snape snapped back, curling his lip and pulling the book closer. Shaking his head in obvious disgust, he went back to searching the book for answers. Shrugging his shoulders, the old wizard wandered off. Perhaps he'd play a game of exploding snap with several of first years. Draco stared at the dark wood beneath his hands, fingers tracing a small gash in the wood. Blaise was grumbling about Severus' rude treatment of him. Draco wiped at his face with one hand, his eyes stung and his chest ached. He ignored the stares and whispers that surrounded him, knowing that many were about him. He didn't want people's condolences or their whispers of assistance should he but ask for it. His Harry was out there somewhere and he didn't know where. His hand rose and he whispered his fingers over the small silver bell dangling hopefully from its chain, the soft tinkle calling him, pleading and urging with him to call his familiar's name. His hand closed tightly around the bell and he opened his mouth. Damien snarled and thrashed his head as he struggled against the thick chain attached to his collar. The Death Eater chuckled and jerked on the thick metal, grinning as the panther hissed in pain and lunged forward, attempting to swipe at his tormentor. Rough voices spoke back and forth, but the cat was blind to everything. He had been resting in a corner when the door swung open, a dirty blanket tossed over his head, quickly followed by a torrent of spells as they sought to restrain him. The magic had been deflected by the charm around his collar, spells simply dissolving as soon as they touched his coat. The blanket had been wrapped tightly around his head, forcing him to gasp in deep breaths of air in an effort to keep his lungs inflated. He had been equally unprepared for the force of several heavy bodies landing on top of him while a pair of chains were attached to his collar. Roaring in outrage, he threw himself backwards and clawed at the chain. Head smashing against a wall in reckless abandon as he sought his freedom. The spittle clinging to his fangs was traced with blood, one fang chipped by a severe blow to the muzzle. Rumbling angrily, he sprang forward and jerked to the right. The Death Eater behind him was flung off balance, stumbling and falling to his knees beside the panther. Fangs closed and locked through cloth, attempting to maintain the death grip while keeping the other Death Eater from further injuring him. A boot smashed into his already tender muzzle, forcing him to lose the grip he had fought to earn. Quivering in pain and anger, he lay gasping on the floor. The chains tightened once again and he felt himself pulled across rough stone. The small pebbles and dips in the floor dragging and ripping at his velvet hide. Clenching his fangs, he crawled to his feet and slowly limped forward, ignoring the whispered taunts and threats as he moved forwards. His magic bubbled and boiled, but he decided it was best to save his strength. They would need it in the hours ahead. The smell of lavender slapped Draco in the face. His mouth snapped closed and he pushed away from the bench, eyes widening as he attempted to place the familiar smell. Jerking his head around, he observed the students crowded about the great hall. The scent tickled at his senses, seeming to grow stronger every minute. Inhaling deeply, he winced as his brain was flooded with information. His magic purred to life, swirling and shifting as it pushed at him. Confused, he opened his mouth to speak with Blaise but shuddered and stumbled. Something crawled within him, clawing to escape. Shaking his head, he stared into the questioning eyes of his godfather as the older wizard appeared next to him. Draco, what's wrong? Severus demanded, ignoring the gasps and startled cries of students watching the situation unfold. Draco shook his head and pulled away from Severus, nose leading him on. He froze as the smell intensified, pierced with the strong smell of liquor. Reaching out, he placed a hand on the shoulder of the female standing before him. When the she spun around, he found himself face to face with Pansy Parkinson. "You," he hissed, eyes blazing in anger. "What did you do?" Pansy shrieked and struggled to back up but found herself halted by a circle of students, all bearing the crest and colors of Slytherin. "Nothing. I didn't do anything," she squealed, struggling against the hands trying to trap her. Draco bellowed in outrage, eyes glowing softly as he stalked forward. Blaise trailed Draco as he stumbled across the hall, surprised when Severus brushed by him. Smiling evilly, he raised one foot and brought it down on the older wizard's cloak, frowning when the ripping sound failed to incite a reaction. Grumbling over his failed attempt at revenge, he rushed after Draco and Severus, halting when Draco spun Pansy around and began to yell at her. His eyes widened in shock when Draco began to prowl towards the panicked witch. It seemed like everything slowed for a moment before a flash and a surge of power knocked students and professors off their feet. "We're all going to die." A third-year Hufflepuff whimpered loudly in his ear as he struggled to push her off him. Grimacing as her hands locked into the expensive collar of his cloak, he struggled frantically to loosen her grip. The low snarl had a hush falling across the hall. Blaise sat up slowly and peered in the direction of the sound, voicing his own whimper at the sight that met his eyes. A leopard crouched in the center of the hall. Its eyes blazed a crystalline blue as he stared at the sobbing witch before him. His coat was the palest of gold, almost silver under the bright light emitted by the dozens of hovering candles. Black spots dotted the shining silver, making the large cat appear even more dangerous. Shifting, the leopard began a hunting glide, ears swiveling as its long tail flicked rhythmically. Around its neck a silver bell sang softly with every precise movement. Hissing softly, the leopard gave one last stride before lunging. Fangs sank deep into the pale arm raised in a hopeless effort to ward the large animal off. Shaking its head, it tore deep into the flesh and bone. Growling, it loosed its prey and glared at the witch's end. Wizards pointing wands at it. "Calm down, Draco, a cat, big cat," Professor Snape whispered, wand leveled at the slathering beast. The leopard growled and buried its claws deep into flesh, purring at the shrill scream of pain that erupted from Pansy. Snape shook his head and watched the leopard drop its head and sink fangs slowly into the witch's throat. Raising his wand, he flung a spell at the leopard, jerking in surprise when the panther leapt nimbly out of the way. Hissing at being deprived of its prey, the cat prowled back and forth unhappily. Pausing suddenly, it raised its muzzle and called loudly, the cry making everyone cringe in fear. Ears twitched as the cat glanced around, whiskers curved forward as the leopard called again. Severus shuddered at the cry, each note seeming to tug and pull at him, made him feel that he should do something to ease the animal's suffering. With one last roar, the leopard vanished with a pop and a flash. Staring at the spot the leopard had stood, he stumbled forward when someone slapped him on the back. "Magnificent. A leopard, can you believe it? You must be so proud." Blaise whooped in his face, clutching one of his hands and shaking it roughly. Staring blankly at the excited face of the younger wizard, he could only frown slightly. "A leopard indeed. What do you think we should call him? I mean, I personally would go with Spot, but I don't think that's something Draco would like." Blaise muttered thoughtfully, staring at the bleeding witch sprawled out on the floor before them. Severus shook his head and wondered what he was going to tell Lucius. The pale leopard landed with a thud. Dropping into a crouch, ears and whiskers twitched as the large cat sought the scent of its mate. Crawling forward with his nose above the ground, Dorian sniffed delicately before shaking his head. Growling a low threat, the cat shifted and slid into the shadows, inhaling deeply as the scent of Damien and fresh blood filled his nostrils. Shifting uneasily, the leopard glided towards the door, head low and tail held straight out behind him. Soft paws carried him quietly across the cell, disturbing not a particle of dust as he eased to a halt next to the heavily clawed wood. The door rested open, allowing him to peer around and down the hall before slipping carefully from the cell, pausing only once to rub his cheek along the edge of the door. Prowling down the dark corridor, the leopard raised its muzzle and called softly. Tail flicking as he waited, he dropped his nose and sniffed deeply, ignoring the stale smells in favor of the fresh. His head jerked up and his ears cocked forward, all senses straining to hear the low cry reverberating down the hall. With a snap, the bond shimmered to life, all parts coming to the fore. Emotions and thoughts swam through his skull before his own magic caught them. Straining against the feelings, Dorian searched through his mind before finding the glowing ball that contained his magic. Inwardly concentrating, the leopard watched the magic surge and glide along the bond, every piece promising full power. Rumbling to himself, Dorian called out mentally but received a backwash of emotion rather than words. Pain, fear, hope, love, all calling and demanding he ate his bonded immediately. Shaking his head, the leopard curled his lips before throwing his muzzle back and yowling, the sound reverberating down the dark halls. Slinking into the darkness, Dorian began the hunt for his mate. Professor Severus Snape crouched next to the writhing form of Pansy Parkinson. His hands trying to pin her still so Madame Pomfrey could administer potions and spells to stop the bleeding and repair damage. The tears and gashes were deep, a steady stream of blood soaking into the floor around them. Students cowered against the walls, some looking very green as they watched the professors try and heal the rogue Slytherin. Never in all my life, Madame Pomfrey muttered. Look at this, I mean even with the strongest of spells there is no way I can heal this completely. She'll have scars the rest of her life. Did you know he could do that? Professor McGonagall demanded, wincing as Pansy squealed in pain as the professor's hand slipped across a long cut. No, Draco has never achieved his animagus form. Severus growled, rising and wiping his blood-smeared hands on the dark cloak he wore. Striding away from the gathering of teachers he dropped down into a chair at the head table and conjured himself a glass of brandy. Swirling the amber liquid in its glass, he looked down at the book he had been reading before the leopard incident. His finger traced the title before he flipped the book open and began turning the stained pages. Dark eyes narrowed as he slid a finger down a list of words. Each spell read off mentally before halting at the one he had been looking for. Chewing his lip, he flipped to the bond detection spell and traced his finger down the list of bonds and the color they were represented by. Gold. He closed his eyes and sat back in the chair, hand tightening on the glass. Gold represented the very rare and almost impossible to achieve shared animagus bond. Opening his eyes he flipped quickly to the index and then to the directed page. 3 measly sentences. Slamming the book shut he raised his glass and took a long consoling sip. A pair of leopards, he thought with a slight smile. Voldemort definitely wouldn't be expecting that. Damien snarled weakly, forepaws braced on one of the steps the Death Eaters were trying to drag him up. His long tail lashed the air in fury and contempt as the collar cut into his throat. The distant roar had him fighting once again, hope rising with the call and the surge of magic riding the bond. Hissing, he swung a paw blindly. The Death Eater pulling on the chain before him started cursing and the cool rush of blood against his toes had him rumbling in satisfaction. Damn beast. The Death Eater howled, dropping the chain and obviously clutching whatever body part Damien had managed to injure. The panther thrashed his head, the loose chain slamming into the ground and walls. A blow to the head had him stumbling into a wall. Sliding to the ground, the panther lay still. Blood dripped from numerous wounds scattered across his once velvety coat. In other spots his fur stood stiff, blood having dried already leaving the rich fur marred. Lying on the cool stone, his ears picked up the soft tread of another animal. Whiskers tried to assist in the search but the blanket cut off any vibrations or wind currents that would normally have assisted the panther. Damien tensed, tail drumming silently against the stone floor in fear. Did you hear something? The second Death Eater whispered. The other ignored the question and continued to nurse the wound dealt to him by the panther. A low growl had both swearing softly and drawing their wands, eyes searching the darkness for whatever was stalking them. Damien called sharply, a deep huffing noise that echoed in the small area. The quiet surrounding them was broken by a low growl, shadows shifting slowly as if unprepared to give up their secrets. Dorian stalked quietly through the shadows, his full concentration on tracking his mate. A sharp call had him responding and picking up speed, trotting quietly down halls. The darkness aided his cause, casting shadows along the walls just dark enough to conceal his movements. His pale blue eyes narrowed suddenly, body sliding into a hunting glide. Belly low to the ground, tail flicking. Gently as he stalked forward. Each paw was placed carefully as the leopard crept forward, eyes locked on the scene before him. He growled softly at the smell of fear and blood radiating from the 3 figures ahead of him. Tensing suddenly he lunged. His movements were fast and precise, each claw piercing deep while fangs punctured without remorse. The second Death Eater lay silent on the ground, his spine snapped with a careful flick of the cat's head. The first struggled against the fangs locked around his throat. Hands pushing weakly against the cat's pale chest, while his wand rolled to a stop next to the panther waiting patiently on the floor. The leopard's fierce eyes watched as the wizard's jerking movements halted, hands sliding away from the animal's fur and dropping lifelessly to the floor. Dorian loosed his prey and moved to the side of the Black Panther, ignoring the thud of the Death Eater's skull as it connected with the hard stone floor. Purring happily, his tongue gave a gash on the panther's side, a few consolatory licks before moving to the blanket wrapped tightly around his mate's head. Damien lay still, waiting for his mate to free him. A sharp tearing sound had fresh air caressing his sore muzzle, quickly followed by the brush of fur. At the first touch of his mate's muzzle, Damien broke into a deep rumbling purr. Rolling onto his back, he captured the leopard's head between gentle paws and began to clean the blood from the pale fur with long swipes of his tongue. Sniffing and rubbing muzzles, Damien and Dorian cuddled for a moment before the panther pulled away and struggled to his paws. The chains attached to his collar jangled loudly as he shifted. Both cats froze at the sound, ears swiveling as they listened for approaching Death Eaters. Growling unhappily, he contemplated their current situation. Reaching out mentally, the bond snapped into place with a ripple of power. Humming with magic, both large cats peered at each other before bringing their telepathic bond to life. "You're all right?" Dorian demanded, ears and whiskers twitching constantly as his senses worked to prevent possible discovery. "Fine, just a little sore," Damien whispered, pushing his head against Dorian's. The sound of approaching voices had both freezing as they peered into the surrounding darkness. "Damn, come on," Dorian hissed, sliding into the shadows. The loud clinking of the chain had the leopard whirling. A rush of magic had the chains dissolving and vanishing with a whisper from Damien. Both cats dove into the darkness, soft paws allowing them to slide down the black hall without discovery. Damien rested his head along Dorian's flank, allowing the other cat to guide him through the dungeons. The shouts and pounding of feet sent the massive felines scurrying down a narrow hall, bodies low to the ground and ears flat to their heads. Pausing at an intersection between several halls, the leopard stopped and raised his head, nose delicately testing the dank air. Damien lowered himself to the floor, legs and head aching from the treatment he had received. "This way," Dorian growled, pacing down a short hall and peering anxiously up a set of twisting stairs. "We should be able to find a way out once we get upstairs." His icy eyes fell upon Damien, taking in the panther's weakened state. Moving silently, he dropped down next to the panther and snuggled close, head resting on the dark fur. The panther lowered his own head to his forepaws, taking a few minutes to rest before they proceeded up into the heart of the castle. Hermione sat silently at the Gryffindor table, surrounded by her fellow housemates. None of them could really comprehend what had just occurred. She loosed the breath she had been holding and glanced down the table. Dean and Seamus were staring into space, both of them ignoring the plates of food sitting before them. Her own plate was untouched, the memory and smell of blood lingering in the air around the hall. Hermione looked at the spot on the floor, blood slowly staining the light stone where Pansy had been lying up until a few minutes ago. Not one spell the teachers had attempted to use would clean the stone. She had her own theories about its reluctance to be cleaned. The castle was displeased about what had occurred within its walls. Hogwarts was reputed for the safety it provided to its students, and yet several students had almost been killed in the Great Hall. Chances were the blood would remain there for the rest of the castle's life if either Draco or Harry died. Silence blanketed the hall, all students pondering where Harry was and if they would ever see the bonded pair again. Dorian stood slowly, blue eyes sliding over the sleeping panther resting at his paws. Rumbling softly, he lowered his muzzle and nipped Damien lightly on the side of the head. Emerald eyes slid open and the panther yawned widely, displaying sharp fangs as he rose stiffly. The leopard lashed his tail and prowled down the hall towards the stairs, the panther trailing closely. At the bottom of the stairs, they paused, eyes peering searchingly into the shadowed stairwell. Taking one last look down the hall, the pale cat shifted and began to climb up the stairs, each paw flexing slightly before it touched the stair. Damien leapt and landed next to Dorian, ears cocked as he stared fiercely into the eyes of his mate. Bumping noses with the panther, the leopard continued the long climb, every noise freezing the pair in place. Pupils dilated as they grew closer to the dull light above them, ears and noses twitching at the sense overwhelming their senses. A sharp yell had both jerking their heads, peering down into the dark where a figure stood pointing up at them. The leopard whirled about and lunged, yowling loudly as he drove his fangs into the wizard's jugular. Gurgling, the wizard fell backwards beneath the animal's weight. Releasing his grip, Dorian launched himself up the stairs, hindquarters powering him up with every stride. Damien was already standing at the top of the stairs, tail lashing and snarling at a pack of Death Eaters all brandishing wands. Panther and leopard stood side by side, ears tucked tight to their skulls as they curled their lips and snarled. Spittle flew and the cats swung large paws tipped with dagger-like claws. Without further thought they sprang forward into battle. Pansy sat in a chair in the office of the headmaster. Her throat was sore from where the massive leopard had torn into her flesh. She winced as she ran her fingers along the wound. Madame Pomfrey had been able to stop the bleeding and heal the cuts, but her fingers could still trace where the skin was paler and raised. Pansy stood and limped slowly towards a mirror hanging on a crowded wall. Her eyes took in the scars where the leopard's jaws had closed. "Ah, Miss Parkinson, if you would please have a seat." The headmaster's voice filled the room as he entered quietly. His bright yellow robes contrasting with the deep Gryffindor red that swathed the chamber. Pansy moved slow to the proffered chair, sitting down and folding her hands in her lap. "After everything that has occurred here today, I'm afraid I can no longer allow you to remain in my school. I took the liberty of contacting your father, he'll be here to get you soon. Once you're off school property, the Aurors may arrest you if they see fit. For now you remain under my protection. I wish it had never come to this, Miss Parkinson, but we all make mistakes. I wish you good luck in all your future endeavors," the old wizard stated, blue eyes somber as he watched the witch before him. "Thank you, sir," Pansy murmured, eyes downcast. With a nod, Dumbledore stood and walked from the room, not bothering to glance back at the witch who may have assisted the Dark Lord in killing the boy who lived. Severus scrambled down the stairs at the front of the castle, the black robes he wore billowing in the cold night wind. His destination was beyond the castle's wards. Once there he would be able to apparate to Voldemort's headquarters. A long pale hand slid into a deep pocket on the robe, fingers wrapping around the small feather that would allow him to portkey back into Hogwarts. This was most likely the only way they would be able to retrieve the bonded pair. Panting from exertion, he pulled the mask over his face and gave one last look at the shining castle behind him before apparating away. He was soaked in blood. It ran into his eyes, filled his mouth, and made his paws slick. Damien threw back his head and screeched loudly, eyes blazing as he dodged another spell before leaping at the individual who had cast it at him. His jaws closed tightly around the Death Eater's wrist. Claws buried themselves in the robes, seeking purchase amongst the layers of cloth. Growling low, he loosed his hold and leapt away from the injured man, paws sliding in a pool of blood. The shrieking rasp of the leopard had him snarling in response and jumping over a still body, nose seeking the scent of his mate. Blood clouded the air, the smell so strong it sent the panther into a frenzy, claws tearing anything that got in his way. A flash of pale fur had him rumbling a low greeting. The two cats stood back to back, heads low as they warned the remaining Death Eaters off with hisses and flexing claws. "What do we do?" Harry whispered anxiously, lunging forward and sinking fangs into flesh before twisting his muzzle and loosing the bloody hand. "Run, it's the only way we'll get out of this alive." Dorian responded, hissing angrily as a spell ricocheted off the ground before him in a bright explosion. "Yes, which way?" he asked, lowering his body to the ground as he batted at a wand pointed shakily in his general direction. "Follow me," hissed Dorian, lunging forward and knocking a startled Death Eater aside. His paws slid on the wet bloody stones as he raced away from the pack of Death Eaters, the panther close behind him. The panther and leopard ran down the dark halls, eyes and whiskers searching for a window or door that would allow them to escape outside. Spells flew and bounced around the narrow halls as the pursuing Death Eaters attempted to stop them. Claws skittered across hardwood and marble, both animals' bodies steaming in the cool air as they dodged poorly cast spells. An open door provided the bonded pair with a place to hide, but they had stood panting for only a moment when the door slammed closed before them. Turning slowly, Dorian peered at the mass of Death Eaters standing in front of a large throne. The hall they were in was completely quiet, every eye in the room on them as they stood there. "What a magnificent entrance, it's too bad it will probably the last one you ever make." The voice was cold as a figure slowly walked around the shadowed throne, pausing before slowly seating himself. The Death Eaters fell to their knees and bowed to the Dark Lord. "I'm truly surprised at your stupidity, young Malfoy. Lucius was unable to train you properly, I see, but then again, like father like son. I called tonight and all my minions showed up but one. Tell me, Draco, where is your father this night? The leopard snarled sharply in response, tail twitching at the inclination Voldemort was making. And you, Harry Potter, are you truly so stupid as to give up the lives and hopes of every witch and wizard in this world for your own pleasure? Will you die tonight, not for them but for the love you have for this traitor? Voldemort settled back in his throne as the panther roared in rage, emerald eyes glowing fiercely. Since I can't speak cat, why don't we put my little theory to a test? McNabb, kill the leopard. A low hum rose in the air as the Death Eaters whispered among themselves. A dark figure moved forward and pointed a wand at Dorian. The leopard made to spring out of the way, but a blur of black fur flew by him and impacted with the robed figure, fangs tearing through cloth and into flesh without thought to safety. Damien! Dorian screamed, eyes closing as muffled words were followed by an explosion of green. The panther's body flew through the air before slamming into the ground and rolling to a stop. The leopard yelled loudly, eyes focused on the limp panther lying lifeless in the center of the hall. With a roar of outrage, the pale cat whirled around and attacked. Severus stalked swiftly up the stairs leading into the dark mansion Voldemort had claimed as his headquarters. Silence hung over the sprawling manor. The massive castle-like structure was pitch black, the stone seeming to consume the moonlight. He pushed one of the doors open quietly and stepped into the large entrance hall. His eyes immediately searched for the guard that should have been waiting in the shadows. Sighing in relief, he began a quiet glide down one of the halls, every noise making him halt and pray he would remain undiscovered. Candles flickered along the walls, creating ample shadows for figures to hide in. Moving silently, he slipped into one of the rooms and gasped as he was grabbed and thrown to the ground. His wand clattered loudly in the emptiness of the room. The dark figure standing above him glared down, eyes the color of ice meeting those of onyx. I see you failed to do as I asked. Lucius Malfoy purred softly, the tip of his cane resting firmly against Severus' throat. I tried but the bond was too strong. It's developed a new facet, the shared animagus bond. Severus gasped out, one hand rising to clutch at the cane slowly burying itself deeper into his throat. It's the rarest form of bond, the type of magic it develops through is unknown. I don't really care how rare it is. I wanted my son free. Now he's running around this place with the Dark Lord's nemesis. Do you really think he'll survive something like that? Lucius growled, leaning on the S-headed cane, his dark robes swirling around him. Harry will protect him. Severus snarled, one hand beginning the search for his wand while the other remained locked around the cane. His mind raced as he peered into the cold eyes of death. I can tell you who gave them the portkey. If Harry hadn't discovered it first, it would have been Draco. Severus offered, knowing that the one thing Malfoys understood was revenge. Lucius's eyes flickered before one pale eyebrow rose. I believe it was Pansy Parkinson. Lucius hissed angrily, his fingers whitening as his grip increased. Give me something useful, Severus. In my right pocket there's a portkey that will take us directly back to Hogwarts. Severus gasped, immediately drawing in a deep breath as the cane was withdrawn in one smooth movement. Excellent. Let's go and find my heir then, shall we? Lucius murmured, fingers smoothing the thick black robes. Swirling around he glided out the door, pausing only once to glance back at Severus. Severus grumbled in annoyance as his fingers closed around his wand. Why did Malfoys always have to make a grand exit? The large leopard skittered across the floor, his nails biting into the hard stone. Shaking his head, Dorian snarled and slowly climbed to his paws. The pale cat hung his head and panted softly, eyes glinting dangerously as he stared at the mocking form standing before him. His nose quivered at the strong smell of blood wafting around the room. The Dark Lord smirked at the leopard's exhaustion, his pleasure in the death of the panther almost tangible. Are you going to cry? Voldemort cooed, his fingers running lazily up the length of his wand. Several Death Eaters chuckled but even more ed in deep breaths and pressed themselves into the concealing shadows. The leopard rumbled angrily, his eyes glittered dangerously as he began a slow gliding pace across the blood-covered stones. Silver fur shone brightly beneath the candlelight, marred only by small flecks of blood. His mouth hung open, flashing his sharp incisors to the room as he drew in short gasps of air, his velvet fur dampening with sweat. He drew back his lips and snarled as he stalked around the body of the panther, tail lashing angrily. Pausing suddenly, Dorian swiveled his ears and tipped his head. Voices whispered softly through his mind urging him on before he lost his life forever. Draco was too deep in sorrow to comprehend the voices, his mind focused on the death of Harry. The leopard understood in a primal way what he had to do. With a low growl he prowled towards the Dark Lord, his eyes shining brightly. Paws carried him around the body of his mate and on towards what could be his death. Severus slid along a wall, pausing behind Lucius as the former Death Eater stopped suddenly. The rush of footsteps racing towards them had both readying their wands as the approaching figure drew closer. The shadows concealed the Death Eater, candles creating small pools of light through which he passed. In a flurry of dark robes, he swept by them without even glancing in their direction. Severus let out the long breath he had been holding and followed Lucius, who was once again walking stealthily down the hall. The Death Eater halted, his robes swinging gently before settling to hang naturally about his ankles. Severus arrived and set a hand on Lucius' shoulder, following the pale eyes to the stones beneath their feet. "What is it?" Severus hissed sharply, eyes darting down the hall as Lucius dropped to one knee. The long pale finger ran slowly through the thick liquid coating the floor, eyes peered closely at the dark substance. Under the pale candlelight the viscous liquid was black, but both could smell the strong coppery scent that heralded fresh blood. "Blood," Lucius murmured, stating what both had already assumed but had been unable to accept. His fingers swiped along the edge of his robes, smearing the blood into the thick fabric. Rising smoothly he looked over his shoulder at Severus. "We may already be too late. There's more blood here than generally contained within the human body. Whatever this blood belonged to is already dead. This doesn't mean anything. We knew they'd fight, and I have first-hand knowledge that either one of those animals can cause severe damage. It's likely from the missing guards," Severus whispered, his eyes searching over the bloody floor. Pools of the dark liquid lay everywhere, small drops splattered along the walls while trickling streams had begun to traverse the hall, gliding along the small cracks between the stones and creating an interlocking web of blood. "I think you're right," Lucius growled from where he stood peering into a small alcove. Brushing back the concealing curtain, Severus' stomach rolled at the sight before him. Between the blood on the floor and that slowly dripping from the still fingers, it did seem likely that both panther and leopard were unharmed. Letting the curtain fall slowly back into place, Severus whirled around and stalked after Lucius's prowling back, his brain still feeding him pictures of the dead Death Eaters left to rot in a forgotten corner of the massive manor. The pale cat shrieked in outrage as a slash appeared along his side, the wound running with blood. Leaping neatly to the side he avoided the next spell that was flung at him, growing madder by the minute as Voldemort continued to toy with him. A spell impacted with his left flank, the force of it sending him careening into a wall of Death Eaters. Small stars sparked behind his eyes as he shook his head, the consuming darkness attempting to swallow him. Blood running down his throat from where his fangs had clipped his lip, he slowly hauled himself up, wavering as a wave of dizziness struck him. Growling half-heartedly, the big leopard lunged once again, his aching muscles driving him forwards. Voldemort threw back his head and laughed, wand already rising to cast another spell. "As entertaining as this is, I've got other things I need to be doing this night." Voldemort chuckled, his soulless eyes glittering. His wand rose slowly and gave a flick, his pale lips whispering the one spell all Animagi feared. Animagus Reverto. The silver-coated leopard fell back, his lean body convulsing in pain. Magic shuddered through the room as the conversion began. Draco rose slowly from the floor, hands gripping his sides as fire chewed at his innards. Choking back a yelp of pain, he narrowed his eyes and straightened his body, standing tall before the most feared wizard in the world. The black cloak and expensive robes he had worn to lunch with Harry were torn and stained with blood. "Afraid yet?" Voldemort asked, smirking at the pain he had caused, his wand resting limply in his fingers. Draco looked around the room, his eyes resting on the still panther for a moment. Pale orbs shimmered with pain. Ignoring the Death Eaters and Voldemort, he moved back towards his mate and dropped to his knees next to the limp panther. His hand skimmed over dark velvet as memories of the past week ran through his head. He closed his eyes tightly in an attempt to stop the tears from sliding down his face. A feather-light touch brushed his mind, a soft voice whispered lovingly to him as he clung to Damien. "Take it." Draco gasped at the simple words, mind racing to understand. The internal caress began to fade and he panicked, his own mind stretching along the path in an attempt to capture and hold it to him. Take what? Draco demanded, fingers digging into the panther's soft fur. The voice laughed at his question. Anything you need, all of it if it will end this. The voice replied, assurance reinforcing the offer. Draco bit his lip, puzzling over the response. As touching as this little scene is, I really have something important to do tonight. The Dark Lord growled, angered at being ignored for so long. Draco raised his head slowly, face darkening as his conversation was rudely interrupted. All right, he whispered mentally, eyes still locked on Voldemort. Happiness swam around his head, joy that he had decided to trust the foreign voice. The blast ran through him suddenly, power slamming into him and completely flooding his body. Draco screamed in pain as fire traced its way up his spine, so much power trying to find a place to rest. His magic core shuddered, pulsing with every surge and wave that struck him. Love you, the voice whispered, a brush against his face and the magic began to retreat. Slowing, settling, it stilled inside him. He gasped for breath as the magic tickled against his thoughts, begging him to use it. Smiling slowly, he rose from where he was crouched next to Damien. Severus stepped over the body of a downed Death Eater, his dark eyes avoiding the mangled throat. Lucius was floating along before him, robes billowing out as he rushed down another hall. It seemed like the damn house kept growing more rooms, no matter how many halls they peered down or the number of doors they threw open. Voldemort and his Death Eaters remained missing. Severus swore as he stumbled, arms swinging in an attempt to catch himself before he made contact with the floor. His breath rushed out as he landed hard, swearing softly as he scratched his hands on the uneven stone. Glaring down at the offending floor, his eyes widened as he looked at the bloody paw print inches from his knee. Lucius, he called softly, eyes searching desperately for another mark. He smirked to himself as his eyes traced over a paw print slightly to the left of the other, smaller but just as bloody as the first. What? Lucius demanded, peering around a corner. His robe swished in annoyance as he turned to look at the potion's master, crawling along the floor behind him. What are you doing? He hissed. There's paw prints here, 2 sets. Why aren't we following them? Severus asked as he slowly traced a neat circle around the mark. Lucius moved to crouch next to him, icy eyes glaring at the paw print. A Malfoy would never lower himself to crawling around on the floor like a common mudblood. Besides, the dead Death Eaters were much more visible. Lucius muttered, standing and brushing the dirt off his robes. Severus rolled his eyes and swiped at his thick hair, pushing it back over his shoulder. The masks they wore were extremely hot, sweat trickling down his forehead and being absorbed by the silk lining the inside of the mask. Groaning to himself, he was about to take off after Lucius when it struck. Power slammed into him, pushing him back into the wall and pinning him there. Lucius was thrown to the floor ahead of him, the magic rushing down the corridor and leaving them both gasping for breath in its wake. One hand resting against his throat, Severus dropped his head against the wall and wondered who'd talked him into this before, remembering he was doing it out of the goodness of his heart. And it was the last time that would ever happen. He radiated power. It swam through his blood and glittered in his eyes. Draco stepped slowly over the body of the panther, his entire being focused on the creature before him. Magic rippled around the room, sending robes fluttering and candles cowering in their holders. His cloak blew out behind him, tugged by the magic wafting off him. Raising his wand slowly, Voldemort smiled, I believe it's time you joined the once sainted Potter. Draco smiled slightly at the threat, he had nothing left to live for. His life lay behind him on the floor. If killing Tom Marvolo Riddle was Harry's last wish, then he would do it. What have I to fear from you? Draco asked softly, the robes he wore shivering in the magical breeze. His wand was held lightly between his fingers, the wood worn and worn from use. Hair shifted as if invisible fingers had run through the perfect locks. Blue eyes fell to the silver band circling his finger, a promise he would always keep. Raising his eyes, he gave the famed Malfoy smirk. Are you going to come out and play or send some more of your little soldiers? I must say they are getting boring, no tact or skill. Perhaps you'll provide a challenge worthy of a true pure-blooded wizard. You'll wish I had killed you first when I get done with you. The Dark Lord snarled, eyes narrowing on the younger wizard standing before him. Raising his wand, Voldemort smiled before pointing his wand at Draco. The pale wizard remained perfectly still, his eyes shifting to follow the movement of the wand pointing at him. Avada Kedavra! Lord Voldemort yelled, the dark green magic shooting from his wand. Draco closed his eyes as he felt his magic react, the thick silver mist reaching out and halting the ball of green fire. He hissed in pain as he opened his eyes, gripping his wand tightly and trying to focus his entire being on pushing the death spell back onto Voldemort. His hair stirred with the force of the magical impact. The silver and green swirled, testing and trying to overpower the other magic. Draco balled his hands into fists as he watched the green slowly press the silver backwards, forcing itself closer to him. Now, the distant voice whispered through his mind. Draco nodded slightly before reaching inside himself and drawing on the raw magic resting dormant. Green leaked slowly from his wand, entwining itself around the struggling silver. With a mere thought, the two magics merged and glowed brightly. In an explosion of raw power, the unforgivable was pushed back. The magical rush slamming the death spell back onto Voldemort. A shrieking scream and the flash of magics imploding had Draco stumbling back. Magic crashed around the room, free to do as it wished. Death Eaters were tossed aside by the magic, some grabbing their throats as pure magic replaced air in their lungs. Flashes and small explosions had everyone in the room seeing stars, unable to flee the room due to the thick silver magic swirling around them. Draco raised a hand as a ball of silver and green sped towards him. His head seemed to explode as the power he had released returned, seeking its user unerringly. He felt the bond between Harry and him pulse wildly, magic thundering along the many little paths, tracing its way ever closer to his magical core. With a low cry he fell backwards, landing on top of Damien as darkness consumed him, unaware of the flash of emerald orbs and the sharp inhalation. The hall surrendered to blackness as the final wisps of magic sent candles sputtering in their holders, small trails of smoke gliding upward from the smothered flames. Lumos. Severus whispered into the darkness of the hall. His eyes slowly adjusted to the dim light. Sweeping his wand around before him, he looked down at the pale stones. Cracks and char marks ran across them, sickly fingers leading him closer to the scene of death. His eyebrows rose as he peered at a pile of ash, unable to distinguish what it was. Turning around he looked for Lucius, following the ball of pale bouncing light as it made its way around the room. They're all dead, Lucius announced, his voice dry as he nudged the limp body of a Death Eater lying sprawled on the floor. I can see that, snapped Severus, glowering at the other wizard. Shaking his head, he peered into a corner but froze when he heard a low rasping sound. Waving a finger to silence the tirade Lucius was beginning, he listened carefully, every noise seeming louder than it really was. The dragging gasps led him towards a heap on the floor. Dropping to his knees he held his wand above the figures, in a horrified gasp as he peered at an unconscious Draco. His hand trembled as he checked the young wizard's pulse, eyes closing in relief when the slow steady beat leapt beneath his fingers. Moving quickly, he rested a hand on the panther's side, sitting back when a low grunt emerged from the large cat's muzzle. Leaning over he peered into half-opened eyes. Severus sat back and looked up into the anxious eyes of Lucius, nodding his head to tell the other both boys were still alive. With a smirk, Severus pulled the portkey from his pocket and held it up triumphantly before placing a hand on Damien, watching as Lucius settled a hand on the top of Draco's head before grasping part of the feather. With a loud snap, all four vanished from the manor filled with only death and bad memories. Hermione sat on a window ledge overlooking the lake. Her eyes watched the first flakes of snow fall and dissolve upon the ground. It was surely too early for snow, the weather more mild than usual, but it was snowing out. She smiled as a small flake trickled down and landed on her nose, grinning at the quick bite of cold it produced before melting. Sighing, she let her head fall back and bit her lip to keep from crying. They were all right. She supposed that was all that should matter, but in a way it saddened her. So much death to reach the point of life and survival. It was a memory that would haunt her for the rest of her life, the sudden yells and banging. By the time the doors had finally been thrown open, Professor Snape and Lucius Malfoy had stood in the doorway, two bodies floating lightly behind them. They had been rushed to the hospital wing before anyone really got a chance to see them, but those who had caught a glance looked very pale. They had been released from the Great Hall several hours ago, all students immediately fleeing so they could finally have a moment to themselves. Sure, they hadn't been in the same room together very long, but after Dumbledore started the sing-along everything had just gone downhill. A loud chorus of laughter had her opening her eyes and peering at the group of students twirling about below her, their faces raised to the falling snow. She had known when the battle was over, as had everyone else. The blood on the floor in the center of the hall had faded slightly but remained where it had been spilled. In its place two small figures formed. If one concentrated hard enough, they could see the panther and leopard chasing the other's tail. Hermione rose slowly and shook out her robes. Perhaps she would go and see if Madame Pomfrey would finally allow her in to see Harry and Draco. Draco woke slowly, the blankets beneath him were scratchy and the pillow was overly soft. The low murmur of voices had him wincing slightly and raising a hand to rest against his ear. Everything seemed too loud. Groaning, he rolled over and cracked his eyes open, immediately shutting them when sunlight poured into the delicate orbs. His hand drifted from his ear to his eyes, fingers rubbing lightly in apology. The low thud of the hospital door closing had him sighing. The last thing he wanted was some professor or friend trying to hold his hand and telling him nothing was his fault. His fingers rubbed harder in an effort to stop the tears that were building behind his eyes. A low swish had him going limp, the curtain shifting back into place behind his visitor. The thought hit him hard. Harry. Harry was gone and there was nothing he could do to bring him back. His teeth sank into his upper lip as he fought back a sob. He wasn't supposed to live. He was supposed to be with Harry. The first tears traced a path down his cheek. A light touch against his cheek had his eyes opening. His eyes shone with tears as they stared into merry emerald orbs. Boo! The word was whispered ever so softly. Harry! He gasped, right before his open hand slammed into his mate's cheek. The crack echoed through the empty hospital wing, quieting the murmur of voices. I swear on all that is magical, if you ever die on me again I'll pull your whiskers out, one by one. Sorry, grumbled Harry, fingering his reddening cheek. Draco's face split into a grin as he reached out and grabbed Harry by the ears, dragging him closer. Staring into each other's eyes, they leaned closer, lips brushing softly before the kiss deepened. Tongues brushed and teeth nibbled before a sharp voice pulled them apart. Mr. Potter, I thought I told you I didn't want to see you in here again before lunch. Madame Pomfrey instructed, her fingers locking into the collar of Harry's school robe and pulling him away from Draco. Harry began to make an excuse but was shushed as the door flew open and Professor Snape entered in a flurry of dark robes. A moment alone with my godson if you would. Severus muttered, eyes watching the younger wizards. Of course Severus, Madame Pomfrey exclaimed, dragging a complaining Harry from the room behind her. A slight flick of fingers was the only parting there were allowed before the door once again slammed closed. Severus watched his godson carefully, searching for any sign of weakness or fatigue. Draco looked fine to him, slightly annoyed at having been parted from Harry once again but other than that perfectly healthy. How are you feeling? He questioned, reaching out and pressing a cool hand against Draco's forehead. I'm fine. Draco grunted unhappily, crossing his arms over his chest. Severus nodded in satisfaction, removing his hand. Pacing away from the hospital bed he paused before a window and watched as small flakes of snow patted the glass lightly. You should be suffering from an overuse of magic. I have no idea how you're still alive. He whispered softly, recalling the relief he had felt upon feeling Draco's pulse beating beneath his fingers. Harry was killed. I saw it with my own eyes. How is he alive? Draco whispered softly, fingers playing with the ugly hospital blanket across his lap. I don't really know. It may have been the power surge we experienced, it could have been luck, or perhaps it was love. I have no idea and I don't suppose we'll ever really know what happened in that room. So much happened in that castle, there was so much blood and death I'll be seeing it for the rest of my life. Severus turned and smiled weakly at Draco before nodding farewell and ambling slowly towards the door, halting for a minute to speak softly with the Medi-Witch before continuing out the door. Draco watched his godfather exit before pulling his blankets back and extending his foot slowly towards the floor. His toe had no more than tapped the stone when Madame Pomfrey's sharp voice ordered him back into bed. No matter how much he complained or pleaded, the older witch was firm on her orders. Sulking angrily, he sank back into the fluffy pillow and stared at the ceiling. He couldn't help but grin as the door swung open softly. His eyes drifted shut at the deep throbbing purr approaching his bed. Grinning evilly, he gathered his own magic and felt the transformation begin. The power trembled through his body as his bones shifted their shapes. Stretching his muscles, he leapt from the bed and swung a gentle paw at the head of the panther waiting patiently next to the bed. Mr. Malfoy. Mr. Potter. Madame Pomfrey shrieked as her eyes glimpsed a quick flick of black vanishing out the window. Rushing across the room, her eyes followed the panther and leopard as they raced towards the forbidden forest. Their coats glistened with good health and you could almost see the sparkle in their eyes. Sighing, she straightened her robes and headed towards the fireplace. She was going to have a little chat with Severus about controlling his house. In the thick shadows of the forbidden forest, a panther bumped his head against the shoulder of a silver leopard. Love you always. Love you forever. The room had appeared several days after Harry and Draco returned to Hogwarts. Dark wooded doors opened into a small garden-like room where roses and lilies bloomed freely. Above the softly dancing flowers a summer sky glowed, sun nurturing the brilliant blooms. If you followed the step-stone path weaving between flower bushes, you'd find yourself standing before a trickling fountain. A black panther made of the purest marble reclined atop a small hill made of stone. Its eyes were glistening emeralds and they seemed to dance merrily beneath the bright sunlight. Perched slightly behind the dark panther, a leopard of silver sat, tail paused in mid-flick. Sapphire eyes glowed, narrowed slightly as if the massive cat was glaring at anyone who had dared intrude on the small piece of heaven. Lines of water flowed smoothly down the rock face, tinkling as they landed lightly in the small wishing pond surrounding the monument. Draco Malfoy tapped his chin lightly with one finger as he observed the statue. Chewing his lip, he tipped his head and considered the slowly swirling water. The significance of the small pool had already been explained by Blaze, right before the other wizard grabbed a handful of lilies and raced from the room. Slipping a hand into his pocket he withdrew a galleon. The coin shone as he bounced it in his palm, considering the legend of the wishing pond. Sighing deeply, he closed his eyes, wished, and tossed the coin into the water. He leaned forward as he watched the gold sink lightly to the bottom before seeming to vanish. Narrowing his eyes, he immediately pulled up his sleeve and was about to retrieve the gold coin when a pair of arms wrapped around his waist. "It takes a little longer than that, Draco," Harry whispered into his mate's ear, lips nibbling lightly on the rim of the pale flesh. "Oh, it didn't take that long, love," Draco purred before turning in the confines of Harry's arms. His lips immediately seized Harry's in a quick war for control, sighing in satisfaction when Harry opened his mouth and allowed Draco to lead. Ending the kiss slowly, he curled his lip at the strong smell that had been tickling at his nose. "What the hell is that?" "Catnip," Harry announced, holding the plant up for the others' inspection. Draco's eyebrows rose slowly as he glared down at the dark green leafy object held tightly in Harry's fist. "It's a weed," he muttered, fingers flicking one of the dangling leaves. "So?" Harry asked, raising his own eyebrows as he pulled the plant away from Draco's tugging fingers. "It's ugly," Draco growled, watching as Harry tossed the small plant up onto the stones between the panther's forepaws. "I know, but you love it anyway," Harry murmured softly, snuggling his face into the pale blue shirt Draco was wearing. "Just like I love you, Spot." Rolling his eyes, Draco buried his nose in Harry's hair. A bright flash had him jerking his face away, ignoring Harry's protests. The statues remained still under his eyes. Running his fingers through his hair, he pulled Harry from the room, glancing back over his shoulder to peer anxiously at the grinning cats. Shaking his head, he leaned into Harry and allowed the dark-haired wizard to drag him from the room. Snapping his head up, he gave Harry a horrified look before demanding, "What did you just call me?" Harry chuckled and dodged away from a swinging hand, snickering as he trotted out the door. "I am gonna get Blaze for that," Draco snarled, remembering something Severus had said to him while he'd been in the hospital. Stalking after Harry, Draco bellowed for Blaze, acknowledging the fact that the other wizard had most likely gone into hiding by now. Ron sat completely still in the bed, scratchy sheets twisted beneath him. His eyes stared up at the white ceiling of St. Mungo's, completely ignoring his mother sitting next to him. The shadows cast by a tree branch setting panther-like shapes stalking along a wall. Muttering softly to himself, he squirmed from beneath the blankets. A pale freckled hand clenched around the plastic wand he had been given to replace the wood one which had been confiscated upon his arrival. Wandering slowly from his assigned room, he passed Medowitches and doctors, each assessing him as he paced by. The sound of a child's laughter halted him. Smiling at the sound, he peered into a brightly painted room. A young wizard with dark hair sat on a thick woven mat, back to the door. At the sound of someone entering, he turned about and grinned at Ron, flashing a smile missing 2 front teeth. Ron returned the smile and walked slowly towards the young boy, peering over the frail shoulder to see what was keeping the boy so amused. The little wizard held the stuffed toy he had been playing with towards Ron. The miniature Black Panther hissed softly and growled, flashing perfect fangs. Eyes widening at the sight, Ron screamed and fell backwards, arms shielding his face. Screeching in terror, he ignored the boy's sobs and the cries of the nurses as they flooded the room. In the little boy's arms, the toy panther slitted its emerald eyes and purred. Hermione stared down at the pale blooms held loosely in her hands. Raising the lilies to her nose, she blushed lightly before glancing up through her eyelashes. The wizard standing in front of her grinned and winked before offering her his hand. Settling her hand within his, she allowed him to tug her to her feet. A sudden commotion had Blaise whipping around as his name echoed through the garden they were currently standing in. The dark green cloak he wore swirled over his shoulder at the movement, brushing against the front of his robes. "What did you do this time?" Hermione whispered anxiously as the bellow was repeated. Smiling down at her, Blaise dragged her deeper into the gardens. "I may have made a little suggestion to Harry." Blaise muttered coyly, smirking as a threat to a certain part of his anatomy chased them into the hedges. "I believe we should hurry before yonder wizard goes leopard on us." "Serves you right," telling Harry to call him Spot. Hermione hissed, pulling her school robes away from her legs so she could keep up with the strides Blaise was taking. She glanced down at the flowers she still clutched and sighed upon seeing the green stems minus the white petals. "Hey, it's not like he needed a lot of encouragement. Besides, as far as I'm concerned, Spot's a whole hell of a lot better than Darling, Sweetie, Whiskers, or Muffin." Blaise shuddered, pausing and listening to the shouts Draco was still emitting. Grinning happily, he continued to drag her along with him. "Come on, we'll lose them in the castle." Hermione rolled her eyes and dropped the flowers he'd given her. It seemed that the Slytherin had a playful side after all. She just wished it hadn't found Blaise at such a perfect moment. Severus sat across the table from Lucius, eyes on the chess pieces spread intricately across the board between them. Observing the thoughtful Malfoy, he reached a hand out and picked up his glass of brandy, swirling the liquid around before raising it to his lips. The loud clip of approaching boots had both turning to watch the doors, 2 pairs of eyes focused intently on the dark wood. The doors swung open quietly, allowing Narcissa to breeze through without slowing her pace. In her arms was a mass of black silk. Stalking past the open-mouthed pair, she tossed the heap of cloth onto the burning embers. The fire roared up as it quickly consumed the former Death Eater's robes. Severus snorted at the look of complete shock covering his friend's face. "Those were mine," Lucius bellowed, lunging towards the fireplace and attempting to grab a trailing sleeve before Narcissa could prod it deeper into the flames. "You don't need them anymore," Narcissa murmured, wielding the poker with expertise as she jabbed the back of Lucius's hand away from the cloth. "Woman," Lucius roared, clutching his hand and narrowing his eyes. "Draco and Harry are visiting tomorrow." She purred softly, a quiet warning hidden deep inside her simple words. He may have helped them escape, but years of beatings and death wouldn't just vanish from his tarnished reputation. "You need a new hobby, why don't you and Severus go and play outside?" Severus recognized an order when he heard it and quickly finished his drink before standing and excusing both of them. It was bad enough he had to control a bunch of immature children for half the year. He wasn't about to start playing referee for adults. Besides, Draco and Harry were coming tomorrow. If there were any problems, they could deal with them. Nodding to himself, he grabbed the sleeve of Lucius's robes and apparated to Hogsmeade, where he could have a nice drink in a much quieter atmosphere. The halls of the school were silent. No students were creeping carefully down the halls while desperately watching for teachers or Filch. It was as if the entire castle had agreed to go to bed early and surrendered to the night without the slightest fuss. The moon held silent sentinel in the sky as clouds drifted lazily above and in the distance an owl called shrilly. However, the room of requirement was a completely different story. Loud music pounded and laughter echoed around the room as the Gryffindors, Slytherin, and Hufflepuffs celebrated the defeat of Voldemort in the style of young witches and wizards across the world, with alcohol, friends and dancing. Draco grinned at Harry as he raised the cup to his mouth and took a small sip, wincing at the bite of liquor. Harry chuckled at the look on Draco's face and seized the cup before taking a gulp and jamming it back into the waiting hand. "Could I have everyone's attention please?" Blaze yelled above the noise, teetering unsteadily atop the table he had climbed onto. His bright pink hair, courtesy of Draco, had made him one of tonight's main attractions. Draco stared up at the other Slytherin and winced before pulling Harry back away from the table in case Blaze lost his balance. "I want to make a toast." The crowd cheered at his announcement, then quieted as Blaze raised the empty cup he was clutching. "Oh Merlin, no." Draco groaned slowly, dropping his chin onto Harry's shoulder and closing his eyes tightly. He sighed as Harry reached back and ran a hand across his face, knowing the inevitable was coming. "First off, I just wanted to say thanks for coming out tonight and celebrating life with me. Second, if anyone calls me Pink or Pinky tomorrow, I'll go Slytherin on their butt. Now, it's been the start of an awesome year. We've had good times and bad. We've also had a lot of the House Unity Dumbledore is always trumping about, which is good. However, I must draw your attention to the true reason for this celebration, the death of you-know-who. He was defeated by our own personal saviors Harry and Draco, or Damien and Dorian. So let's give them a round of applause for saving us and allowing us to spend another year together." Thunderous applause greeted his words. Smiling drunkenly, Blaze attempted to take a bow and almost fell off the table. Watching as Dean and Thomas carefully assisted the Slytherin off the table, he was surprised when Harry pulled away from him and moved forward to climb onto the table just deserted by Blaze. "Thank you everyone on behalf of Draco and myself. However, I'd like to offer my own toast." Harry grinned at the whoops and winked playfully at Draco. "First, a toast to Draco, a great wizard and an even better boyfriend." He bowed his head and flushed at the catcalls before taking a sip from his cup. "My final toast is to that which I've discovered means the most this year. To life, to lessons, and to love. May we all find it. And hold it close for the rest of our existence. Cheers everybody," Harry stated, even as he raised the cup. He locked eyes with Draco and smiled lovingly. "To life, to lessons, and to love, and another year at Hogwarts." Severus sat in the potions classroom, a newspaper resting across his lap as he read over the stories of the day. The school was quiet tonight, well, most of it. His S's were playing nicely with the Lions, and as long as another professor didn't catch them he could care less about what they were doing. He peered over the edge of the paper at the second-year Ravenclaw slowly mixing a potion he had to redo after the catastrophe he'd caused in class earlier. Thumping his heel up onto his desk, he smiled in pleasure as the boy yelped and almost tipped over his cauldron. It was a wonderful night as far as he was concerned. He smirked slightly when he read an article on one of the final pages. He reached down and reclaimed the glass of scotch he'd set on the floor next to his chair. Raising the glass, he offered a silent toast to himself. To death and detention, a delightful combination. Daily Prophet murder at the Leaky Cauldron, PG-11. Suspected Death Eater Parkinson and his daughter were found murdered in room 13 of the famed London pub, the Leaky Cauldron, on Wednesday night. Just before midnight, a figure dressed completely in black was observed leaving the room occupied by father and daughter. The individual who found the bodies is being kept in custody until their name can be cleared. Key information on the case was leaked to the public early Thursday by an unknown source, making it difficult to question individuals they believe may be responsible for the deaths. Aurors have stated that in a case such as this, the chances of finding the murderer are slim. Though they will continue looking into the deaths, there are currently no leads and little evidence. The Parkinsons will not be missed. The end. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.